Hello, everybody. Oh, my apologies. You're going to need to be able to see things, aren't you? Sorry about that. Give me 1 second to adjust the capture here. There we go. I hope you all are as excited as I am. Welcome aboard. This is my little home away from home, shall we say. Little broadcasting station setup that I've got somewhere in the outer edge of your solar system right now. Yes, Tenwin, Lord Brownbear. Oh, awfully 40k in there? Well, that's just, you can thank the Saturnine shipyards for that. The Jovian shipyards, they love their practicality, but the Saturnine, well, if you want something that's a little more artistic, you need their expertise, shall we say. I hope you all are as excited as I am. And honestly, I'm a little nervous, not gonna lie. Heart rate is just kind of moving quite a bit. But yes, Sint, Tenwin, Lord Brownbear, good to see you all are here. Hopefully we've got some other people lurking in the chat. That would be great. Part of me wants to just rush right through this, even though you can't see me yet. But don't worry. Oh, just give me a second to calm down. Let me take a sip of Gamer Subs real fast. Ah, there we go. Okay, caffeine. Yeah, that'll do wonders for my heart rate. Oh. Is that a saber in the background? That is my saber. Yes, Tenwin. That is mine. Katako, welcome. We will judge you harshly. Absolute fashion critic. Hardcore style. Oh, I see you, Sint. We'll just have to shove you out the airlock once this is all over, I guess. You want to make 40k comparisons? I guess I better get all Commissar up in here. Well, as is tradition, if you've watched any kind of VTuber debut or VTuber unveiling, well, oh, of course. How rude of me. I forget you guys can't see yourselves either. Hold on one moment. There we go. Now that we've got that set up, I think it's time. Hopefully it doesn't obtrude too much, but I think it looks quite nice. You can, I will be posting the various social media links of my artists and riggers at the end of the stream. I want to give a quick shout out though to them of the Ars and Maka of the Artemis team. They did an amazing job, as you all are about to see, provided nothing breaks. You also, before we reveal the full model, if you want to take a look, you may notice, Tenwin, Lord Brownbear, hopefully, as long as Twitch hasn't screwed me on this, that there are some emotes that you might be able to access. Unfortunately, there's only 3 of them right now because I forgot that Twitch has to manually review all of these things, so they have not quite gotten around to reviewing the other 3. But for right now, you have 3 of my emotes. The explosion, the stare for when I get completely stun locked, and the rage for when I get angry. Yep, there we go. Ooh, it actually doesn't look too bad on the big version. Thank you very much for doing that, Lord Brownbear. Thank you very much. Nice to see. Everything coming through all right as well? Yes, salty bug. Trust me, I was tempted to get a mountain of salt as an emote too, Tenwin. That might still be coming in the future. Can everybody hear me all right? I've got the mic set up a little bit differently to accommodate for the third monitor. So my third everything set up. So I just want to make sure that I'm coming through loud and clear. Sound is good. Everything's good. All right, let's get this reveal on the road then. There's no reason to keep you all waiting after all. Now, if you've ever been, Jello, welcome, loud and clear. Thank you. If you've ever seen a VTuber debut, or if you haven't, or if you've seen clips of one from the vaunted halls of YouTube, it is tradition that we start from the bottom up, and we start with the feet. So here we go. Yep, of course. Oh, I see the Jesse Cox emote 10-1. Nice choice. Now, there's not much here to see. I am not much of a foot person, shall we say, but I figured we should all start with, it is tradition. We always start from down here and we go on our way up. Oh, it does feel nice to finally stretch my legs a little bit. Stinky, I will have you know I have impeccable hygiene, Tanduan. Thank you very much. It's very easy to clean shit, and all you need is a little bit of elbow grease, a nice, any kind of scrubbing brush, and the willingness to actually do the job. Unlike you humans and your weird skin. You realize just how much bacteria constantly crawls around on you. we're just going to, as I said, there's not much to see here, I suppose, unless you're Lord Brown Bear and you seem to have a bit of a fetish for it, but I'm not here to judge. Zeno, I will have you know, Lord Brown Bear, I was waiting for this. I knew someone would bring it up, and I figured it would be you, though I had my suspicions. I said I was not human, but I am Terran. I'll let you percolate on that for a little bit while we continue. Still feeling a little nervous. Haven't even revealed much yet. I can kind of, it's kind of feeling weird. Exoskeletons are worth the filters underneath your skin. No. Again, I maintain impeccable hygiene, Tenwen. You can keep trying to come up with excuses, but the fact of the matter is, I look far better. We share a planet with a bunch of bipedal insects. Technically, you don't, but again, I'll explain later. There's no reason for that right now. Oh, speaking of which, I almost forgot. Give me 1 second. Let me just, hold on. Oh, that's much better. Oh, those get stuck a little bit under the clothes sometimes. Had to adjust slightly. That's much better. Very good, very good. Now, let's just keep on going for a little bit. Necrophage. Again, with the insults. What did I do to deserve this? Now, you're not going to be seeing too much, but I do hope you appreciate the design so far, and I do hope you appreciate the coloration. Whoever said necrophage was an insult? Well, first of all, it's necromorph, so it would certainly help if you actually got your terminology correct. Tenwen, I have played Dead Space, thank you very much. You weren't made in God's image, that's what... You're right, I wasn't. You can thank humans for that. As I said, Lord Brown Bear, we'll get to that. Oh, believe me, I have an entire explanation for this. Dead Space, I was talking about the necrophage from the Endless franchise. Oh, well, haven't played that one yet, Tenwen. Another thing to add to the list. Necrophage and Endless Legend. Okay. Fair enough. But yes, we're just going to slowly slide down here. Oh, let me... Don't need to be quite that close to the camera now that I think about it. Don't need to be quite... You have seen... I've seen them once in one trailer, Tenwen. Forgive me if I don't remember every detail, all right? Okay? Ooh. Whoa. What? Okay, there we go. We finally have a little bit of proper tracking on here. Unfortunately, your primitive designs cannot fully track everything on me. And hence why there wasn't much reason to show much of my lower torso. I don't exactly have the ability to to move that part just yet on screen. Game. His arms have epidermis and chitin. This creature is a natural one. Oh no, it's still chitin. You humans and your obsession with making things more simple, however, meant that some of my epidermis is a little bit less noticeably chitinous than other parts. Oh. Right there on the edge. Oh. Aha. Ooh. I do like this. Oh, forgive me. Oh, this is caught too. Give me 1 second. 1 second. There we go. Oh, that's much better. Oof. This isn't quite as... He's getting closer. Get the book. Oh, Lord Brown Bear. I guess you'll be joining Sint out the airlock in a few moments. Let me just stretch a little bit here. Okay. Whew. Can't keep playing around with it. Let's... Okay. Hello, everybody. Sint, Brown Bear, Tenwen, good to see you for real for the first time, one could say. Oh, this is... It's weird knowing that other people are seeing me now. It is a bit weird. Oh, calm down, Lord Brown Bear. I'm not going to eat you. I mean, not in that way. Certainly not in a way you would find enjoyable. That's for sure. But yes, hello everybody. I am Sovani. I am a Dragonfly VTuber, as you all have no doubt become aware from the design. I don't know where exactly I should say. This is see how many people say hear me out. I would be most honored if you did, quite frankly. I would be most honored if you did. Oh, the way the camera tracks my face is a little bit awkward, at least with eye movement. Not into andromorphs, lucky for you. Ugh. You need to expand your horizons, Lord Brown Bear. I think you need to expand your horizons. How can you really call yourself a monster fucker if you're not willing to go after just about anything? At least so long as it's feminine shape. I guess that's what andromorph is meaning. I think I'm misinterpreting. Jiro, welcome, welcome. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Grizz, thank you for the gift sub to Rena Izumi. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Still a little bit weird with this. Oh, hold on. I need to. There's one more part I need to stretch. Hold on. It's a little uncomfortable sometimes when I have to sit too long like this. You might get to hear me out from the same people that had to hear me out endurance. One moment. Ah. Oh, there we go. Much better. Oh, well, this is me. I am here. Oh, I need to move this as well. Hold on. There we go. Oh, it feels weird. I have more to show you, but at the same time, I don't know. I kind of just want to really to go for 5 heads wide shoulders, huh? I mean, it's not that wide, is it? It's not that wide. I don't think I'm that wide. Whatever. It feels weird. Like, now I feel like I can just talk to you guys like this, but at the same time, part of me is just like, just get to the gameplay. That's what everybody's here for. Show you only wings in 3. Oh, dear Lord, no. Please, no. I do not need to be involved in such things, Sint. Thank you very much. Oh. Oh. Sorry, my eyes are a little bit still tired. I woke up not too long ago, unfortunately. Getting back to my broadcast station was a little bit of a chore. As you've seen from this week, it was a little bit of a long slog in order to get to this point. I have the clip. Oh, dear Lord. Here we go. Is this how I start? My very first truly clippable moment? I mean, we tried to do that little thing with the pistol, the disappointer back in Pillars of Eternity 1, but it wasn't exactly the best of, it didn't exactly get any traction, so we say. Oh. Well. I guess I could also show off one of my other abilities, which is please tell me there we go. Haha. Check these babies out. Tell us your lore. I will in a moment, Lord Brown Bear. I will in a moment. But first, why don't I show you this? Having a little bit of pyrokinesis can be quite useful. And the next time I get pissed off at a video game, I'll be more than willing to just flambe some motherfucker. But yes, as I indicated, Lord Brown Bear, I am not human, but I am Terran. I come from a species of uplifted dragonfly thanks to your far in the future descendants. Basically, quite frankly, mankind managed to get, this is both funny and ever so slightly cringe. That's the entire point, Tenwin. Have you seen VTuber stuff on YouTube? I mean, that's pretty much the entirety of their point. Trust me, I've seen worse. I mean, I've also seen literally thousands of people who do this way better than I do, but I try not to get out of control with that. Pyrokinesis, not pyromancy. Letting us know as we use. Yes, it's a partially psychic capability. He just confirmed he was a Karen. He wants to speak with your queen as his expired. I do not need to speak to a queen of any kind. I mean, if I get a collab with another VTuber, I ain't going to say no, but that's just because I'm not an idiot. I mean, I'll probably make myself look like an idiot once I'm in a collab with somebody, but hey, that's par for the course. Have you seen VTuber collabs? 99% of the time, it is literally just them bouncing around like 2 brain cells barely being able to share the same skull. Kato, welcome. Yes, rush this will fall down dead in a day. That is the mayflies. Thank you very much. My far distant cousins that thankfully your distant descendants decided not to uplift. No, they did far stupider things. Humanity and their constant need to design new sciences and shit. But regardless, as I said, I am an uplifted dragonfly. My species was uplifted into sentience thanks to Project Ascension, run by the Martian and Venusian republics. Not exactly their, not exactly their best work, some would say. You're the only VTuber I watch because they're smart. Oh, well, thank you, Lord Brownbear. Wait, makes you feel better. You're the only VTuber I watch because they're smart. I feel like that's not as much of a compliment as I was expecting, but okay, I'll take it. But yes, in the distant future, I won't give an exact year, since near as I can tell with the wormhole that I use to travel to your universe and contact all of you, I am essentially traveling backwards in time. I will not reveal anything that might cause a, well, temporal calamity, shall we say. Regardless, in the far distant future, for you, humanity managed to push out into the stars and quickly discovered that, well, there wasn't much to discover. I mean, there's a lot of planets, there's a lot of stars, there's a lot of stellar anomala and all sorts of strange things, but as far as humanity and alien life, well, there really wasn't much. They would occasionally receive signals from nearly the other side of the galaxy, but, well, humanity's ability to travel that far was decidedly limited. So instead, some bright minds on the Martian colonies got the idea in their heads of, oh, I know, let's just go and uplift some species on Earth that were showing the beginnings of intelligence. They started with the wolves. Not my people. No. Insects came much later. The first were the wolves to get uplifted, mankind's best friend's ancestor, basically, and they decided to see what would happen if they uplifted them first. It went all right, I suppose you could say. The Lycaons, as they came to be known, were a decent bunch. I don't interact with them very much, and they usually hang out with humans and a couple of other ascended species. No aliens in the stars. If we're going to clap alien cheeks, we're going to need to make them themselves. I mean, no one was saying that, Lord Brown Bear, but given what happened later, that was definitively part of the issue. Let's just say the research team included a couple of strange folks on their staff over the centuries. Dallas Cowboys win the Super Bowl. I have no idea who these Dallas Cowboys are, Kato. You see, unfortunately, in order to make Project Ascendancy work, humanity came to the conclusion that Earth could no longer be inhabited. As such, 9% of humanity left Earth and set up shop in the various colonies and extrasolar nation states that humanity had established. I'm sure you've heard them all in your sci-fi novels and whatnot, the nearby stars that may hold life-bearing planets, Epsilon Eridani, Tau Ceti, Alpha Centauri, as well as scattered throughout the solar system itself. I mentioned the Martian and Venusian republics, that's Mars and Venus. You, of course, had the various city-states of the asteroid belt in their vast mining complexes. You had the dual republics of the Jovian and Saturnine moons. And you, of course, had the Outworlds Alliance made up of the moons of Pluto, Neptune, Uranus, yes, go ahead, clip it, I said the word, and the Kuiper Belt. There's an alternate version of me in your world, they were thinking it. Oh, most likely. As I said, Lord Brown Bear, that came later. Let me pull up my little handy-dandy notebook, because I figured you all would have some questions, so I wrote some stuff down regarding this. After the Lycaons, that would be the uplifted wolves, were allowed to expand into their own interstellar realm, then someone got the brilliant idea that they were going to uplift a species of squid. See, it turns out squid are fairly intelligent and know how to use tools, or at least the basics of it. Squid, octopus, I actually am not sure which one it is. They don't look as much like their ancestors anymore, so it's a bit hard to tell. And quite frankly, I was never really up on my ancient history, at least it's ancient by my standards at this point. They went off to colonize the various water worlds and ice worlds that humanity had discovered. It was a great way of getting resources. They're a little weird, though. Big exception, big obsession with ancient Rome. They literally call themselves a Respublica. They adopted Latin as their favorite language. They were the ones who convinced humanity that calling Earth Terra as a unifying standard for the rest of the various species that were being uplifted was going to be a good idea. I'm honestly not exactly sure how they convinced them, but everyone went along with it. Most of the records from that time switched over from calling it Earth to calling it Terra. And that's how we ended up there. Next were my people. We are the Calathemis sapien. We are literally uplifted from a species of red dragonfly that lives in what you would call the North American continent. Ours was a more difficult uplifting. For one thing, trying to get a humanoid form out of an insect is a bit difficult. Two, there was the whole issue of exoskeletons not being very conducive if the oxygen levels of the environment are not high enough to support things. Humanity had to work around that. It only took about 4 or 5 centuries for the previous species due to their high intelligences. Ours was more of a, quite frankly, ours was more of an experiment to see if it was even possible. And, thankfully, for everyone involved, including yours truly, it worked out just fine. You know, once they got past some of the issues, shall we say, you know how humans have, what do they call it, the reptile brain, the little part of your brain that has your most ancient and old natural instincts, you know, the part of your brain that runs on total just instinct and desire. Well, turns out with insects, given the size of my ancestors' brains, there's not much else to work on. So one of the major hurdles that they had to deal with uplifting us was, see, most insects have a very innate reaction if they see something smaller than themselves. That is, if it's smaller than me, I should eat it. Like, now. Getting around that was a bit of a difficult issue. The first attempts at doing so resulted in a few, there weren't any deaths. There wasn't much any of my primitive ancestors could do to people with laser guns and goddamn what I could only describe as high explosive caliber machine guns. But there were some injuries, and that was not good for the people back on Mars and Venus trying to figure out how to make this all work. They weren't exactly happy to hear that somebody had been injured, let alone nearly killed by, a rampaging, me. Suffice it to say, they took an extra century or two figuring out how to mitigate those impulses and mitigate those problems. Partially, they also just made sure that we were shorter, on average, than most humans. That solved the issue surprisingly well. As long as humans were a few inches taller than us, it was like the most primitive part of our brain indicated, it's bigger than me. I probably shouldn't fuck with that. Now, should I? But yes, everything went pretty well after that. We finally had first contact about, 3 centuries or so after that. It still took us about twice as long as the others. So you're a manlet. Oh, Lord Brown Bear, you and your archaic language. You are within striking distance. I will hit you with these claws. They won't hurt much, aside from the flesh that they rip, since they're meant to cook on chitin, not flesh. But we'll deal with that later. Your insubordination has been noted. Regardless, now, remember how I said that there were some freaks on the staff? So it turns out that 2 species were up for what would be the Project Ascension next. There was some speculation that they wanted to uplift ravens. They were turning back to something that would be a bit easier after insects. They really, and this was being pushed by the Lycaons as well, wolves had already been developing a symbiotic relationship with ravens and crows during your own timeline, let alone hundreds of years into the future, past when the Lycaon had been uplifted. The Lycaon were hoping to essentially return the favor and get one of their preferred species uplifted. There was a faction, however, on Mars that was pushing for, it's going to sound very stupid when I say it. They were pushing for cat girls. They were pushing to uplift the standard feline as a newly uplifted species. In the end, funnily enough, they lost. And it was decided instead to uplift the raven instead. You can thank the Venusians for that. They were, they were just not down with what Mars was putting out, shall we say. But it turns out, funny story. It's the funny story. It turns out that if you tell no to a bunch of people who are really obsessed with something, sometimes, in spite of all morals and all ethics and all the things that they're supposed to follow as scientists and supremely objective human beings, sometimes they don't. About 50 years later, the Martian Internal Investigations Unit discovered that a large number of their research staff had essentially been, well, kidnapping large predatory animals from Earth, namely of the feline variety, and were essentially hotboxing a Project Ascension underground in their own private laboratory. Yeah, so when they broke into the lab and discovered a race of cat people who had essentially been used as a cargo cult for the local researcher, I can't remember what his name was, Husk? I don't know, something to that extent. Guy was completely obsessed with trying to create cat girls, apparently. Suffice it to say, he is now very famous and well remembered, since his name is now next to every violation of the ethic and moral code of scientists in the Martian Republic, and is pretty much held up as an example of everything you shouldn't ever do as both a researcher, a scientist, and a public official. It was, suffice it to say, it was quite a bit of a embarrassment for everyone involved. The Venusians were pretty much guilt by association, since they had been the main partners to the Martians in designing this system. And so the entire project went on hiatus for a few centuries. They did end up uplifting the Ravens, who were very appreciative to the Lycaon for pushing for that, and were equally supportive of not exterminating the feline sapien species that had been created. There was a big debate about that, if it should just be done away with in the name of basically sweeping the whole thing under the rug. Not exactly humanity's best moment, I think you can all understand. But it gets worse. Oh yes, it gets so much worse. So here, let me just stand to the side here for a moment. Do you all notice that? I'm sure you can see my my mouse right here. Do you all see that? That is a helmet. That is a helmet. You'll notice that it's very insectoid-like. That is a helmet of a... It gets better, worse than cat girls. Oh yes, so much worse. So much worse. You see, with the failure of trying to prevent people from going crazy with uplifting their own species, the entire project being put on... We're going to ask about that answer. No. It's an insect, but it's not one of mine. What only shall we do? Oh dear, of course, I forgot about the ads. They're going to be starting up here in a moment. Jesus Christ. Your primitive Twitch having to put ads on my stream. Hold on, let me take a drink. Refreshing. But I guess we'll just go through the ads. I will try to keep things to a minimum. I just wish it would... Could you just start? Could you just start? Please just start. Please? Please just start so that I can do something else. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now, I will save the lore explanation for a moment once we get everybody else back in here. I think I'll just... Oh. It's still so weird kind of moving around knowing you all can see me doing this. But I'll get used to it. Let's just get this ad out of the way, and then I will continue with my talk. And then we will get into the gameplay, because I do intend on finishing the game today. Perfect Cell theme. Ooh, don't tempt me, Lord Brown Bear. That was a song I was considering playing for all of you here. That would fit very well. But your corporate overlords who run these platforms make things a little bit annoying sometimes. You should 100% be able to. Maybe in the future, Lord Tenwin. God damn it. Which version of the Cell theme? Probably the one used by Team 4-Star. Let's be honest. They are the superior, and Japanese or dub. Abridged. Sorry. Their personal musician does a very good job with all of that. Tenwin's a damn peasant. Says the Jester. If that's the rank you want, Lord Brown Bear, I'll be happy to give it to you. All right, come on, Twitch. Finish up here. Finish up here, please. There we go. Now, where was I? Oh, right. Humanity having a massive fuck up, the other species starting to get a little weirded out by everything. Will I be able to say silly things or be one of the gentry? Use Jester. Okay, fine. You are Lord Jester Brown Bear. We'll go with that. Suffice it to say, after the controversy regarding the uplifting of the various feline species and the delays that it caused to the uplifting of the raven species, the entirety of Project Ascendancy really needed a win, shall we say. And well, my species was the last big win, shall we say. Being able to uplift an insect species had been such a big accomplishment. They wanted to do it again, get the whole project back on track, get everything running again and firing on all cylinders, I think is the phrase. So the dipshits chose a wasp. They chose a wasp species. Now, if you know anything about wasps and the various other stinging insects of the eusocial variety, I think you can imagine how horrible of an idea this all was in hindsight. Even worse, after all of the problems they had in the previous iterations of the program, the dipshits managed, for the first time, to create a genetic modification that they hadn't planned for. Basically, the Martians had been running Project Ascendancy through a usage of a combination of stealth shuttles. These stealth shuttles were impossible to see, allowing teams to take trips to the surface, disperse chemicals, introduce various factors to an environment, and go about ensuring that the uplift process worked through properly. The dumbasses didn't check that one of the mutations they inspired in what would become known as the Vesparan sapien was able to see through their stealth technology with its natural fucking eyesight. Suffice it to say, when humanity attempted its first contact with what they thought was a Bronze Age primitive civilization, of course, it would have no means of knowing about their advanced technology, they were instead ambushed by and brutally devoured by a group of Vesparans and their queen. The eusocial nature of the Vesparans would come back to bite humanity in the ass, but really it was the Martians fucking up even worse, because here's a funny thing. So, as I've kind of indicated, humanity's not fully united. Martians, Venusians, Jovians, Alpha Centauri, and of course the various ascended species who all have their own representatives in the Terran Confederation. Mars, in its infinite wisdom, decided that they wouldn't tell anybody else how their stealth systems work. Which means when those shuttles took off, loaded with Vesparans, no one could track them, and they disappeared. Now, of course, the Martians immediately were like, well, problem solved. They'll die in deep space, no problem. If only that were true. If only that were true. Yeah. So, fast forward about 2 centuries, Mars has been under investigation this whole time for the issues regarding trying to uplift the Vesparans. When the Vesparans come back with a fleet of stealth warships that they had reverse engineered from Mars. Because it turns out Mars, again in its infinite wisdom, decided to load their shuttles with all manner of historical records and technological specs. So, Mars was bombed to near oblivion by ships designed and built after Martian standards. The city of Olympus Mons was quite frankly turned into a glass crater. Several of the cities on Venus, the Moon, and the asteroid belt were all hit, and the tide was eventually turned by the Jovian and Saturnine combat fleets moving in to quell the uprising. But by then, several tens of millions of civilians were dead. The Vesparans had evacuated their remaining primitive kin out of Terra, and were gone. It would take a while to find out where they'd went, and it would take even longer to realize that, well, they had spent the intervening centuries preparing for exactly this kind of intervention. Suffice it to say, my people, my timeline, my future, is largely relegated in a cold war between the Vesparan hierarchy and the Second Terran Confederation. Second, because the First Terran Confederation died when Olympus Mons was turned into a glass crater by a bunch of angry space wasps. Deep space killer bees. Not wrong, Jello. Not wrong. Though, again, killer wasps, not bees. Suffice it to say as well, not only was Project Ascendancy shut off after that point, but all attempts at continuing it have been met with speculative rage, shall we say. The outer colonies are in no mood to finance a program that led to the creation of one of the worst enemies that the ascended Terran species have ever seen. So all this because Martians wanted cat girls. More so, Lord Brown Bear, all this because the Martians wanted to be remembered as the big-brained smart boys who created all of this. The human drive for glory and honor and remembrance through the ages has led your species to a variety of very stupid things. But this one really takes the cake. Introducing an entire species of highly hierarchical and very combat and conflict-oriented eusocial insect species was not exactly the best idea. I mean, they had a lot of problems with my species, and we were largely solitary predators. It still took a long time for that. Dipshits tried to fast-track this thing in the effort of making it look better to the outer colony so they'd continue to pay taxes for it. Well, we all see how that ended up. But regardless, you will notice that in the background, over here... Oh, out of curiosity, what does a Vesparan queen look like asking for a friend? Lord Brown Bear. I have indicated that they are incredibly aggressive, incredibly bloodthirsty, and see all other species as, at best, food. But I have seen footage of one, and I can say... Wood. I hope that is sufficient enough to satisfy your curiosity, my friend. But as you can see, though, sorry. There we go. As you can see in the background, that is not one of their heads. No. That is one of their combat helmets. That is a combat helmet from a Vesparan war form. Because it turns out, when you have a eusocial insect species that already has slight size differences depending on the tasks given to various members of the hive, you don't really have any hang-ups about eugenics programs. I mean, humanity had kind of already done that. The Ascension program was kind of a soft eugenics program just for not human species. But the Vesparans really took it and ran with it, if you get my meaning. Suffice it to say, while the average Vesparan drone or worker is human-sized or slightly smaller, much like my species, Vesparan combat forms are nearly 2.5 meters tall of hardened exoskeleton while wearing a semi-powered suit of combat armor. Getting boarded by one of them was a interesting experience, shall we say. They are the reason that my left arm, as you can see here, is not actually my arm anymore. Suffice it to say, having a Vesparan use her mandibles to quite literally chew off your arm at the elbow is not a pleasant experience, as I imagine that you could come to terms with. Of course, neither is getting a fistful of fire directly into one's cerebellum, as I burned through most of her combat armor and proceeded to blow the rest of her away with fire. In the end, it's always nice having the ability to do that. I think breedable is the correct word to describe it. I do remember that only the queens are fertile, Sint, but I do suppose that makes things a little bit easier. Jello
is now aboard.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard, my friend. But yes, suffice it to say, in my time... Oh, right, that was us hitting the follower count, wasn't it? Very nice, very nice. Ask about pyrokinesis. Are psychic abilities part of the Ascendancy program? They were not. That probably should have been the Martians' first clue that they didn't have full control over their genetic sequencing that they thought they did. My species actually developed pyrokinesis essentially by accident. Again, being solitary predators up until that point, it wasn't very hard to integrate it into our society once we were uplifted. But it probably should have served as a warning sign for the Martians that something was going to go wrong in the near future. leave it to humanity to have the gall to not bother with that because everything seemed to work out fine. I'm ragging on humans a bit here. It's not like the rest of us Terran-ascended species have done any better. We have our own foibles and problems. No one on my species ever likes to talk about the time one of us went crazy and actually ate a human alive. That's what happens when you're born nearly 2 meters tall, and again, everything smaller than you looks like a food source. The Lycaon have the occasional spat because, well, they don't mind that humans see them as cute because of the wolf-like traits. They do mind when humans just touch them for no fucking reason. Same thing with the Felinae. The Felinae have a massive issue regarding being touched inappropriately in such a manner, and are quite hostile when it comes to it. Fair, it's not like humans has never eaten a human alive. That is true, Lord Brownbear. That is true. But suffice it to say, when you have a jaw structure that looks like this, the results can be a bit messy. If you take my meaning. Also, you do see the claws on my rear arms, right? I want you to just imagine what those look like if they are, shall we say, hooked into skin. Not exactly the cleanest of deaths, I'll be the first to admit. But as I was saying, no, the psychic abilities were not intentional, Lord Brownbear. They were very much an accident. But once they were discovered, the Project Ascendancy did split off an entire faction of their research teams in order to start learning more about it. Turns out it wasn't that hard to activate, but it also turns out that most people still can't do it. Humanity has a fairly good skill with telekinesis and the moving of material objects. The Lycaon love telepathy, as do the Cephalopodae, the squid people. It makes things much easier for them communicating both in and out of water, having the ability to telepathically connect with somebody. The Felinae haven't shown any indication yet, but they are still relatively new, so I'm not surprised. And the Corvidae, the Corvus, that is, the raven people, have largely not bothered. Their wings still make tool manipulation and whatnot difficult. They're working on getting telekinesis working properly for their species, but so far no luck, unfortunately. Do not touch Lycaons or cat people. Yeah. Without permission or money. Yeah. The Felinae, Corvidae, yes. Those are the scientific names. The Lycaon, for example, are still known as Canae sapien. They call themselves the Lycaon after one of their first political philosophers, who started to actually write shortly before humanity uplifted the species socially and introduced them to the wider galaxy. But regardless, that's a little bit of a rundown on everything. As for me, as you might be wondering, my ship is currently parked at the outer edges of your solar system, hence the broadcasting position. It makes it easier for this. Having discovered the wormhole that leads me to either what is an alternate reality of humanity, or at least into the past, has opened up a wonderful trade opportunity for me. Truly wonderful. It's so easy to find things on your planet right now that are millennia old in my timeline, and just take it, rub it in some various sand, some dirt, make it look old, and then take it back to my timeline and sell it as a historical artifact. Works out great. I've already made quite a pretty penny off of that. It's also why I'm so interested in your video games. Those are very easy to transport. Software is so much easier than hardware. Time thief. I take nothing that isn't freely offered and easily obtainable. I mean, have you seen your junkyards? Have you seen your refuse piles that are accumulating across your planet? Trust me, I'm not taking anything that anybody hasn't already taken. Or hasn't shown any interest in, I should say. Explains the new digs. Honestly, it's not that bad. It's not that expensive back here. The interior of the ship is Saturnine in origin. They are always more willing to put in the work for various details and accoutrements on the inside of their spaceships. The actual external shell, however, is Jovian or Jupiter in design. They're much more practical. I had this area spruced up to my personal specifications as a little home away from home. Gothic architecture is very, very big among my people right now, and I can see why. But I think that's enough. I'm willing to field your questions over the coming days and weeks as we continue our adventures together and I continue to accumulate more materials that I can take back to my time and make money off of. But in the meantime, I think it's time that we transfer over to getting, to finishing up our little project here. Pillars of Eternity 2 is calling, and I do believe that it is time that we finish it. Tenwin, you did say that we should be able to finish it, correct? I believe that was what you said. Should be about 4 to 5 hours. So hopefully I won't have to run the stream long to do that. Fucking it's thirsty work. But yes, give me 1 second while I get everything set up. 1 moment. I'm gonna need to move that over there. Just gonna need to bring this up. Where is it? Okay, that's up. And we just go, okay, I hope this works. Please work. We're gonna do that. And then we're going to... There we go. There we go. And then I just need to... Aha. There we go. And then I will make things a little bit easier on us so that we're not constantly having to...
Reinforcements have arrived.
Oh. There we go. Jello, thank you for the subscription, my dude. Thank you so much. Take up a lot of space, can build your own PNG. I can shrink it down a little bit. Let's just go ahead and... There we go. There we go. Perfect. Now we can continue our adventure. And I can move it. Don't worry, Tenwin. I can shrink it down a little bit. I can move it around if need be. Thank you, Lord Brown Bear. Thank you for the other one and giving the subscription to Gio Rico. Thank you very much, my friend. Now, you will notice. Oh, dear God. It's all going off. Wait, did that seriously just play twice? I think it played twice. That's weird. You will notice we are not in Pariki's Overlook right now. So last night, I did do a little bit of grinding. No story content. Oh, pardon me. No story content was played. Nothing of that nature. Instead, what I did was I went ahead and finished up all of our Soulbound upgrades. So we have the Changeling's Mantle is all complete. And now has the Lessons of the Changeling, armor rating. Jiro, thank you. Tenwin, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Holy shit. Thank you very much. Weird that it only told me one person that you gave the sub to. So I think we're actually running out of people to give gift subs to, at least ones that are here. You did the entire, not the entirety of the expansion. There's still some fights I haven't done, and I did not hunt down many of the artifacts. I just hunted down what I needed to. And honestly, most of the fights weren't that bad. Most of them. The Changeling fight in particular was a bit aggravating. Though that was mainly because I didn't bring a healer in that. But yes, the Changeling one is done. The Seeker's Fang is all complete with its raw damage and all that. I got Adair's Wintertide Bulwark up, so that was having an enemy miss him 500 times from the various attacks and everything. So that's all handled. I believe his armor is also, yes, armor is also handled. Aloth has fully upgraded both the Wizard's Robes as well as the Wand of Wick. So that's all taken care of. No problems there. And then I went through and made sure everybody else is good. So Jody and her dagger are good. Takehu and his Volge are good. Everybody else's specials are all set. The new drip on Aloth, goddamn. Yeah, Aloth's looking good. I was thinking that the gold would not work with the blue, but when he got the full outfit, it actually works. It actually works really well. And I like that it keeps his colors from his original armor with the blue and like the dark brown. I think it looks really good on him. Yep, Aloth's got that drip. So we've got Jody and her Dr. Doom mask. We've got Takehu in his armor. We've got everybody set up. Just wish the armor had gauntlets. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I mean, he does have Wodaka's Strangling Grasp, which is very fitting for him given his past. Motherfucking Jody, I know. If she was in any heavier armor, that's the only way it would look more appropriate, but she's got the frickin', yeah, Cowl of Piercing Gaze. He's good to go. Adair in his fucking amazing ice armor. It still looks great on him. And me, honestly, the Changeling skin, I actually really like the design as a light armor. It's honestly really cool. I like it. But it's time, because if I remembered, yeah, we picked up the task pick of these. We're probably not going to do that. He looks similar to Dr. Fate. That was the character I was trying to think of, Kataka, because I knew there was a DC character who has like the golden mask or whatever, but I could not think of his name for the life of me.
Yes, I shall.
But what we're going to be doing here is we need to... Oh, no. We need to go meet with the Queen. So part of the problem... Well, we need to talk to the Valians first, because the Animancer did want us to report in on them, but we will not be siding with the Valians. Turning in, skipping ahead. Yes. We will be meeting with the Valians. However, you will have noticed I do not have Maya, I do not have Pallegina, and I do not have Seraphine in my party right now. And that is precisely because I don't want any of them getting pissed off that I'm going to be siding with the Huana. So I've brought Takehu, obviously, and the rest of our non-politically aligned companions. Ah, so good. So good. There's one quest more you can do for the Valiants. We will see about that. We will see about that. Wow, I forgot how dark this place is. Wait, who did they want me to talk to? It just said return to the headquarters. Hold on. Oh, Director Castle. So he's upstairs, if I recall correctly. Which is in this area, so it won't be a problem. Pretty much Seraphine carrying either way, pretty much we butchered the Pacific. Yeah, I know, but I'm not... Given what, I think it was Tenwin who mentioned that, like, if you do the wrong conversation option, Seraphine can end up leaving, even if you hunt the slavers because you accidentally agreed to work with them. So I don't want anything like that happening. So we're going to be leaving Maya, and we're going to be leaving Pallegina at home for right now, so we do not cause them to freak the fuck out when we pick a side.
Watcher, at last, someone who can answer my questions.
Yes, Director Castle, what have you fucked up this time?
They're saying there was an attack at the Spire. I fear I'd sent you to your death. None of the Huana guards will tell us a thing, and Flaune's message is illegible. What happened?
Well, it appears that the Royal Deadfire Company sent some mercenaries to kill everyone at the Spire. I just got back in time.
The Royal Deadfire Company? I didn't realize they were even aware of our efforts.
I am aware of that, Tenwin. I did some experimentation with this. This was still the best I could hope for. There's just going to have to be a little bit of coverage. I will read... I've been doing a good job of reading anything I select, so don't worry. I will try to make sure everything still gets communicated. But this was really the best I could do without, like, I don't know. There was literally every other attempt by me to try and reposition this just did not work. It did not work.
I'm glad you're in one piece, Watcher. I'll have the details out to Flaune, I think. You've more than earned your reward, and my trust.
And to be fair, Tenwin, it's only covering up the options. You can still see what they're saying and still see the NPC portraits. So I don't think it's that bad of a problem. It's really just my portrait you can't see, which,
Oh, and perhaps you'd consider stopping by Alvari's office. I believe she'll want some assurances as to the state of the Spire.
Well, it looked pretty trashed when I went through it, so, I don't think it's going to be up and running anytime soon. Great, now he wants me to go back downstairs. Ugh. Which option you should pick before you're done hearing the dialogue. Sorry. Again. And to be fair, it's partially because of the way this game has its UI set up that I had to do that. Because there's a lot of other games like Baldur's Gate and stuff where they put the text options in the middle of the screen, like around here. And I don't have to worry about that nearly as much. But because Pillars puts it down here, we're kind of screwed.
I can't decide if the gods must love or hate you, Watcher. Perhaps both.
Oh, trust me, it is far more of the latter than the former. I think there's maybe one god that might like me, and every one of the rest of them is either indifferent or hates me.
Volcanoes, giant waves. Mel, I've had my fill of this island. It involves no divinities, but I do have some news for you as well. I have decided to take action with regards to Castor's incompetence.
Oh. Oh, are we planning a little coup? A little coup?
I have called together a meeting of the Songreta Mea Compressa. Our esteemed investors have come to hear Director Castor's excuses for squandering their fortunes.
Alvari smooths the front of her coat and plucks lint from her sleeve.
You've witnessed Castle's mistakes personally, and you know what is at stake for us with Ukaizo. The council we want to hear from you, the Canton Chase in particular.
Oh, town owned by Nero, son of the Duchess Sparento. Okay. She raises her eyes to meet yours. Coo, you're not a Corvidae. The Corvidae do not coo either. They're crows, not pigeons. He has done one mistake as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, he worked with slavers. I mean, I'm hoping I can bring that up, but something tells me the more mercantilely minded Valians aren't going to give a damn.
The company needs new leadership. Leadership that can make effective use of its most important allies. Let us start here, striking a fine impression before the wealthiest men and women in Eora.
See, that's my only real problem, is that for all of his faults, Castle actually does believe that animancy is and will bring about a better world, and quite frankly, given what we've seen of the Ingwithans and how they used it, he's not wrong. It can be used to jumpstart basically a second industrial revolution in this place. The problem is he is willing to go about it through some dubious means, and I'm not sure that this woman shares his optimism for the future, shall we say. She strikes me as much more of a grounded pragmatist, which, you know, I can appreciate, but at the same time, it's not nearly as inspiring as somebody who actually is trying to change the world sometimes. I will tell them only the truth, madam.
Will you? When you and the truth are on such poor terms,
Are you fucking kidding me?
you will attend the trial, I hope. Your testimony is a vital part of the proceedings. Indeed. Come then. I'll send for our esteemed guests. Meet us upstairs when you are ready.
I was chewing through Cadnua's foundation long before Aothas finished the job.
I didn't even notice that that was happening. Fuck. I have a fucking 4 in Honest. You think that would counteract having a 2 in Shady. Yeah, yes, I know. I believe we've had this conversation multiple times, Lord Brownbear. Like, that is the one thing that I am not appreciative of what it's doing here.
I'd like to get us
Oh dear, here we go. Director Castle's office is nearly unrecognizable through the milling crush of bodies. The chamber is suffocatingly warm, and several of the occupants jostle for a place beside the window. To a one, the people around you are dressed in rich fabrics or else the occasional piece of armor. Few of them look especially pleased to be here. Despite the cacophony that greets you when you arrive, a quiet descends swiftly upon the room, upon the barest hand gesture from the man now standing behind the desk. The Canta di Quese's gaze sweeps across the room and eventually settles upon you.
I see you have wasted little time in involving yourself, Lord.
Around him, several of the onlookers crane their necks to see who the Canta is addressing.
Director Castle, Governor Alvari, you are both here?
Coin is the only shady option I even remember. There was one like way further back where it was another one where it's like, oh, you pick the shady option or like something bad happens, and I can't even remember what it is, but I do distinctly remember. But it's literally like I've picked that option twice out of dozens of honest answers, and it's like, come on. Yeah, probably.
Indeed, Your Excellency.
Castle's face is splotchy and damp with sweat. He looks as if he may be ill.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Alvari wears a restrained smile.
And this is to be your witness?
Execute a perfect flourish as you bow. This kind of building must be a nightmare in this heat. Oh, absolutely. The Valian architecture is somewhat Mediterranean, but given the way it's designed, it wouldn't surprise me if it's made for much more of a slightly colder climate, because the Valian Republics are next to the Deerwood, and they're not nearly as hot as the tropics are from what we saw. So I imagine them trying to build their buildings here. These buildings are very fucking hot in the summer. Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. One of the Valian nobles gestures airily for
I
you to
see the
arrive.
foreign airs put a bend in his spine.
Oscar Defender Erla of Norwich.
Most esteemed guests, this is the Watcher of Cadnua.
And we have an ad, so I will wait. So hopefully anybody who does not have it will not have to worry about it. There are lions in the Deerwood, so I imagine that's sort of like the difference between France and Italy in heat, which is still not as warm as this downright tropical climate. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And to be fair, Tenwin, don't forget, there used to be lions in Europe. Like, that doesn't exactly change much at all. Like, the European lion used to be a very big thing up until the Romans and later Europeans hunted them to absolute fucking extinction. There's still big cats around here. I don't need to know about your preponderance for cougars, Tenwin, but you do you, buddy. It's not any weirder than anything Lord Brownbear has done. They'll have lions. America. Not for lack of trying, if I know my USA history, Lord Brownbear. All right, let's... Come on, Ad. Finish up. Being horny is funny. Yes, this is Twitch. This is true. I have never said that you were wrong, Lord Brownbear. I have never said that you are wrong. Almost done. Boop, doop, doop, boop, boop, doop, doo, 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 ba, 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 da. There we go.
We were sorry to hear of Cadnui's fall, Lord. How interesting to find you here. You have my sympathies.
I will rebuild my stronghold someday.
Fishing for the necessary contributions, are you?
I'm sorry, who are you?
Let us begin. If the clerks will attend the roll. Albina Carnetto, Duke Remasi Storanzo Miscelona, the Archmage.
Devils take your role, Nero. This isn't a Songretta Ducala. We are all here. Let's get this over with.
I mean, he was just about to list off an Archmage, which has me questioning, because I don't see no Archmage here.
Outsider law has more teeth than Ngati's pets, I say.
Oscara has a titillating voice. Yeah, she's got that deep southern drawl.
If this goes badly, at least there's enough wealth in this room to cover our funeral expenses several times over.
Aloth, my dude. One cast from you and Takehu, and this whole room would be dead. Calm down. Aloth leans close, murmuring to you.
Very well. Then let me extend my sincerest thanks to our shareholders in attendance.
Wait, polite.
In deference to present company, we will proceed in Ediran. Director Castor, you stand accused of nothing less than gross incompetence, mismanaging of resources, willful deceit, grave charges all.
The Dukes is an Archmage, but I assume not on the council. Well, no, he specifically was listing off the people who are in charge of the Valiant Trade Company. But the Valiant Trade Company's board is not A, exclusively Valiant, and B, it isn't exclusively the Dukes of Valia. The trading company is its own independent entity, much in the same way that the British East India Trading Company was technically part of the crown, but simultaneously had its own command staff, command structure, and chain of command in its territories. It'd be really funny if the entire meeting was in Valiant and you had to highlight the text to read it. That would be interesting. It'd also be interesting if you couldn't highlight some of the text without bringing like Palagina with you or having like a high enough insider history check to be able to speak it. That would actually be kind of hilarious.
We have examined the evidence available to us. The numbers are not in your favor, Director. But you will have the opportunity to explain yourself.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if Tane owned shares in the Valiant Trade Company, but he'd also be the kind who would never come to a board meeting like this unless he was physically forced to. Really imagine they don't care if you have the money. Yeah. I mean, the way that woman was talking, it's very obvious she's Raid Saren, not Valiant.
Now, Alvari.
Agrasima, Your Excellency. Esteemed Council, I bear Maestro Casto no ill will. We have always treated one another with great respect, but his time is past. I put it plain, the company is bleeding resources. We have identified numerous sources of Adra, and yet, how much of it ever reaches the Republics? The expedition to Pococahara was but the latest failure. Trained workers and supplies gone, and for nothing.
The Adra vein was still restored. It could still be harvested. Hey, Ven! Ven, Maru, Karos, Oh, yes, Ven. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the bits, my dude. Thank you very much. I was able to restore the Adra vein. It can still be harvested.
You mean to say that the vein was secured in the end?
Well, that is... Yes, Your Excellency, but...
A strange argument. We are concerned with results, Alvari. As far as I can see, the expedition was a success.
I have more, Your Excellency.
Oh boy, this ought to be good.
Your coin, lords and ladies. Where has it gone all this while? Not to mines and industry, no. The director has spent the bulk of it on frivolous experiments.
That is absurd. Animancy research has gotten us where we are today.
Precisely.
Enough, Alvari. Watcher, you have had some involvement in these experiments. Do you have anything to add?
Brown Bear, you do not get to proselytize your religion of cougar worship in my chat, okay? You are free to express your desire for such things, but don't be pointing guns at people just because you want to know if they'll support you with it. MILFs, they're close enough. The experiment worked. I was there.
Ah, working. Working well enough to invite open attack by the Royal Deadfire Company.
Well, if they're interested...
It truly works. You mean to say that the Animancers have learned how to transport people?
They're close, but I'm sure you don't need someone like me to tell you the practical applications of such a technology.
Certainly not.
Your words are met with a sudden, muted roar of animated whispers.
We have heard much of a Kaizo in recent days. I wonder, Director Castor, just what are your plans for the fabled city?
I was looking sad. Thank you, Moatra. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. I guess since there are some new people, I'm going to go ahead and stretch my wings for a little bit. There we go. We'll have these back on for a little bit. Thank you, Aura. Thank you. Glad everybody was able to come by and swing by. I know not everybody can be here all the time, but thank you very much. It means a lot. It means a lot that you're here. Nero taps his quill against the desk in steady beats, looking on calmly.
Kaizo holds an enormous quantity of a luminous Adra. Our research has already yielded results. If we can establish an outpost there, then...
Castell has scarcely started his sentence when a handful of the gathered investors begin to jeer at him.
Venmayu_Karos_Corwin is now aboard.
Thank you very much, Ven. Good to have you. Welcome aboard.
If we take this opportunity, we can accomplish far more than we initially believed. I could make you rich, lords and ladies, beyond your wildest dreams.
Seems like she's just trying to snitch on Castell. As I said, Alvari comes across as the very pragmatic individual. Her first concern was, hey, we wasted a lot of resources going after this vein. Didn't matter that we got the vein in the end. It mattered that we lost a lot of resources getting it. She's also obviously not as idealistic in regards to animancy as Castell is. She's just grasping for station as far as that. Oh, I have no doubt that that is the underpinning issue. It's the way she's choosing to attack Castell is a split between his more idealistic stance on animancy and Adra versus her more pragmatic, we just need to focus on what has made Valia money in the past rather than chasing newfangled technology.
You may be rich in a century or two. Have you that long to wait? Some of you perhaps, but all? Dreams are all Castell has to offer. We have scores of Adra sites mapped to detail. Why not focus our efforts there? Castell risks your fortune on illusions.
That is true. We have mapped these deposits for years. The closer we travel to Andra's mortar, the denser the deposits. Even Alvari knows this.
If you establish an outpost on Akaizo itself, however, the Hoana will never forgive you. Long-term value versus short-term funds. Yeah, that's pretty much what it's coming down to. But at the same time, the long-term value is experimental, whereas the short-term funds is short only in the, as judged by the lifespan of a kid. The luminous Adra sites the Valians have already established are already more than enough to meet their needs and to meet their trade requirements and make a hefty profit on the side for all of them involved. Again, it's more the divide between the more optimistic view of the future, using animancy and these Adravanes for something other than pure profit, versus the we just want to make money. The only thing that the trade company should be focused on is making money. Also, try to... I could tell my tracking was losing me there for a second. Hold on, let me adjust. There we go. Much better. Much better. If you establish an outpost upon Ukaizo itself, the Huana will never forgive you.
They'll come around. Our research may even benefit them as well.
Castle, I'm gonna say they've already had this issue once. Trust me, you do not want to do what the Ingwithans did.
Even if there is Adra past the mortar, let us grind down the whole of it and be done with the place. Or will the Songreta war against the natives and sea monsters for the next 100 years?
We have heard a great deal this day. Alvari, have you any final arguments?
Only this. That Director Castle has betrayed his station and our trust by allying himself with a Principe captain by the name of Furanti.
Okay, see, that one she's got him on. That one she's got him on. Yes, he is very dead, but I don't think they're gonna care.
Principe captain? You have evidence of this, Alvari?
Oh.
The word of a witness?
Interesting. Nero looks at you, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Captain Ferrante is dead. He's not working with anyone.
What?
Convenient for Castor. I did not think you had it in you, Ignato. So, have you any evidence, Alvari?
Trust me, Director Castle had nothing to do with what happened to Ferrante and the other Principe captains.
No, Your Excellency.
Don't you have outright evidence? I think I might have stolen it from them, Brown Bear, because I remember picking it up at some point, so they might not actually have access to it because I took it.
I must say, this casts your other accusations in poor light. I think we have heard enough. Any final words?
My lords, ladies, our enemies will make for Ukaizo in short order. The Valiant Trading Company must be ready. It needs decisive, effective leadership, now more than ever. With the Watcher's aid, we have the opportunity to claim an overwhelming victory. One that will carry us all into the history books.
Assuming he means to help us.
We will see, won't we?
You have heard all the accusations against you. Castal, any final words?
Everything I do to help the company. You know this. 2 years ago, you entrusted me to establish the Luminous Adra trade. I will continue to serve you, dutifully, and to my best ability.
See, when he's talking like this, he's certainly sounding more confident.
I know now that Alvari has hungered after my position for years, just as she will hunt after yours if you allow her to rise. She would cast Margaret off her throne if she could.
Okay, Castle, you're being a little dramatic now. Beside you, Alvari smiles. No, you know what? Because I'm not going to be siding with you guys anyways. I'm staying silent.
Time. Let us put the matter of Castal's dismissal to a vote. All in favor?
Around the room, only a scant few hands rise. As the seconds tick by, the silence is broken only by the dutiful scribing of the clerks, and it becomes clear that the majority favors Castal. Castal keeps his gaze fixed upon the floor, wringing his hands. Nearby, Alvari has gone still with shock. Her mouth parts, gaping wordlessly, and she turns a stunned look upon the Canto.
You have overreached, Alvari. And the Songreta does not take kindly to being called away from our business to indulge your schemes. Sate your ambitions in the living lands.
Oh.
Lueva Alvari, I hereby strip you of your rank and title, and pronounce you exiled from the Valiant Trading Company and the Valiant Republics by order of the Songreta Mea Compressa.
I'm starting to get a little bit annoyed that the Valian's response to quite literally even the smallest misstep is immediate exile. You can never come back unless we have a need for you. Like, they did that to Pallegina. They're doing this to Alvari now. Like, it really seems like the Valian's response to anything being even a minor inconvenience is, oh, guess what? You're no longer a citizen of the Republics. Bye. As you won't see it, if Alvari becomes the new head, you go with the Valiant ending. She ends up essentially running the Deadfire by strip mining the entire thing for profit and is one of the worst endings. Yeah. I mean, it's the civil alternative to execution. Oh, don't get me wrong, Lord Brownbear. It's very fitting with their Italian stylings. The Italian city-states were really big during the Renaissance on just exiling people rather than killing them or inflicting martial punishments on them. But it's starting to get a little weird that seems to be the only punishment the Vailians can come up with.
This is a serious mistake. You can't do this to me.
Apparently they can. Sorry,
I believe
Aldari.
that brings this meeting to a close. Agrasima Watcher.
Castel seems to be in a state of some shock as he's staring at the doors. He turns to you with a startled jerk when you
I
approach.
must see the shareholders out, but please, let us speak afterwards.
Palagine invented a trade deal past their station. Aldari honestly probably just wasted their time to the extreme, which was very harsh. I don't think exile is standard necessarily. It certainly seems like it though, Tenwen. You can't deny that. It certainly seems like it. Oh, right. This is his office.
The living lands. Poor Alvari. I cannot stop thinking on it. How easily it might have been my fate. All my achievements gone in an instant.
He spreads the fingers of one hand, mimicking a burst of air.
Well, she brought it on herself, didn't she? The members of the Songretta, they are not to be taken lightly.
She would have done the same to you, as that seemed to have been her plan from the beginning.
Ugh, I know it. Inside, I know it. Well, I am still director, and our ambitions have not changed. We move forward. The council wishes for results, so we will give them results. The Royal Deadfire Company will not sit idly by while we claim Ukaizo. If we set out now, they will do everything in their power to stop us. So, we know the threat that the Royal Deadfire Company poses. We must strike first.
You need to leave it as soon as possible. Yeah, I do not want to get locked into their
Company
ending.
has a primary powder house in the Brass Citadel. The bulk of their powder is stored there, and from there delivered to the greater portion of the ships of the Royal Fleet. Destroying that powder house would make for a crippling blow against the fleet. Enough to make an occupation of the Deadfire seem little better than a fever dream. Of course, the building is very well defended. You cannot simply walk inside. It might be impossible if the Royal Deadfire Company had not decided to use the Adra formation inside the powder house as a source of illumination. With Alet's machines and your talents, walls are little obstacle.
You might have screwed by talking to him again after they left, not sure. Well, I'm just going to tell him I won't do it.
Well, all of this will have been for nothing if our enemies seize Ukaizo out.
Okay, yeah, Castle, I don't care.
Wait.
All right, well, hold on. If need be, I do have a save from before we walked in here. So, check quest. Yeah, if I do this for them, they'll ally with me and help me reach Ukaizo. So it is not locked us in. So we can go to the Queen now. Come on. Do. Let's get going. What's the fastest way out of here? Up this way? Yep. This way. Come on, let's go. Come on, everybody, let's go. I want to get to Ukaizo. I want to end the game. I want to get to Ukaizo and finish it up. Alright, up to the Serpent's Crown, the Kahanga Palace rooftops. It's time to go pledge my allegiance to the Huana. As a native of the Deadfire and willing to work with them, plus it is their land, this needs to get fucking done. Want me to tell you what happens if you side with the RDC since you're not going to do that? In a bit, Tenwen. Once we get a little bit further, I want to know what she wants me to do
Every
first.
corner of the Deadfire babbles of the devastation from Magran's teeth.
The Queen wears a furrow under her brow that looks fixed in place.
And Aothas marches on Ukaizo while I juggle armloads of enemies. This is no coincidence. Nagati is testing me, I say.
Keep forgetting your character's a native. Yeah, I mean, it surprisingly fits. I originally did it just for the stats in the first game, but it's working out really well now that we're in the actual Deadfire. Do you think you're equal to the challenge, Queen?
If I am not, then Nagati will close her jaws around me. I will live to taunt her and keep my people safe. If you have spent any time in the Deadfire at all, the myth of Lost Ukaizo can be no mystery.
Onekaza leans forward in her chair. The chart on Watario Kozi treated Ukaizo as the center of the world.
Akira, and with good reason. They say the beaches of Ukaizo spanned impossible horizons, and its towers graced the light of distant stars.
She blinks up at the sky, her gaze tracing an unseen shape.
At night, I even... but it is nothing.
She waves the matter aside as if brushing at a moth. Have you been dreaming of Ukaizo, Highness?
Akira, since I was a child.
Onekaza slowly exhales through her nose.
Do your dreams ever wake you in the dark of the night? To find yourself trembling and tangled in blankets soaked with sweat? Do you ever open your eyes, feeling both fearful and sick?
Jody, what? No, that's a uniquely you problem. Blinking, Onekaza folds her arms and looks from Jody back to you. Yeah, Jody, TMI, scale it back.
Curious company you keep, Watcher.
Sounds like a personal issue. Get that checked out. Exactly, Lord Brownbear.
Just me then?
Adair, give Jody a hug and make her feel better, and keep her shut up, please.
When I close my eyes, I stand before the gates of Ukaizo. There are always 3. For what would there be 3 gates?
Because there were originally 3 guardians. I bet you anything, because there were originally 3 guardians. What dreams were you dreaming about hair covered in oil? I actually did. That would be funny. This one of his standard order. Adair, hug that woman. Make her feel better. She furrows her brow and shakes her head, clearly a question that she has asked herself many times before.
I do not say I am meant to go, but the gods. They want the Huana to return and reclaim what we lost.
The gods certainly aren't above picking favorites, my queen.
For what do the tribes not fight each other? For what are we united if not to take back lost Ukaizo?
Onekaza shows her teeth. It's difficult to tell if she's smiling or grimacing.
Under Wodika's gaze do we keep order. Atop Nagati's seas are we tested. From Ikuhu's bowels do we carry wisdom back to the tribe.
You sure that's wisdom?
Revelation comes from unlikely places, soldier. I say you should have learned this on the battlefield.
Onekaza nods to Adair.
The gods want this for us, I say. We have come this far to restore order and earn back our empire.
I mean, the second half of that statement is true. The first half of that statement, oh, trust me, it is not the gods giving you this kind of shit, but I'm gonna do my best to help you.
So, Watcher, do we unite and sail for Ukaizo?
I don't think, given how you've described the end game, all this is gonna do is piss her off, so there's no point in fucking saying it. I would be honored to sail under the banner of the Huana in the search for Ukaizo.
Akira, to Ukaizo and the prosperity of the Huana.
Onekaza inclines her head and raises her fingers to her
The
brow.
Huana are strong, but our foes are stronger, richer, more relentless still. I say that the gods have delivered us an advantage we sorely need. It is beyond time that we rid ourselves of the trading companies.
She closes her eyes and draws in breath, grateful to say the words
The
aloud.
Wahaki stand with us. With their howling warriors on our side, I say no foreign fighter will hold their ground. We have studied the chart of our ancestors, seen the Deadfire as they saw it. Matario Kozi will lead us home again. It used to be that the strength of the trading companies grew by the lengths of an eel's belly. Now they grow fast and unchecked, feeding off all they find. It is my responsibility to defang the serpent before it bites down on my neck, and I need all the help I can get.
I mean, they do have one advantage against some of them. The Deadfire is here as an imperialistic conquest. They're going to be a bit harder to deal with. The Vailians, give them a hard enough black nose and then say that they're free to keep trading anything other than the Adra, and they'll stick around just to make money.
My guards apprehended a Vailian agent prowling in the shadows of the Brass Citadel.
The queen thumbs her chin and studies your
By
reaction.
his own admission, he was there to blow up Rawatai's black powder stores.
That would be an act of war.
Akira, incredible, is it not? And legally sound as far as the Republics are concerned. You must pick up where the Valian agent left off.
Assassinating the faction leaders would be a bit tasteless at this point. That is true, Lord Brownbear. And also just in general, I don't hate the Rawataians or the Valians enough to do that. Whereas the Principi had just kind of annoyed me to the point of exacerbation by the time I was done with them. And so I decided to remove them entirely. She holds your gaze, letting silence carry the weight of her
Whatever
words.
the Watcher thinks is best, I'll go along with it.
So it's to be sabotaged then.
Aruihi wants a more direct confrontation. One day this will be practical. For now, we must take what opportunities the gods give. After the powder house is destroyed, our prisoner's testimony will point the way to Director Castol.
Oh, I almost forgot. I need to change the... Hold on. I completely forgot to change the category back after we got done with the introduction. My bad. My bad on that. There we go.
You must not fail me.
Her thoughts hit your brain with a drum-like
You
percussion.
will have to infiltrate the powder stores east of the Brast Citadel docks. I leave it to you to live by the sword or walk by the shadows. Here, the agent's explosive.
She passes you an explosive device and motions for you to speak freely. The device combines a gunpowder charge with a timing mechanism, giving the saboteur a chance to place the charge and escape before detonation. I have some more questions.
Ask. I do
Could-
not discourage curiosity.
She opens her palm. Could this be a
Your
trap?
caution is admirable, but we keep a closer eye on the trading companies than you might think. While they are preoccupied crawling over each other to reach Ukaizo, such an elaborate ploy is beyond them.
Why not just give the prisoner's testimony to the Hazanui? Would that not result in the war that you want?
A charitable thought.
The queen nods
But
earnestly.
then we would waste a critical opportunity to cripple two enemies at once.
And how do we know this agent will stick to his story?
Because when the dust settles, we have promised him a lenient sentence. You might even call it a job.
Yeah. That's pretty much what's going to be happening. That's pretty much exactly what's going to be happening. I was honestly a little surprised that we're basically doing exactly what the Valians want. The only difference is we're going to be making it very public that the Valians did it rather than secretive.
Refreshing to find one whose loyalty can be bought. The Deadfire is full of such adamant and principled kith these days.
Do you really think destroying the black powder stores will make enough of a difference?
Akira, it will geld their mighty cannons, reducing those titans of warfare to useless iron.
The ghost of a smile creeps into her
The
cheeks.
seas will be quiet for a change. If nothing else, whales will thank us.
Adamant and principled like Maya. I mean, yeah, that's why I didn't bring her to this conversation, Brown Bear. I have a very good feeling she would not like hearing any of this. And what does blaming Castol get us?
The ire of Rawatai will turn to the Valian Republics, and both will be too distracted with each other to notice our ships landing on Ukaizo. It is asking too much that the trading companies simply destroy each other. But I have been surprised in the past.
Further
Good.
questions?
Are the terms of the mission acceptable, Watcher?
Ugh. Well, I'm not picking this because it's already bad enough. I've got... Ugh. The powder house will burn.
Akira, good. I can only wonder what powers pull at your attention. For Ngati, I say you must be a tricksome fish. For Wodika, I say order must be restored. The gods will thank you, but not half as much as
No.
the Huana.
But believe me, Queen Onikaza, I do this for the Huana and for Nekataka, not for the gods. Trust me. If you want, when this whole adventure is over, when Aothas is dealt with, when all this shit is done, we can have a sit-down talk about what the gods are doing right now. And trust me, you're not gonna like it. We need to go get Seraphin. He's the only person I can trust with the stealth on this because Lord knows Maya's not going to want to do this at all. Oh, wait. No, there's a door on the... I keep forgetting there's a door on this level that we can use to get out of here. And there's the ad. I'll go ahead and pause here. I need to go refill my water. 1 second. I'll be right back. All right. Make sure everything lines back up. Make sure it's all looking good. Keep having to adjust the mic somewhat. I'm going to probably look into seeing if I can reposition that so it's not covering up too much of my face. Doing good on me, tracking software? Okay. Looking good. Looking good. All right. And the ad is done. There we go. There we go. There we go. Wiggly. All right. But yes, we need to go retrieve Seraphon. He's the only person who's going to have the ability to... Assuming... Yep. Asked me to blow up the Rao type power store and implicate the Valians. This will solidify my union with the Holana once and for all. I don't even want to... No, I don't even want to do this part. Let's go here. Let's go supply. No, none of you are any good. So, let's see here. We will bring... You do not need 3 spellcasters is the main thing. All right, go ahead and grab him. Do we have anything we can give him to improve his stealth? Is the question. I'm overseeing. Oh god, I didn't realize how. Yes, okay, he does have boots of stealth. Oh my god, he still has a regular cape. We need to fix that. Oh god. How did I miss that? During nighttime, the star grants all nearby allies, excluding the wearer, bonus to their stealth skill and resolve. Well, that would be nice if it was the actual wearer, but it's not going to help. Nemnox cloak. Let's see. Well, it's better than nothing. And then that's still pretty good. We don't want to change that out. Do any of the alcohols increase stealth? That is an interesting question because he has the immune to hangovers from alcohol. Does any of these improve stealth or improve intellect and morale, action speed and dexterity, damage taken, 25% of misses converted to grazes. I don't know, drunkenness makes someone less clumsy. Well, thankfully we have the ring that removes all of the negative effects from it. But it's a moot point because it doesn't look like any of those help. Now, I do know... No, not drugs. Where is the... Unguents. What? That's a keyword, though. Why is it... Oh. That's... No. God damn it. Why do they make it so you can't search it by type? There we go. Buff diplomacy streetwise slide. There we go. We're gonna, and that includes stealth. So I'm just gonna drop off all of those just in case.
Not a bad bit of tackle, come here.
All right. We need to go down to the Brass Citadel. Come on, people. Time to give the RDC a dear wooden hello, and you know he's 100% up for blowing up their powder storage. Yes, exactly. Like, Maya does not want to do this, but Seraphin's not going to give a damn. In fact, he's probably going to find it hilarious. Yep, there's the Powder House Guard. So how... Hold on. They want me to speak with Flaune and to bring Pallegina. That's obviously not happening. Yep, bring Takehu. Leaves the infiltration of the powerhouse to my discretion, but there should be no witnesses to contradict the cover story. If my tampering goes undetected, then the explosion itself will take care of any evidence. The powder house lies east of the Brass Citadel docks. Question is, how the fuck do we get inside? Maybe I can convince them just using diplomacy? I doubt it.
I still can't let you through.
You sure I can't look
The
inside?
Hazanui did say we were to help you with whatever you needed.
Perspiration forms on his furrowed brow and he gnaws
Very
his lip.
well, but don't touch anything, okay?
Understood. Wow. Okay. Okay. I mean, if it works, it works.
Right there. The powder house is closed except to officers of the Royal Deadfire Company.
She looks you up and down, vexed and suspicious.
What are you doing here?
After all I've done, your people don't trust me to let me look around?
Fine. But no open flames in here, understand? And don't go downstairs.
She gives you a final sharp look before returning to her duties. Let me guess, we're gonna have to plant the bomb downstairs. Yep, powder house storage. Okay. Oh, that's not even worth taking. Okay, so hold on. That's the upper level. The rep came right in handy. I mean, it's nice. It's nice. I did definitively learn when I was grinding to get all the legendary gear set up. I really missed out not picking a faction early on so I could just kill other people's ships, because holy crap, that makes so much money. I should probably point out, after all the grinding I did, I made over 500,000 gold. So yeah, that's how much I missed out just not having... Okay, so hold on. We're going to make a hard save here. She said not to go downstairs, so I want to see what's upstairs first. Interesting. Grenades and cinder bombs. I'll take those. And then this... Oh, so this pops out into the Brass Citadel proper.
Aeothas will take what remains of your soul.
Okay, so this links up to here. He doesn't care about us because we were given permission to walk around. Okay, so we need to figure out how to get... So we... Okay, we're going to have to see how we get into the lower level. Yeah, Powder House Guard Captain. Powder Mixer. Okay, so we're going to make a hard save here, just in case.
Slippery as an eel.
All right, and we'll see if... All right, Seraphin. Ooh, okay. Everybody else stay near the entrance. Seraphin? Oh my god, how is you're injured? Well, it doesn't affect your stealth rating, so that's fine. I want you to go ahead and use your Thief's Putty. That gives us 2 minutes of this.
How Chico and the kids are. I should write.
Oh, great. Now they're going to make us feel bad. Let's move on. Move quick, Seraphin. Go. I have no idea.
A few hours between me and a tall mug of ale.
Not seeing. Okay, so there's nothing down here.
4 more weeks until my transfer.
They're really just... Are you fucking... Come on.
Tonight, I'll finally
there we
beat
go.
Pero at Hazatoa.
They're just making us all feel horrible for this, aren't they? Like, we're going to have all these people... All these people, they're going to talk about their families. They're going to talk about how they're close to retirement. And they're all going to fucking die in an explosion. Like, Jesus Christ. The game designers knew what they were doing. Like, we're going to make you feel bad for this. You finally picked a side. It's time to make you feel horrible.
Just a few hours.
Where the fuck do I set this up? Hold on. Where does it say to... A suitable place to plant the explosive on the lowest level. Remember, for me, in Last of Us 2, it's not going to work on me here.
I should write.
Only 4 more weeks until my transfer.
Okay, hold on. Am I missing something here? Where am I supposed to plant this thing? I haven't seen anything that indicates where I should plant it. Oh, there we go. The vat looks deep and wide enough that you should bury the explosive. You could bury the explosive in the gunpowder. No one would notice. Place the explosive. You place the device in the vat and activate it before covering it with a few handfuls of gunpowder. It's well hidden, but you can faintly hear it ticking down. All right, time to go.
Place. Good. Good.
What? What the fuck is happening? Game?
Captain, aye aye.
Go, 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 go. Get us out of here. Come on, move, move, move.
Captain.
At least the game moved my characters out of the way from that. And it didn't automatically fail me with that. That was nice. Time to leave. Bye-bye. Nothing happened. Don't know what's going on. See ya. And then everything exploded. Well. The burned book grows warm in your backpack. Oh, for fuck's sake. What do you want, Magrin? Where is it? The Watcher is moving at a suspiciously accelerated pace. Or Wodaka, yeah. Wodaka, Magrin, annoying bitch, quite frankly. I had a lingering hope that brute force and black powder would bring the Deadfire to heel and compel them to work together. You've dashed those hopes efficiently. Rauatai's powder house is destroyed, and as usual I am proven correct. Compromise between mortals is impossible. Cannons don't start conversations, they end them. How very astute. The Royal Deadfire Company is a ruthless bunch, but they adhere to maritime law. Their example could have imposed order upon a lawless frontier. To be fair, compromise between the gods is impossible, apparently. That's an understatement. Had Aothus never inflicted such disorder upon the region, we might have one day witnessed a peaceful Deadfire. Think on that. You may not believe me, but I was giddy with delight as I observed that shakeup in the Balian headquarters. Nothing excites me as thoroughly as a good trial. I don't need to know about the fact that your loins were quivering over someone potentially being thrown out of their country. You crazy tyrannical bitch. The scheming Director Castle gets to keep his place at the helm of the company, driving their fortunes towards exploitation and animancy. I am skeptical that Coin can navigate society towards anything but corruption, but I appreciate the merchant's willingness to challenge a failure of leadership.
If you desire answers, look no further. I have several.
I really don't need to know anything more about you, Wodaka.
Wodaka nods.
Yeah. There was the update. Get the fuck out of my face. We're leaving. Make our way through the back alleys and get the fuck out. I imagine if you didn't do it stealthily, there would be a combat section here. That would be my guess. Oh. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. That's not a good indicator. Something's happening. Something's happening.
Take a
Older women, not tyrannical harpies. Yes, the tyranny and her actions is far more important than her age. Oh, why is the door closed up here? Oh dear. I've got a bad feeling about this. Oh dear. If you say that, let's wait till after this scene, Tenwin. Once this scene is done, feel free. But I want to see this before we go. Before you go telling me more. The throne room echoes with nervous muttering. A few heads turn in response to your entrance, but most of the attention is fixed upon the tense assemblage before the throne, where an anxious-looking Valian stands flanked by guards.
Ak, 1,000 swoles he offered me. I should have charged 10 times that.
The young man crosses his arms and tips his head at Director Castle, then glances between the faces of the assembled leaders.
Payment for igniting Rauatai's stockpile of black powder. Do we have that correct, Andakio?
Ak, it is so, Highness.
Swallowing, the young man nods, and Onekaza slowly turns to Director Castle, her expression unreadable. Say nothing.
Director, you stand between Wodika's justice and Tangaloa's open mouth. Has the time come to amend your statement?
She raises her brow and waits patiently.
With respect, Your Highness, these charges are absurd. If that man is being paid, it is not from my pocket.
You know, thinking back on it, it would almost have been hilarious if we had gotten Castle fired, and then as soon as Alvari took control, she would have to stand up here. That would be kind of fucking funny. I'm not gonna lie. That would be kind of fucking funny.
You expect us to believe that? This reeks of gutless Valian subterfuge.
The Hazanui leans forward, staring daggers at Castle, one angry vein bulging in her jaw.
Peace, Hazanui. I invited the Watcher here as a witness, and I dare anyone to find a more credible source.
She sweeps the room with her gaze and nods in your direction.
Watcher, please state your name for the Kahanga court.
Sovani, originally of the Deadfire, Lord of Cadnua, Captain of the Dreadfire. At your service, Your Highness.
Did you witness the explosion at the Brass Citadel?
Wow, that we can just fucking immediately... Jesus Christ. Onakaza steeples her fingers and nods for you to speak freely. I did, Your Highness.
Akira, then it is as I told our guests before.
She passes the Hazanui and director knowing
Then
looks.
let's get on with it. I want to know what the Watcher saw.
This is madness. Queen Onakaza, I would never do anything to threaten the peace between our people.
Yeah, that's the funny thing, Castor. The best part is Castor can't even turn to talk to me about this because that would be acknowledging that he also asked me to do this. So he's kind of fucked.
Worry not, Hazanui. Under this roof, facts are the coin of the realm. Tell us what you saw, Watcher.
I'm going to have to actually lie with this, though. How do we want to do this? No, okay, so obviously that's not... Castle is shady as fuck, even with his idea. Oh, absolutely, Brown Bear, but it is at the point where he's kind of screwed, because if he says, like, I didn't tell him to blow it up, I told the Watcher to blow it up, and it's like, that doesn't help. That doesn't help at all. No, we're siding with the Huana. I hate it because it's also interesting that this does not result in shady, but we have to lie. It's some of the only lies my character's told. I saw Endakio in Director Castle's office during one of my attempts to parley with the Valians. On a hunch, I followed him towards the Brass Citadel, but by the time I arrived to inspect the powder house, the explosion had already occurred.
What? No, that's not... This is some manner of jest. Watcher, tell her.
Castle stares at you in stunned horror.
I knew it! Release this snake to me, Queen. I want to see Rauatayan justice done.
Completely breaking the confidence. I mean, yes, which is also why Palagina's not here. Like, there's a reason for that. Welcome to politics. Yeah, I mean, I knew that not everyone was going to get a happy ending out of this. Like, come on. There was no way in hell with the political angle and all the infighting between the factions. There was no way in hell that a, like, true united front was going to be made out of this.
That will be enough, Hazanui.
Onakaza raises a conciliatory hand.
This was an attack on my city, and it falls to the Huana to judge the sentence.
Oh, that's smart. Because technically she only leased the land to the Rautayans in the Brass Citadel. So technically, yes, she can construe this as an attack on Huana soil. Actually, that's really smart. Good thinking, Onakaza. That's thinking ahead. She presses her back against the throne and tilts her chin up.
No, you cannot do this. The Songretta, the Republics will...
Considering the disgrace is on your head, I say not even the Republics will bother to defend you.
Yeah, I hate to say it, Castle. The impression I've gotten from the Valians is that so long as you're doing well, they're very loyal to you. But if cutting you loose saves the larger Republic, they'll do it in a fucking heartbeat. Onakaza's lips part in a satisfied smile.
You are to be stripped of rank and sent to the gullet for your remaining years. May the bowels of Tangaloa scour the taint of guilt from your soul.
Onakaza makes a dismissive wave and her attendants close in on the director.
You cannot be serious.
Don't worry, Director. I'm sure someone from Valia will be able to get you out of there. The gullet's honestly not that hard to escape from.
But it is done.
Onikaza crosses her arms and sighs, but you detect the ghost of a satisfied smile rising to her
Done?
lips.
I've still got dead to bury and a district to rebuild. This is just the beginning for me.
She shoots the Queen a glare that is almost a warning.
You are entitled to some recompense, Hazanui. The Director's holdings rightfully belong to you.
She opens her palm in a sweeping gesture.
That'll certainly get me started.
Then the matter is resolved.
They just keep giving you options to fuck everything up. If you really wanted to play a brain-dead watcher, you can. As Onikaza prepares to rise, the bustle of courtiers and their mutterings returns to a normal volume. Say
One
nothing.
hopes we can rely on your testimony in the future, should the need arise.
Onikaza nods to you. End dialogue. What does it say? Oh, my apologies. You could, there were literally multiple options, Lord Brown Bear, where I could just be like, yeah, I blew it up. Yeah, I was the one who blew it up. Yeah, I blew it up. Yeah, you told me to blow it up. Like, literally, every single one of those dialogue choices, there was at least one option at the bottom that was like, yeah, I was the one who did it. Onikaza inclines her head in a modest bow. It was my honor to serve, Highness. Though Castle, in my opinion, was not a bad man, it had to be done.
And well-mannered. Akira, we are nicely paired in these dark times. Join me in the garden. I would speak of our future in detail.
She makes a welcoming gesture away from the throne. All right, upstairs. That means whatever she wants to say has to be done away from the rest of the court. The RDC gives a whole spiel of order control. Then the Hazanui tells you to kill the queen. They bombard Queen's Birth to distract the guards, weaken the Valians, and allow you to run to the palace and just kill her. It's a full-on coup. And you get a submarine as a reward. Wow, okay. Yeah, I mean, the RDC really does like to play up the whole we are just civilization and order, but deep down, they're still a military force, and sometimes blowing... It really puts a better spin on what I told Wodaka with the whole cannons don't start conversations, they end them.
The Valian serpent has lost its head. The Rawatayan shark its teeth. We have made it too costly for either of them to tarry in the dead fire.
The queen grins with a fierce pride. And to be fair, one, the Rawatayans do have a cultural link with the Huana, so not going actively to war with them is still good for her. Two, the Rawatayans are not interested in the natural resources of the Deadfire so much as they are the opportunity to grow enough food and produce enough lumber for their homeland that is currently racked by storms. That's something Onikaza can work with, especially since if her population starts growing as well, she's going to need as much food as possible as well. So allowing the Rawatayans to bring in their agricultural practices might actually work out for her people and theirs in the long run. She just now has to keep a tighter control on them to keep them from actively stealing the islands out from underneath her.
Clever work, this. Clean and tidy as a smuggler's logs.
And we couldn't have done it without you, Seraphim. We couldn't have done it without you.
The trials ahead will make this seem the scattering of toy soldiers. But in the eyes of history, your work will be the death knell of their incursion. We are united in the search for Ukaizo. You will go with the full support of the crown. After Aothas and the homeland of the Huana, when my people know their past, their future will soon follow.
The queen grins fiercely and favors you with a nod. Has any of this maneuvering made a difference, my queen?
If the Hazanui must report of resources gone to waste, it will have been worth it. If the Valians are discredited and cut off from the homeland, it will have been worth it. If we could accomplish both at once...
The queen tilts her head back and sighs.
All that remains is for us to pave the way to lost Ukaizo.
Onikaza closes her eyes and nods, the mere words of refreshment.
With every high tide, I ask Nagati if we are ready. She always leaves me to answer for myself.
Onikaza's lips part and smile.
Ukaizo looms on the horizon, bringing the past with the future. Together, we will show the Huana how to cross it. I have always known that Ukaizo was no myth.
She balls her fists in her lap, squeezing them tight.
Just as I knew that Nagati's chosen would lead the way.
She inclines her head to Kehu. He nods to Onakaza, wearing an uncertain frown, and simply waits for the moment to pass.
Take the helm of your ship, Captain. My fleet will follow, and water shapers will clear the way through Andra's mortar. And the enemy's fleet, if it comes to that.
Onakaza narrows her eyes upon the horizon and nods
May
to herself.
Amira's feather grant you favorable wind, and may Tangaloa open its jaws to our enemies.
She covers her heart with one hand, touching her forehead with the other. Here we go. Travel to Ukaizo. Ah, feels weird. We're in the end game. Yep, it removed the quest from the company. Yep, Royal Deadfire Company. All that's left. Yep, natural gateway leading between the crags of Magran's Teeth and into the storms of Andra's mortar. Here we go. Aothas, you son of a bitch. We need to have a talk again. We're not done yet. We need any supplies. We'll just go, well, the crew's gonna be dealing with a lot of bullshit, so I'm gonna... what is it they say? It's like when a ship or when a military group gets a lot of good food, that's how you know everything's gone to shit. Well, guess what, everybody? We're bringing the good food. Don't forget to equip the Drakewing Sails. I will. Go ahead and refill those. We're going to also make a stop at Pariki's Overlook for extra high-quality food from that one vendor. And then we will be on our way. Just in time for an ad, of course. Guys usually down here, and we just have to wait for morning. It's still so weird knowing you can see me move. Da 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 da. Not the afternoon. We don't have to wait that long.
You have only
Oh god.
delayed your
Now I have to wait for the damn person to show up. What if we just wait for 1 hour? Hopefully that'll...
The elf holds
There we
you
go.
like
You return.
Give me what you got. Give me... Go with 20 of those, 20 of those, 20 of those, 20 of those. We don't need Mariner's Porridge. I got plenty of that. Hearty breakfast, we're good. And 20 of the stew. There we go. Actually, I'll even go further. The hearty breakfast, go ahead and give me 20 of those. Those will be going to the crew. Time to leave Nekataka permanently. Yep. It's time to go. Lead by sea. We're, of course, taking our Dreadfire, which I consider to be the best choice. We'll miss the city. It was a good hub city. Very good hub city. We spent like 4 streams in this damn city. That's how good it was. All right, ship management. Where's those good old sails? Dragon Wing sails. There we go. Top of the line. Blackwood hull, Dragon Wing sails, a steel helm, arcade lanterns, a living steel anchor, a full complement of guns, a damn good crew. Look at all these 4 stars we've got. Talk my necka till I... All right, guess what, guys? No water for you. We've got the good shit. Here's some fruit. Here's some... Where's the good stuff? Glacial Yislay. We're going to go ahead. Where's the hearty breakfast? Go ahead and split that in half. What the fuck? Why did you pick up the rum? There you go, guys. This is how the cruise knows we're about to deal with some crazy shit, because we just gave them the best fucking food we could give them. Oh, boy. Anything else I need to put up there? Nope. Got plenty of rum. Let's go ahead and put some of the rum in there, too. Guess what, guys? We got the good shit. You ain't gonna be drinking water on this voyage. Give me a hard save here. Oh, there they are. We meet up. Oh, they've got a blockade forming. Oh, this isn't going to be good for you guys. All right. Let's meet up there. You've received a message from Palagina. Oh, dear. Palagina mesre frema guana de fremas mas cantuelias of the Watcher of Caednua, lately of Nekataka. I regret to inform you that due to your recent hostile actions towards the Valiant Trade Company, I am obligated to return to my superiors and give them a full accounting of our time together. I will not be returning. If you have any concerns or complaints about my service, direct them to the Duchess Spidento. I understand. I'm sorry. I really am. And Maya is no longer aboard the ship. He's left a missive. Good work. I wish I could say the same about you. Someday, you might learn what it means to be part of something important. You'll probably get yourself killed long before that revelation takes hold, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. You have a knack for survival that I admire. You're more than your busted-up castle and twisted soul. You have the chance to be something incredible. And the sooner you realize this, the sooner you can get to work on making Eora a better place with the rest of us. Best of luck, Maya Rua. Below the signature, the parchment is marked with the indentation of a familiar talon. Yeah. No, it's a punch to the gut, but it's a punch to the gut I was expecting. I figured that we couldn't all get it. It's nice to know that Seraphon really does not care that we butchered the Principe leadership. The man seems to have come to the conclusion that while the Principe he admired are no longer the Principe that are around. Damn. Still feels bad, but that's all I could do. I wish them the best, and I hope that they live long and happy lives. That's the case. Yep. Honestly, then this is probably the crew we're gonna run with then. Aloth and Takehu for spells, Seraphon for support, as well as melee. Adair for melee. The only other thing I could think of is to take Jody instead of Seraphon, but this keeps us with a good spread of skills. So I think that's good. If that's the case, let's do one last rest. We're going to still use the Mariner's Porridge for now until we know what we want to use with these. Poor Jody. I mean, I haven't decided. We'll see what goes on with Ukaizo. I might swap out Seraphon for Jody just to have her around for when we do Aothas himself. Since it seems kind of fitting to have her for that. But for right now, we'll bring Seraphon. Everybody rest. One last hard save. It's time to go. There is plenty of ocean to sail and many lands to explore, but what lies ahead of you dwarfs them all. Should you choose to sail on, you suspect there will be no return, at least not to the Deadfire that you have come to know. It's time. Weigh anchor. Hoist all sails. Forward. You set course through the channel and into uncharted, turbulent seas. Andra's mortar rages upon the horizon, a vast wall of roiling clouds and rain, punctuated by the silver flickering of lightning as wind pushes against you as if to ward whatever lies beyond from the Dreadfire's approach. The Dreadfire leads the fleet of the Hoana, crashing through turbulent waters like an axe through armor. Gods alive, Aharu mutters, staring up at the storm. Ameni blinks at the blackening sky. Knew an old salt once who claimed the mortar were the edge of the world. I called him a fool. Now, though, the navigator's head shakes sadly. Now I ain't so certain. Head bowed slightly, Eld Engram smiles. Today is a good day as any for us to learn what the gods have in store for us. Captain! One of the hens cries, hostile vessels, inbound, forward port. With a shake of the head, Aharu emits a grim chuckle. Suppose it'd be too much to ask to let him alone out here. The crossed cannons of the Royal Deadfire Company flutter and crack atop the mass of the approaching warships, each vessel bristling with heavy guns. Eld Engram been with you the whole game? Yep. You're finally going to do ship combat? I might not have a choice. The approaching ship fleet numbers at least as many ships as your own, possibly more. Aharu frowns against the wind. Fleets turn and cap, setting their gun ports against the enemy. Waving her hat overhead, Tuliak Longfrost whoops eagerly. Finally, some goddamn excitement. The hands look at you from their stations. Aharu's eyes hold yours. Crew stands ready. Captain's orders? Inspect the fleet. Prince Aruihi's personal warship leads the vanguard of the Hoana fleet, flanked by a dozen voyagers and backed by another half-dozen ships of varied foreign make. Tribal banners dance above each of the vessels, each pontoon bearing the painted designs unique to its tribal crew. Archers and sharpshooters line at the rails. Robed water shapers crown each ship's bow, their ritualized movements smoothing the sea before the fleet. The persistent heartbeat of drums rise from the voyagers as 100 Hoana voices chant your name. Sovan, Sovan, Sovan. The Wahaki war canoes churn the water among the voyagers, each craft crowded with face-painted warriors singing against the storm. Study the enemy. 20 Rautayan junks plow towards you in perfect formation, angular sails full, each armored vessel a deadly work of art sporting a dozen bronze cannons. Soldiers stand at attention upon the decks, rifles resting upon shoulders. Look to your companions. Adair puffs his pipe as he observes the enemy fleet from end to end. After taking a full accounting of their ships, he ashes his pipe, puts it away, and looks at you with nothing more than a cheerful shrug. Aloth pages his grimoire, a look of calm concentration upon his face. He meets your eye and smiles faintly. Seraphin runs his fingers through the wild blue strands of his hair, tucking as much as possible behind his tufted ears. His hands then pass over his weapons, checking them all twice. His gaze remains focused wholly on the closing enemy vessels. Takehu clutches a lock of his hair, rubbing it between his fingers, unconsciously falling back on his old habit of self-comfort. A thin bead of ink trickles like sweat down the side of his neck. As he looks out upon the fleet, the horror in his gaze seems far beyond his years. But when he notices you looking, he winks and beams a confident smile. But you've already glimpsed his true feelings. All hands to battle stations. We're moving in. The deck vibrates as the cannon fire begins to erupt, from enemy and friend alike, filling the air with the hot hiss of metal and the banks of thick, gray gun smoke. Aharu grasps your arms and thrusts a finger out to sea. They're coming at us, full sail with the wind at their back. A small, fast ship has broken ranks from the Rautayan fleet, bearing down upon you. Heavily armed Amauan warriors stand at the ready upon the vessel's decks, their eyes focused on your ship. Bring us about. All hands prepare for combat. Well, guess we get to figure out how we do this. Oh, fuck. Aura the Mad points to a dark spot on the distant horizon. Captain, vessel approaching. You squint and see the unfamiliar colors on the breeze. Okay, I have no idea. Our advantage is in close quarters. Give no quarter and charge. See if we can close the board. The crew mutter nervously as you give the order to charge. The Dreadfire will be exposed to raking fire and the risk of casualties. Forward. Your ship chews through the water, barreling down the back of waves and surging up the face, sea spray drenching the main deck. With a deafening crunch, the Dreadfire and the Rauatai's fist collide, sending shards of wood and enemy sailors flying. Ooh, okay. With a rousing cry, your crew throw grappling hooks and boarding planks across the gap between the two ships. They stream onto the ship's deck. At the ready, the stunned enemy crew rally to meet your sailors with the resounding boom of gunfire and the clang of steel upon steel. I'm pulling a Rome, Lord Brownbear. Fuck your naval battles. Turn this into a ground fight. Everybody to auto. Adair, get up in front. Get my paralyzation ready. There we go. Go ahead and hit the Rautayan soldier with that. Aloth, if you would please, go ahead and give me... There's a hazard AoE. Give me... Give me Adrigan's Gaze on the center of their formation. Wait. Wait. Reposition. Reposition. There we go. Go ahead and give me Blinding on everybody. There we go. Takehu. Where is Takehu? I can't even see him. Oh, he's in the literal middle of the enemy formation. That's fine. Drop a hailstorm on him. Come on, drop it, Takehu. Oh, never mind. There's no reason to. We fucking tore through them. There we go. Bronze Oa, Brass Teos, Silver Koki. Huh. Interesting. They drop a lot more varied equipment than the pirates did. The rumble of cannons provides a steady, percussive accompaniment to the choral screams of the dying. The deck pitches and rolls with the twisting of the sea, The smoke drifts lazily across the choppy waves. Andra's mortar churns to the east, the shifting clouds and shimmering curtains of rain hypnotic. Fixes on you a frown. Ain't over, Capt. The mate gestures out across the water. Weird. I guess it's supposed to have a name here, but it didn't. A pair of colossal galleons flank Prince Aruihi's Voyager. As the mercenary ships close on your ally, they pound the smaller vessel with repeated rounds of cannon fire. A crew of ogre corsairs weave heavy clubs from the galleon's deck, impatient to board the Hoana craft. Aruihi's ship is about to be overwhelmed. Your orders, Captain. Takehu swallows and turns to you. Send the signal. Order the Wahaki to descend upon those galleons. The Wahaki war canoes slip up against one of the galleons, and the Amawa begin lashing their boats to either side of the ogre vessel before leaping aboard. There are Principi left. Well, to be fair, it said mercenary. Didn't necessarily say Principi. Could just be private mercenary crews working their own ships. The screams of the doomed ogres cling to the water. With one ogre ship accounted for, Prince Aruihi's water shapers waste little time rolling the other, sending the Wilder plunging into the sea. Yeah, it's literally 2 full ships of ogres. There weren't even any Principi involved. There we go. The rising winds do nothing to clear the obscuring haze of the choking smoke. Popping gunfire and punctuating the timpani rolls of the cannons, the shouts of desperate sailors vying with the screams of the dying. Enemy and ally alike disappear into the morass, which glows from within, illuminated by burning wrecks and cannon fire. A ship looms up out of the darkness to port. Its crew call warnings in their desperate attempt to avoid a collision. They fail, and the Dreadfire heaves as the enemy vessel slides alongside its broadside. Another craft appears directly ahead. With no room to maneuver, the Deadfire grinds against it as well, sandwiched between 2 enemy ships. You're trapped. We're being boarded! Pouring out of the haze, a squad of Rauatayan troops cross the collected decks, firearms at the ready. Oh, this is a unique one. There's fucking Adra everywhere. There's wrecked ships. There's 2 vessels that we're gonna have to fight over. And I don't get help this time around. Oh no, I do. There's some Hoana sailors, so they're still fighting.
No conflict in the air. Too difficult.
Okay, that means we need to be careful with our spells then, preferably. Let's just go with Relentless Storm. Takehu, get up here. Seraphim, start firing. Aloft. These are just regular sailors. That shouldn't be too bad. Captain Mascuro. Interesting. So we'll have to deal with them. Let's go with Consul Hudson Raining. Oh, these guys have really low health. Never mind. We don't have to worry about that at all. Never mind. We don't even have to use any spells with these guys. All right, let's get up here and help these guys out. Yeah, this isn't going to be too hard. The captain might be the only one who's giving us a problem. Go ahead and drop the hammer on him. There we go. Takehu, give me a lightning storm. Just in case.
What's that?
And you're taking damage. Let's go ahead and disintegrate you. Please tell me that actually hit. How am I... Alright, you're not going to believe me, but when I was fighting the Principi, I would often use Disintegrate to try and get more damage, and I swear to God, I have not rolled above a 20 for any of my Disintegrates in, like, the entire time that I was farming. And it continues to this point. I'm getting really upset by this now. I would really appreciate it if the game would let me hit with my main fucking ability. Go ahead and hit Captain Mascuro. Takehu, go ahead and drop the pillar on them, please.
Distractions.
God damn it. Hey there. Pick the hawk. Why is he not... He's still not dead. God damn. Can we please disintegrate him? I'm begging. There we go. Beating the shit out of us. Alright, now kill the hawk. There we go. Now deal with the gunman.
That's it.
There we go. Taken care of. Nice. Whew. Be pretty sad if you had to fight Maya or Pallegina. Shut up. I'm gonna hate you if that actually happens, Lord Brownbear. The Dreadfire limps away from the broken wrecks gathered behind and breaks free of the bank of smoke. In the distance, the mortar rages, nothing between you and your goal. To aft, the Deadfire Company's fleet lies scattered and broken, the remaining junks fleeing west towards Magran's Teeth and Sayuka beyond. A ragged cheer rises from your allies and compatriots. Cheers collapse into cries of horror as the surface of the water explodes upward, tearing a nearby ship in half and throwing Huana sailors screaming into the sea. A creature rises from the wreckage, a monstrosity of slick adra and gleaming metal. Placing a hand... Why is it doing that? It keeps forgetting that who's talking to me. I have no idea who's talking. I'm just going to assume it's Eld Engram then. We've had a god's own luck getting this far, Captain. But the Dreadfire don't stand a chance against whatever that is. Our only hope is to ride through the storm. Captain, I say we must drive it away from our allies, even if that means... Takehu trails off and turns back to the railing and the advancing creature. He raises a shaking hand to his mouth. Near. Fire everything we've got left at that thing. We can give them a chance. The surface of the water bulges and then bursts with a roar like a crash of the surf. A dragon exploding from the water. The familiar scaled form of Skyriolaphus sweeps low, wings outstretched just above the white-tipped waves, before spraying its briny breath over the metallic monster. Oh, they're helping! The monstrosity turns upon the sea dragon. They slam into one another, tearing at each other with tooth and fang. Essence pours off of the pair as they pound one another with their abilities at point blank. Go, now, while I hold the attention of the Guardian. Skyriolaphus' voice echoes among your thoughts, and our debt is cleared, Watcher. Sweet kaiju fight! Unfortunately, we have to run from the kaiju fight, Lord Brownbear, otherwise it would be amazing to see. Yes. Turning from the carnage. Captain, we might not get another chance. All hands look to you. We have come this far. There's no turning back. Batten down all hatches and secure everything down. We ride the storm. Something the only back is forward. All hands to stations. Time to show the gods what the Dreadfire be made of. Andra's mortar looms before you and above you, dominating the whole of the world as the rain begins to fall. The storms of the mortar encompass all of the visible horizon. Hurricane winds roar like an imprisoned beast, blowing with enough force to warp the very sea. Past the curtain of rain and above the swell of waves, you can just barely perceive the outline of colossal Adra pillars. Deep in concentration, the water shapers at the prow of your ship mirror a complex series of stances. Prayers to Ningati begin as whispers, then rise into songs bellowed in a unified voice. Matching the intensity of the storm, the sea responds without hesitation, sending up the occasional splash of water in protest. You begin to wonder if your allies are equipped to stand against the fury of the mortar. And then, the very storm yields to their will. Wave after wave rises and swells into an assumed shape, first a wall, then an arch, forming a perfect curve that projects deeper into the storm. One of the water shapers sends up a call, the other makes a finishing gesture in a fluid motion. They clap their hands, extend their palms, and solidify their work. The tunnel of water remains intact, and your allies send up a cheer as your ship crosses under the canopy of the sea. You fall silent as finally a distant shape stands upon the horizon. As you pause to appreciate it in turn, a sight that no mortal has glimpsed in thousands of years. Lost Ukaizo. Ornate spires reach from the island, hinting at the great city within. Not all of Ukaizo has weathered the millennia with grace. Other structures jut and lean from the surrounding shallows, making the waters around the island impassable by ship. You resolve to take a skiff the rest of the way. I'll bet you anything that part of the reason the city is so massive is because the Huana kept most of their population on this one island and allowed the rest of the Deadfire to remain largely natural as part of their pact with Ungati. Oh, great. Yeah, so these are just straight up Ingwithan constructs.
Hey, watch out.
Hi, everybody. Okay, let me see what we've got here. Yeah, Ingwithan Sentinels. All right, let's start off strong then. Going to immediately They are incredibly weak to mind control. Well, that sounds great.
This is futile.
Thank you. Oh, dominated for 32 seconds. This will make things nice and easy. Then we're going to go ahead and Relentless Storm. Adair, kick it in the middle balls. Ah! Get kicked in the balls, dick. Bang and bang. Good, that gets me enough there. Go ahead and cast Disintegration on him. Adair, go ahead and kick him in the balls as well. Go ahead and... Nope, we can't do... Oh, no, no, don't use that. Where's... Alright, we're gonna wait. Oh god, it's gonna take like 40 seconds for this to do anything, isn't it? Yeah, it's gonna... Okay, can I... Hold on. Attack. Reload at least. Can everybody attack, please? We need to start fighting this thing.
That's not very helpful.
Come on. Come on, start dealing damage. Oh, right, they're vessels, so my gun automatically kills them. Oh, I completely forgot about that.
No trouble at all.
Ooh, lots of stuff. Ooh, that's nice. Oh, thank you. Those are very useful. Ooh. This pile of debris hums with ancient power. Even the debris is magical. Jesus Christ. A faint echo of soul energy blinks up at you from the depths of the wreckage. Damn, am I not good? I was kind of considering switching Jody back in, but we're not even being given the option right now. Oh. Yeah, we're not even being given the option. That's kind of annoying. The Grand Promenade, Moy Gweth, and Andros Spire.
Slippery as an
Let's move carefully through here.
I hope you got a way of turning off that storm. Looks unfriendly. Mean-spirited, even.
Because the debris/wreckage plays a part in the end boss fight, the Guardian would have parts from those piles attached to it and upgrade it during the fight. Well, thank God we took care of that! Erosion has softened the bronze features, giving the proud statue a brooding air.
I'll handle it.
Descending into the city would be suicide while the storm rages on. Yeah, fair enough. We would fucking get swept away probably by the water. Keeping crazy. Oh. A furious storm obscures the sprawling city below, but you can make out the shape of distant spires reaching up from flooded ruins. Spirit winds tug on your soul with insistence, like a stern hand trying to pull a cloak from your back. You recall the last time you encountered a Beowick. It feels like a lifetime ago. So, here we are. You look at those who have accompanied you this far, who have risked everything to face the confrontation ahead. We finally found Ukaizo, Takehu. How does it feel?
I am thinking that Aothus has come this far, and he will not wait on you before he finishes what he started.
Takehu regards you with a raised brow and a cautious smile.
If he shatters what is sat in the heart of Ukaizo, this action will ripple beyond the dead fire, beyond life as we know it. I will make sure that what we find here goes toward the Huana cause. The Crown's faith in Ngati's chosen will be justified.
He nods, resolute and ready. He turns his face to his surroundings, struggling to take in everything at once.
The land of my mothers, as real as anything that rises up from the bed of the sea. Also, smaller than I expected.
Takehu, this city is so fucking massive it covered the entire horizon. Calm down, dude. It's big enough. He lets out an exhausted laugh.
This should be as interesting as the last time I confronted a god-possessed Adra Colossus.
Shrugging, Takehu gestures ahead. You get around, but I know you haven't done this before.
Captain, I am my mother's son. I have seen things you would not believe.
He folds his arms and winks.
What say? Shall we find him, Captain?
Takehu nods, his brow furrowed. Seraphin, you look troubled. Hands on his hips, an expression grim, Seraphin shakes his head.
Look back, and I ain't but half sure how we got ourselves here, Cap.
We're all 3 sheets sodden, I think.
Ah, you two. Might be that explains my missing bottles, working with a Huana. It ain't the course I'd have charted. But that don't mean your compass be broke neither.
He sighs and scratches the back of his head. I'll be honest with you, Seraphin. The Principe had a chance to work with the Huana. The two of you both embody a great deal of personal liberty and building of a new nation. But there's something that just wasn't able to be worked out between the two of you. I don't fight the Principi out of hatred for them, save for maybe Ferrante and Ealdis. But I wish things had been different. Perhaps they will be, since there's not many Principi left. They won't be able to fight the Huana once the Huana have what's found here. And maybe finally, that will bring peace to the Deadfire.
Not that I were aiming to sink all them Huana thrice over and twice again. Fucking shame, that. Probably a lesson to be learned there. Couldn't say what, though.
Seraphin's a great companion. He is. I've enjoyed him thoroughly. And he's very interesting that he kind of has a similar start as Haravius, being the very passionate, outgoing Orlin character. But he does have some differences with him. His obsession with family is very similar to Haravius, but at the same time very different in how he expresses it. Aloth, you're looking thoughtful. Aloth looks out upon the sprawling ancient city.
5 years ago, you controlled the destiny of thousands of souls in Sun and Shadow.
He pauses, considering the vista.
But the choice you make today shall define the fate of every living thing in Eora.
He turns to you, curiosity shining in his eyes, but there's also something else there. Pity. I have a responsibility to do right by the world, and I will try to make the best decision I can.
I know you will.
He smiles.
I know you'll choose wisely. And no matter what happens, it's been an honor journeying with you. Again.
He puts his hand upon your shoulder and meets your gaze with a fond smile. How are you feeling about all of this, Adair? Adair's gaze wanders among glinting archways and half-collapsed spires, his mouth agape.
Gilded Vale got its name from the way the wheat fields used to look in the sun. But this place really is gilded. Might as well be a different world.
In a way it was, before that world ended.
Ended. Yet here we are, all the same. These great people got a funny way of passing on. They disappear from the world, but leave their problems behind for the rest of us to deal with.
That's why we're here, though. We're going to face this. We're going to solve this. Because whatever comes, we're going to see everyone through.
I guess maybe that's one good thing that's come out of this. Well, at least for me. I got something to do with my life that doesn't involve hauling or shoveling. I even got a friend or two out of it. Whole world's about to face the biggest test it ever saw. What Aethys is doing, it's gonna change everything. We may not survive. Kith, I mean. You know, I broke a wheel once too. First thing I thought of when we learned what Aethys was doing. My mom had this spinning wheel, and she loved it.
Adair bites his lower lip, his guilt evident.
Well, I was playing with it in the way a young child might when his parents are out, and that wheel came right off. It wouldn't go back into place, so I pushed it harder, and pretty soon I'd broken off a spoke. Broke off 3 more trying to fix that. Anyway, I got whipped pretty good for it. That wheel was never the same, even after my dad fixed it.
Adair runs a pair of fingers back and forth across a beard in need of a trim.
I used to think of the gods as being like parents to all of us. And now I know better. They're children, playing while their folks are gone.
That is a surprisingly apt metaphor, Adair. Adair looks to Aethys in the distance and sighs. I think we're ready, or as ready as we can be. Let's go. We love Adair here. Indeed we do, Tenwin. Very good character. I've thoroughly enjoyed... I'm glad we got Adair and Aloth here at least. A tiny engraving reads, in memory of Dumu, Tapua, and Tokima, Nagati's first chosen. Interesting. Anything down here? Nope, just a dead end. First chosen. So does that mean they were her first godlikes? Okay, so we have to go to Andrespire. We can't go to Moy Gwenth yet. Obviously, Moy Gwenth is the Ingwithan machinery, I would imagine. Ooh, though this is also very Ingwithan. Holy shit. I've got a bad feeling about this. Oh, and perfect time for an ad break, so we will pause right here. Everybody get some stretching in, get some water, get a snack if you need to. Oh, there we go. Whew. That felt good. That felt real good. Very glad that we managed to work things out with the dragon then, because that took care of something that was probably going to be a very annoying fight. Oh, boy. Wow, this feels odd to see the ending on stream since I bought this game years ago. I mean, I have been thoroughly enjoying it. I'll give everything I've got thought-wise on the game as a whole when we finally finish, but I have thoroughly enjoyed everything about both this game and the first. I really hope Avowed can live up to this legacy. Like, I know it's a first-person game, it's more like Skyrim in its style, but I really hope the world building and the plot are able to live up to this. I was very insistent for a reason. You were Tenwin, and you were completely right. I will give you that. You were completely right. I am very glad that you convinced me to give this game another shot. After I mean, I was already planning on doing it. I just didn't look forward to it as much. I'm very glad that you gave me the necessary push to push past that initial difficulty and hump in the first game and really just dive into this world. Through the device atop the tower, spinning in its wild and blurring revolutions, the air around it is still and calm. You stand in the eye of the storm, which has cordoned off the mortar from the rest of Eora for thousands of years. You see an antiquated control panel, its levers leveraged in positions of activation. Standing characteristically still, Tekehu turns his head to take in his surroundings all at once, a deep furrow cleaving his brow. Tekehu?
I have stood here before.
He sniffs, glancing around with an air of familiarity, settling on certain details of the stand as if they were old friends. That's impossible.
Until today, it was impossible that we would arrive at the island of my ancestors. Akera, here we are, expanding the possible.
He opens his palms, shrugging. Tekehu, are you secretly an awakened that has been getting memories of your previous lives?
As a boy, I dreamed of a tower made of water. I stood at the pinnacle and made obeisance to Mother Ngati. This tower, this view.
He plants his hands upon his hips, surveying the vista beyond, and nods. And what do you think it means?
Ngati's covenant, the first form of water shaping. It is here, waiting for me.
He glances up at the spinning machinery with a mixture of apprehension and wonder. Terrell, welcome! Welcome, welcome. I don't know if you've been lurking in chat, but yes, we are at the ending, and I have my VTuber model. So, fun times. Do what you need to, Tekehu.
So beautiful. But look what they have done with you.
He reaches a grasping hand up to the storm, curling his fingers as if to grasp at something. He covers his heart with one hand, lowering his head, muttering a slow and fervent prayer. From the broiling madness of the storm, a single drop of water lands upon his brow, running down his cheek like a tear. Tekehu wipes his eyes dry with his thumb. He pauses to stare down at his hand as if seeing it for the first time. Say nothing.
I remember.
Oh, he's awakening. Oh, crap. This could be bad. You look like something that a Helldiver would not approve of. I will have you know that I am a Terran species. Thank you very much. I am not an alien. You can blame humanity. I gave a whole lore breakdown earlier in the section. You can check out the VOD when I upload it if you want to hear the whole explanation there. Awaken, awaken, awaken. Yes, Lord Bremer, I do think that's exactly what is happening right now to Tekehu. He clenches his hands into fists, the storm surging around you both as the wind picks up speed. Tekehu's head snaps back and his eyes squeeze shut in agony, ecstasy, or both. He rouses at last, shaking a few droplets of moisture from his hair.
I am the tremor that inspires the tidal wave, the pebble that calls the avalanche. Mother!
Your son has found his birthright where you left it!
Takehu raises his fist to the sky, letting out an uproarious laugh, before eventually he shifts his focus to you. Wakens, greetings, Watcher. It's been a while since Twin Elves. Theo smile. Yeah, that'd be horrible.
My people never doubted that Ngati's Chosen would find our ancient gift. Takara, I did not share their confidence until now. I am ready, Watcher. Let us finish what we started.
He nods to you, resolved and wearing a fierce grin. A deep percussion shakes the tower of its roots. Somewhere in the obscurity of the storm, Aothus rears back his fist and delivers a mighty blow. The control panel that has weathered the millennia better than the rest of the city. A layer of dust covers its elegant glass tubes, its engraved copper levers, which appear both intact and fully functional. Deactivate the machine. You grip the largest of the levers and bring it up to its starting position, the vibration of the machinery gradually slowing and turbulent winds growing calm. Oh.
The machine controlling the storm winds down. The clattering of its machinery settles into a low whir and then, at last, hiccups to a halt. Beyond the tower, the black, roiling clouds of Andra's mortar roll away from the ancient city of Ukaizo, with only a tired sigh of wind to see them off. And on that last breath of wind, comes to you a familiar sound. The ring of a bell.
You don't return for soul disintegration. To be fair, Terrell, I did not fully destroy his soul in my playthrough. I stripped it of all of its memories and allowed it to return to the wheel naturally for the first time in thousands of years.
The bell's ringing is soft, not the clangor and torrent you've grown used to. It calls to your soul, and your soul yearns to follow it. Your soul flees from your body and into the beyond, chasing that sound. It leads you at last to Bareth's realm, to that cold platform and room of endless doors.
Be aware there's a really common bug that might come up when you get out of this interaction where the background sound effects remain and the music doesn't start back up again, so you might need to do a minimum save and reload after this event. I will keep that in mind, Tenwin. Thank you for the heads up.
Watcher, your journey nears its conclusion.
The pallid night stands before you, her gaunt face impassive.
And what will come after all of this?
That will depend on the will of Kith, whose desires are ever in flux. Soon you will confront Aothus for what will likely be the final time, and you will do so as the Herald of Bareth, the only creature on the face of Eora to whom he will listen. Remember that.
The pallid night inclines her head to you, black hair hanging lank in her face. She steps back and cedes the floor to Helia with a small, resigned sigh.
Oh god, I'm gonna have to probably move my model if fucking Andra shows up. I'm not looking forward to that. Please don't, Andra. I don't need giant fish tits on the fucking screen.
If Aothus truly intends to go through with his mad plan to destroy the wheel, a generation's worth of souls will be trapped in the in-between. So many would suffer. How can Aothus be so cruel? He cannot just abandon them. Aothus must help the Kith find a quick solution.
I mean, I don't need them, but you usually only see her face. Yeah, I actually kind of like it. It almost seems like the birds are either like resting on her or like she's holding them close to her. It's actually a really nice touch.
Abaddon strides forward.
Aothas thrust this crisis on the Kith. They did not bring it upon themselves. Their only mistake was entrusting us to watch over them. Who will help them rebuild their world now?
Good to see Abaddon still has a somewhat decent head on his shoulders as far as analyzing this event.
Aothus will reveal every secret of the gods. Will Kith be able to change the established order if they have no wonder to inspire them? Aothus must help them resolve this quickly, lest every one of Eora's few remaining mysteries be laid plain.
I have no words for you, Whale. Shut up.
With the wheel destroyed, Kith will tear themselves apart. It is the gods' duty to prevent that happening, lest they doom us all. And as Kith must be ruled, so too must the gods. I say that if Aethys is so eager to throw down the mantle of power and step aside, I shall take my rightful place as Queen of the Gods again.
Shut up, Boudica. I have no interest on giving you anything. The first game already showed me your problems, and you've only compounded them since then. I literally have zero desire to see you be given any power whatsoever. You tyrannical bitch.
Kith are strongest when they follow our lead. And we...
I can't. Oh, fuck. I can't actually. Shit. Damn. Well, I guess we're getting. I can't move that. Can I? Fuck.
Even begun.
Well.
They must be shown their boundaries to surpass them.
Well, that's not good. I forgot I can't actually move my model fully in order to do that. Fuck. Well.
Kith will not solve Aethys'
Thank God she's off the screen.
And without an established order to fight against, the bonds that bind them dissolve, and they fight amongst themselves.
No. The Kith will figure this out. At our own time, at our own pace. Without you.
That confidence is what will save Kith, Watcher. Do not lose it when you stand before Aethys.
Magrin, I'm only going to say this once. You fiery harlot. Goodbye.
Boudica's firm hand is but the motherly smothering of Helia by another name. Mortals should have no special advantages. Only once Kith have striven to improve themselves through trial will they truly know their measure. Kith must suffer to find their strength if they are to survive the world into which Eothas drags them.
See, Galawain, in the general sense, you're correct. The problem is that you gods have been all too quick to use your trials to inflict suffering, rather than letting the world do it naturally. The world is already a dangerous enough and unpredictable enough place without you all constantly getting in the way and fucking things up even worse.
Our intervention in your struggle would be a cruelty and counter to our purpose.
He lets his words hang in the air for a moment. Gaze, level with your own.
Indeed. Kith must discover for themselves what it is they are worth, and of what it is they are capable. What we do for them, they do not learn for themselves. Trial breeds ingenuity. If our work of generations was not in vain, Kith will succeed in spite of Aethys' actions.
Wow, after all these arguments, after all this bullshit, why is it Galawain and Magrin of all people who are like, yeah, if he's going to break the wheel, well, I guess we better hope the Kith are up to handling that, because otherwise we're all fucked.
I have faith in Kith's ability to meet Aethys' challenge. Do not mistake my words for indifference, Watcher. They are born from a fierce belief in your potential, not a refutation of it.
Despite everything, Magrin, I will thank you that much. Boudica's been dripping pessimism into my ear like a poison for months now.
Magrin is blinded by her affection for mortals. She does not see that entropy is the destiny of all things. If Eothas were wise, he would destroy everything. End life, end reincarnation, end death.
Yes, Rimmergan, we all know your nihilistic ass has decided that we all deserve to die. Can you shut the fuck up? Yeah, Rimmergan be like, just die already, correct. Ugh. Seriously, Rimmergan, I honestly thought you weren't that bad in the original because you seem more like a natural process than having an actual, like, driving force, but everything I've seen in this one has led me to believe that you really are just the asshat that everyone seems to think you are. So quite frankly, shut up before I need to make myself a new pair of cowhide boots.
Kith have had their chance. It is time to let silence reign.
I really hope the rest of you gods are questioning why you ever let Rimmergan descend in the first place, because I'm really starting to wonder.
As Rimmergan's words fade, the Pallid Knight returns. She no longer towers over you, a giant even among the gods, but meets you at your height. She lets the arms crossed over her chest fall to her sides. She speaks to you openly, plainly, an expression almost like tenderness, turning up the corners of her lips.
It's where his antipathy towards Rimmergand comes from. Yeah, no, I was more neutral on Rimmergand until we played the DLC, Terrell. And at that point, it was very much like, oh no, you're just as much of a jackass as the rest of them. Way to go, Rimmergand, you fucking prick.
Well, Watcher, you know where we stand. What do you believe?
Everything that has happened and everything that will happen has been your fault. The Nguithan culture, your ascension, 2.5 millennia of suffering done not by the whims of the world. There was enough of that to go around already. No. 2.5 near millennia of the gods purposely choosing to cause problems, to inflict suffering in the name of trials, in the name of growth, or in the name of control. The Leaden Key, the Hand Occult, hell, even the God Hammer in the end. Every single choice you've made, purposely inflicting suffering upon the Kith in the name of your own control. Because the Nguithans couldn't stand the idea that the world would move past them. That change would come one way or the other. A desperate attempt by one people to hold the hand of history, to hold the rudder of history in their hands for all eternity. We are better off without you.
The gods were once Kith, thousands of Kith from long ago, but Kith still. If we are diseased at our core, as you imply, then so too are you.
Yes, but you think that an indictment? You think that a condemnation? No. Because it also means that we can achieve all the good that you claim you are required to enact by ourselves. We don't need you to enhance the suffering of the world, any more than we need you to enhance the good of the world. So in the end, it's simple. We don't need you. We want you. There's thousands of Kith out there who want you, who want that guiding star in their life, either out of weakness or because they've had horrible lives and they need something to hold on to. But that doesn't justify what you've done. That doesn't justify the fact that all of this, all of these god forms and these titan bodies and everything else, it doesn't justify it. Because in the end, all it is Kith. Kith who seize power, who inflict suffering, who do horrible things in the name of a greater good that they believe in. You're not diseased at your core. That I never said. You are merely fallible. And that means you are not gods worthy of worship. It just means that you are powerful. And that does not inherently make you right, no matter what you believe about it.
Now the time has come for us to part, Watcher.
Correct.
I laid upon you a difficult duty, and you have discharged it well. You will be free of it in time, but not now. You have work to do yet.
Damn straight. Now send me back.
You are no stranger to hard choices. You killed Theos, and when his soul was laid bare before you, you chose to destroy his memories. You freed him from his past. Remember the strength it took to make that choice, and know that you alone may sway Aethys now. When you stand before him, choose your words carefully.
I intend to, because I will speak to him not as a god, but as a Kith.
The gods depart one by one in brooding silence. A solitary figure remains perfectly still until the last of her colleagues is out of earshot. Woedica peers down at you, a triumphant grin splitting her weathered features.
Really? We're gonna do this now? You really want to try this on me? I'm not exactly happy about this, but okay, Wodika, go right ahead. What do you want to say, ass?
Bareth is a fool if she thinks I'll let her enjoy the last word.
I wish I could just tell you to fuck off right now, because that would be hilarious.
You were trusted with a heavy responsibility, Watcher. Speaking for mortals, and representing their interests in the future to come.
Gone, foul spirit.
Impudent whelp. Seek your counsel from Eothas, then. No doubt he will fill your head with idealistic conjecture.
What part of begone do you not understand?
The rest of us will be sharpening our blades, preparing for the future he lays out for us.
What part of begone do you not fucking get?
This indignity will not go unanswered.
Oh, we can actually see him now. Oh, holy shit. Consciousness returns in a wave as the last of the machine's energy dissipates. The calming of the storm reveals the vast, sprawling city around you like sand wiped from a mosaic. You see the distant outline of Eothas raising his fist in triumph and purpose.
You keep falling asleep on me, I'm gonna have to start walking behind you with a pillow. Oh, by the way, the storm's gone. Also, I think Eothas has ended the world.
Only part of it, Adair. But yes, Adair takes a long draw from his pipe and nods as he stares at the Colossus in the
It
distance.
seems we're all still here.
Aloth glances around, rubbing his head
Do
gingerly.
not touch the machine again, I say. The delicate fish can only take so much.
Squeezing his eyes shut, Takehu rests his head in his palm.
In here with me thinking we were right and proper dead this time. We ain't dead, right?
Seraphin sits cross-legged, cradling his head between his hands like a hungover seaman, his tufted ears drooping slightly. Peering over the edge of the tower, you make out a distant shape amid the ruins below. An iron-studded warship has dropped anchor in the shallows, cannons angled to shore. It is nearly cracked in half, but the standard of the Deadfire Company persists in flapping with the breeze. The empty decks tell you that the surviving crew has long since boarded a skiff and rowed to shore, which means you are no longer alone on Ukaizo. If ever there was a place for a final stand, it is here. Again, kind of wish I could swap Seraphin out for Jody. I think it would be more thematically appropriate, but we're kind of already made up here. Oh, we have to go back to the Grand Promenade. Here we go. I'm assuming they've already come for us here. Yep. Hazanui Karu approaches, weapon drawn, her face bruised and cut, her uniform torn from the rough journey, but her eyes clear and focused on you.
What you people from lush, bright lands fail to grasp is that Rauatai isn't a storm-tossed spit of land. It's the Kith who stand together there. Ukaizo belongs to us. We've earned it with blood and sweat.
And you think the Huana have not done the same, Hazanui? Those who survived here, those who did not flee it after the last apocalypse, those who spent centuries trying to rebuild and reclaim what they had once lost. Is that not an effort too?
And no one shall take it from us now.
I don't want to fight you, Hazanui. I don't.
This is greater than the two of us, Watcher. Rauataians, defend Ukaizo!
The people you encounter here fully depend on your reputation. I don't know the exact details, but the final enemy here depends on how you engage with the factions. Oh, so because we completely wiped out the Principe, that's probably why it's sending the Rauataians against us. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and... yeah, let's see if we can mind control her frontliner.
I don't think I can pull that off.
It did not work, did it? Nope, it did not work. Didn't work. It did not work. Let's see if we can test on that. Takehu, can you hold on? Are you behind? Oh god, he's in front. Adair, Adair, get in front. God damn it, Adair. Give me a lightning storm. Ow! Oh, because the weather. Fuck you. Fuck you. A one-eyed Pim if you somehow manage to kill Ferrante, Eldis, and two-eyed Pim? Okay. Why am I doing no damage? I've fired twice. Please, fire. Thank you. Okay, we did nothing. Did I seriously? Yes, I missed again. What the fuck? Aloth, how did you even... I don't even know how you managed that. All right, hold on. Weather Mage, you need to go down. We'll take care of it. There we go. Console Hot's magic is on him. Now go ahead and cast it on Hazanui. There we go. Aloth, kick the soul. Why is this guy still alive? We've barely managed to do any fucking damage to him. What the fuck? Well, somebody exploded. Yeah, the fucking hawk is here. Yeah, no, sorry, Hazanui. You don't get that. All right, you guys fall back. This guy's taking no fucking damage. What the hell? All right, disintegrate his ass. And I missed. I rolled a 21. Fuck you. Jesus Christ. All right, Psycho Vampiric Shield. Go. That lowers his shit for a bit.
Little blue fuzzballs checked out.
What the fuck? How did Surf... Ugh, branded enemy. That's why. Until killing them off. Yeah. Kick him again. Oh, for the love of... He's kicking me now. There we go. Well, I guess we have to rest at... Well, I could make some potions, I suppose. Hold on. God, we got caught there real bad. The Hazanui Crested Hat, which has no effect. So why is it a unique? That makes no sense. Weather Mage. Okay, I guess... Hold on. Where is it? Potions. How many of these can we make? We can make a lot. Let's just go ahead and craft those up.
Yeah?
What do they suffer? -2 to dexterity and minus on
I
X.
got it.
Also, sad detail, if the Valians are the ones that pop up here to fight, Pallegina will be with them and she will die. Oh dear. Yeah, well, it's a good thing we held off on doing that then, because I'm glad that didn't happen. Can we rest here without causing an issue? I'm worried that if I go to do this, it's gonna... Alright, we want better food items right now. Shark Soup gives immunity to Constitution, Dexterity, and Might Afflictions. I feel like that's a good idea. 2, 3, 4, 5. Go ahead and craft that.
When the wheel has ground you all to dust.
Pallegina is the only party member that can pop up here in opposition to you, which is sad. Yeah. But I'm not surprised. It's still fully in fitting with her character. Over to Moigueth.
You descend into the ancient winding streets of Ukaizo. Battered by storms for thousands of years, the ruins bear the marks of their role as the lone witnesses of the god's great secret at the center of the city. The houses and boulevards are pierced by great spears of luminous Audra. There are no ashen bodies, no birds, no sign or sound of any life. But with every step, the rhythmic pounding in the distance draws nearer. Soon, you can feel the vibration traveling up your spine.
Honestly, makes you think that if they plan to do a PoE 3, then Pallegina would not be in it. That would kind of make sense if that was the case. At least Maya wasn't here with the Rautines. That would have sung. Yes, it would have. Again, I really grew to like Maya as we traveled with her more. It's just, yeah, much like Pallegina, she is totally devoted to... She is completely devoted to the Rautine cause, so it's not a surprise that she can't deal with you siding with the Huana. I imagine Takehu would be of a similar mindset if we had tried with anybody else, and he would have abandoned us too. Maya's crying herself to sleep. Yeah.
As you approach the center of the city, the weathered architecture gives way to more luminous Audra, piercing the ruins, eventually overtaking them entirely. Cresting the top of a fallen tower, you finally get a clear view of Aethys. He stands, legs astride, next to a great stone monument ringed with 11 cavernous alcoves. All but 3 hold a gargantuan skeleton, bones scrubbed clean by the city's storms.
Did they leave their bodies here? The original Titan forms? Oh. And if there's 3 missing, so that would be Abaddon, Whale. Who would be the last? Ungati, maybe? I assume Rimmergan, maybe? I guess it would kind of make sense. Rimmergan might throw his own body into the White Void to ensure that that there was no evidence of its existence. Also, we will wait here for the ad to finish. Good time to stretch. Good time to take a drink. Get readjusted. Make sure everything's looking good. Yeah. Either in the middle of the White Void or the middle of the White that wins. Yeah, that would make sense. Or he just threw it into the Vitma and let it get consumed by all of creation, by the entropic effects of the Vitma. That's also very possible. Very possible. Let me just adjust this ever so slightly. Come on. There we go. There we go. Why's it got to be white, though? I don't know. Blame Rimmergan. He likes snow, apparently. Rimmergan has his Titan alive and he doesn't give a shit. Nah, I mean, he believes everything should end, so I think him destroying his own Titan form inside his own realm and leaving no evidence of it, unlike these guys, would actually be really fitting for him. Also, I gotta say, I do love this art. I really like how stylized they make the various aspects. I love the copper etchings on Aothas's body, and the fact that we're literally like climbing a small mountain of junk just to talk to the guy. All right, ad is done. Let us continue.
An immense Angwithan machine floats above the monument, suspended by invisible energy emanating from a well of light beneath it. Great brass rings spin around a core of metal and Audra at the machine's center. Periodically, Aothas's massive arms swing back. The movement alone is enough to draw great gusts of wind toward him. When they come down on the machine, the impacts are accompanied by eruptions of electricity, fire, and smoke. The hundreds of luminous Audra pillars across Ukaizo sympathetically dim in a rippling wave that spreads out from the machine.
Give the narrator credit. She's upping the emotion in her voice as we get closer to the finale. It's a nice touch.
The only safe route to the god is a steep ascent along a monstrous pillar of luminous Audra, intertwined with fragments of Ukaizo's ruins that it has carried through the centuries. The pillar bends in a long arc, towering above the machine. The pillar levels out near Aothas's head, a silent observer to the destruction of the machine it has grown beside over thousands of years. You weave your way along a treacherous rain-slicked path up the pillar's skyward side. As you arrive at the top, you catch Aothas's attention. Fist pulled back, he pauses to observe you. With the same gentleness he showed at Ashen Maw, he lowers his arm and turns toward you.
Hello, Aothas. It's time we have a final talk.
Strange to see Ukaizo in this way. It may be hard to picture, but this city was once full of life. The Huana, yes, but also kith from many other cultures. Great hanging trees shadowed these boulevards. Gardens sprawled across the open rooftops.
I'm honestly just impressed at this point. I mean, he kind of said that in the Ashen Maw encounter and at the Hasango encounter. So yeah, he has admitted, like, wow, you're really good at this. I'm honestly a little shocked.
Each spring, a festival procession would wind its way from the hillside into this valley. The celebrants would pass through a steep walk among the stalls of foreign merchants, flowers falling upon them from all sides. All people of all nations, together in a celebration of new life. Such was the power and beauty of lost Ukaizo.
And let me guess, the Angwithans weren't very happy that someone else might eventually surpass them in this regard.
Can all of that beauty and life return to this place, Mighty One? Has the future of my people awaited them here?
Lost Ukaizo remains only in name, Tekehu. It is a name as barren as this city. If future generations wish to create life in this place, They must look forward as much as they look back.
Yeah, I'm now regretting not having Jody here. I'm openly admitting, like, I really wish the game had given you an option before you made landfall to swap party members one last time. I would have brought Jody.
This isn't right. You can't put this burden on us. You can't make the gods' problems our responsibility to fix. How can you have faith that what you're doing is good? You know how many people are going to suffer because of this. No matter how you spin this, you can't set it straight.
Adair, I wish I could explain it to you. It breaks my heart that I cannot. But no matter how much you curse me, do not despair. The souls of this world will need people like you. Lights burning brightly in the darkness to come.
I ain't never chatted up a god before. Feel like I should be asking something profound and philosophical.
I mean, if nothing comes to mind, you could always just insult him. That's usually my go-to when it comes to the gods, Seraphim.
And yet, thing I'd be wanting to know, what be stopping the other gods from coming down and just setting this shit back straight? And then you breaking it again. This be our new tides then, all up and down, over and over, till the sea drowns us all.
The sea swallows all. Sorry, I have played a little bit of Final Fantasy XIV. I remember that line. Their bodies will take a while to get back. That's true, but not a bad question for Sarah. No, it's honestly a good one. And it's very fitting for him where it's just like, wait a second, if this is all about the cycles of reincarnation and cycles and all that shit, how is this not just creating a new cycle that could be equally bad for everyone involved?
A wise question, Seraphim. Have no doubt, some of the gods are already trying to figure out a way to fix this on their own.
I mean, I would argue Wodaka never stopped.
It is not beyond their capabilities. After all, we made these machines with the Huana many years ago.
Michael, welcome. It's been a while. How was the final high-level DLC content? Honestly, the second DLC in Whale's Sanctuary was not too bad, aside from a couple of combat encounters that were a little annoying. Seeker Slayer Survivor was pretty meh. I mean, probably the weakest of the DLCs. If you're here for, once we're done with the actual game, I'll dive into everything as far as my thoughts on the game as a whole. But overall, the final DLC for the content with the Seeker Slayer Survivor was pretty meh. If you like the combat, I mean, it's a great DLC as far as just adding more interesting combat encounters. But for me, who's more into the lore and more into just everything else going on, not quite as good as the others. It's not time to serve Aothas for Cadnua reparation. Maybe we could, though. Here's the bill. SSS is really just tedious, not hard. Yeah. I mean, a few of the combat encounters are interesting, at the very least. They tried to mix it up. The Changeling fight was actually quite interesting that I did off screen. Once his dialogue is over, we're going to have to talk about the real issue money. To be fair, if he leaves the body he's in, we'll have enough Audra to pay the bill. He could just break one of his arms off, and we could just tie that to the Dreadfire and, like, sail it back to the Deerwood and basically sell it, and we'd be good.
But it is not something they can do easily. Not without mortal assistance. It will be for mortals to decide if they should receive it.
Aloth shakes his head, looking up at Aothas.
What right do you have to do this? Destroy the wheel and leave us with nothing? Without even knowing what will come next?
Aloth, we are all gods and mortals, responsible for our own actions.
I think that's the first time we've heard Aloth, like, really break his usual stoicism. He actually sounded, like, incredibly angry and upset there. That's very rare. Faith is a strong fucking force. The gods keep convincing guide a lot of followers very easy. Yes, we know they will. Like, that's probably what's going to happen.
But inaction carries its own moral responsibility. It is a burden I have carried for far too long. One must always do as their conscience dictates, even if that means abdicating a position of power.
And don't forget, Aloth, it was Theos' inability to ever leave things alone that led exactly to part of the problems that we're facing with this.
But what of you, Watcher? Why have you followed me? Have you come to bear witness to the breaking of the wheel?
The mortals are going to need a head start on things to prevent the gods from reestablishing control. I don't like that, though. But I think this is, the problem is this is too much. I think that's a genocide route. Like, I don't actually want to destroy the world. I just want him to stop the gods in general. Okay, Tenwin, I'm going to actually ask. Number 4, is that the genocide route or is that destroy the gods route? Because it's kind of hard to parse. Destroy it all could mean a very different thing. I'm asking because if you ask to destroy all life will end. Okay, so yeah, we're not doing that. That's too far. Unless they have a strong leader, that's going to be putting it on Wodaka. Come for you to ask to take pity on the mortals of the world who will suffer for your actions. See, I guess 1 then, because 2 is going to put power on Wodaka. 3 is going to put power on Aothas, which I don't want either. So I think 1 or only to bear witness. Like, it's got to be either 1 or 5. I think 1 then, because I think 1 is basically saying, look, just give mortals more power so that we can figure things out on our own. Yeah. I've come to... is it, or is this true to be convincing him to stop breaking the wheel? Because I don't want to do that. I want the gods to lose their power. Like, I am in full agreement with him on that. Again, Tenwin, I'm sorry, I'm having to ask you for additional information. Just without too much overt spoilers. Like, is that what 1 is doing? Is 1 actually empowering the mortals, or is 1 talking him out of doing this? So some of this writing is a little hard to parse with all the options we've been given. One is about the mortals getting support and fixing the wheel. Oh, Okay, that's still the best choice because both of these, after you're gone, the gods will go to war unless they have a strong leader. That empowers Wodaka. 3 talks about inspiring them. That empowers Aothas. So we want 1 because that's fully on just with mortals. We don't want any of the others. I have not come to stop you, Aothas, but I am here to ask you to take pity on the rest of us who will have to suffer for your actions.
It is pity for mortals that drives me, Watcher. I have felt it in every step I have taken to cross the Deadfire and reach this place. What more would you have me do?
There will be hundreds of thousands of souls trapped in the in-between. They will be screaming out to me for help until the wheel is fixed.
I hope you did not expect me to take action for your sake alone. Still, it is true. The souls trapped in the in-between will suffer until the wheel is restored. They will reach out for help to any Watcher they can see.
And you and I both know that a soul left in the in-between will eventually turn from merely asking for help to demanding it. Spirits do not fare well when they are stuck there for overly long.
Thank you for making me think of the lost souls, Watcher. I will provide a haven for them after my work here is finished. Indulge me in a moment's curiosity. There is something I wish to know about Eora, about Kith, that I can only learn through your eyes.
Yeah, obvious new recording is obvious. Go on.
You followed me all this way, dodging an armada, navigating an impenetrable wall of storms, voyaging across uncharted seas, with the machinations of gods echoing in your ears.
More like constantly screaming, but yes. Here's roughly where Widewood, if you allowed him to come with you, would pop up to ask Aothas thing. Oh, cool.
All the while trusting in the institutions of Kith to get you this far, and earning their trust in turn. Whatever else happens this day, that much is remarkable.
Remarkable, you say. Damning to some others. I built a lot of trust with a lot of good people in the Deadfire. And I had to break and burn a lot of those bridges just to get here.
I believe that mortals possess the strength to collaborate and shape a future of their own design. Not all of my brothers and sisters agree.
Hence why the gods need to stop interfering with what we do.
By relying on others and coming together in a time of crisis, you illustrate my point. The gods will witness you and question their assumptions, about how responsible, empathetic, and sophisticated mortals can be. What inspired your decision, Watcher? Did the choice echo your foundational beliefs? Or were you influenced by observation?
I had to prove Wodaka wrong. She thinks mortal cooperation is destined to fail. She believes the Engwithans project is the only way forward. Her tyranny is a constantly recurring drumbeat throughout our history, one that must be resisted and stopped at all costs.
Wodaka has been especially active since the downfall of her favorite operative. Have you ever considered that she is mentoring his replacement?
A troubling thought.
My brothers and sisters never act when the gains are strictly short-term. If Wodaka's shadow has fallen upon you, that can only mean she recognizes your potential to further her ambition.
That makes sense. That would actually make sense that she was grooming us to try and take over the Leaden Key. You feel searing heat radiate from Wodaka's restored crown, but a moment later it cools. Oh, are you angry that I figured you out, bitch?
I thank you for your perspective. Yours is not the only opinion that concerns me, but for the moment, it offers much to consider. All I ever wanted for mortals was growth, transformation. Once, my brothers and sisters shared this goal.
Aothas, my dude, my buddy, based on everything I've seen, if you truly believe that to be true, then at least half the Pantheon was lying out there ass to your face. At bare minimum, Skane, Wodaka, Whale, and Rimmergan had no intention of anything like that happening. Rimmergan's very existence tells you that there was parts of the Engwithan society who believed that Kith literally could not change unto the removal of their souls from existence. Like, that's just not happening, my dude. And as for the ones who actively believe in growth, Magrin, Abaddon, Galawain, Hylea to an extent, half of them aren't really concerned with it in a physical, tangible sense. They're more concerned in a abstract trials and tribulations kind of way, which easily justifies them unleashing all sorts of suffering and hell upon the world. If to just justify their own fucking egos, if nothing else. I mean, Galawain. Everything I've seen with Galawain in this game so far is, oh yeah, let's unleash trials and test these people. By the way, giant mutated fish that can literally destroy an entire armada of ships.
Some have forgotten themselves, giving into fatalism or tyranny. Others have succumbed to apathy.
Surprisingly enough, I don't think apathy is really irrelevant to anyone except Rimmergand.
It brings me great sorrow that crisis is the only way to set the future in motion. Would that I could pass the responsibility of heralding your darkest hour to another. Never forget that trust and coordination between mortals brought you to this place. Your future is built on a foundation of hope, and you have laid the first stone.
Staring at his golden pores on his nose. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Like, that's the weirdest part of where the copper is inlaid. Like, all the rest kind of makes sense. The amount of it on his nose, though, is kind of disturbing in a way. And same thing with the lips. Now, wait one moment, Aothas. I think it's time that I get to ask my questions.
Ask. You are entitled to any answer that is mine to give.
What exactly will happen after the wheel breaks?
The great work of the Engwithans falls to ruin. Reincarnation as we know it will end. Souls which currently await new life in the beyond will be born into the world as normal, but their numbers will not replenish. Anything that dies will tarry in the void of the in-between, awaiting the motion of a wheel that no longer turns. Once the beyond has emptied, every birth will be hollow-born. Other maladies of the soul may follow and plague those who linger in life. Unless mortals work together to carve a new path, the essence of life will be trapped in the netherworld. Gods will starve. Eora will grow silent and cold.
And how long will we have?
A generation or more. That much essence is already poised to flow into Eora. But unlike an hourglass, no amount of turning will compel the sand to reverse its course. Should you choose, you could lay down your burden and trust in your children's children to set matters right. That depends entirely on you.
Well, I mean, I can't have kids. Thanks, Bareth.
By your reckoning, there are still good years to come. By ours, time is short.
The gods will be threatened by this as well, won't they?
Yes. They must work toward a solution or perish. If that task is beyond their skill, then they no longer deserve their position. I would have them justify their right to lead. That could mean swallowing their pride and hearkening to the wisdom of mortals. Some, I expect, will perform better than others.
You said, however, that reincarnation existed before the wheel. Why won't it just go back to that system as it was before?
When we tamed the cycle of reincarnation, we broke what had once functioned naturally and without intervention. The flow of essence will not normalize on its own.
Oh, great. So this is yet another thing that we can blame the Ingwithans for. Nice going, jackasses.
Essence will simply pool in the void of the in-between, never passing through Adra networks to the beyond. The dead will be left to wander in darkness, confusion, and sorrow.
How can you expect anyone to trust the gods after what you've done? I know for a fact that I don't. And I know as I spread word of it that others will come to the same conclusion.
No one is worthy of unconditional trust. If you feel the gods are beyond forgiveness, then they don't deserve your obedience. Make your future one that doesn't require them.
Good. At least we agree on that.
Should you choose to accept the gods, I hope that you temper your faith with skepticism.
Woedica sees this all as a test. One we're destined to fail.
Woedica is entitled to her opinion. If the intent of this test is to justify an uprising to come, that is more worrisome.
I mean, it probably is. Have you talked with the woman? Everything is about getting her back on top. Everything. Every conversation comes back to how she's correct and everybody else just needs to fall in line.
The other gods must decide for themselves if mortals are ready to dictate their future. Should Woedica's tyranny prove the only alternative, mortals must prepare for a terrible conflict. Your perspective bridges eternity, Watcher. Many will look to you to mediate differences that could shake the very foundations of Aora.
You had millennia to do this. Why now?
For several reasons. My strength was diminished after the Godhammer bomb, and assuming this form took incredible effort. With so many vying for control of the Deadfire, I also saw a ripe opportunity for mortals to cast aside their differences and stand together as one. They have never been more powerful, more capable. Because of this, the gods must justify their importance or be proven obsolete.
You know, I still haven't forgiven you for Cad Nua, by the way.
I apologize, Watcher. There is nothing I can do to restore the glory of your hard-won and poorly situated estate.
I mean, you could have risen up out of the ground and tried to minimize the damage, but it's very obvious you didn't do that.
What happened to Cad Nua was not personal in nature. I would have occupied the statue even if it was buried beneath Defiance Bay. Given your perseverance, I know that a second home cannot be distant in your future. You have only to seek it out.
Poorly situated. I mean, he's not wrong, but that, to be fair, I could technically blame that on the Ingwithans too, since it was the Ingwithans who built Cad Nua over top of the statue in the first place, so I guess that's all. What happens next?
I must attend to my final work now. I cannot delay any longer. You have carried a heavy burden across the Deadfire, Watcher. Before I go, I would rid you of it.
Wait, what? No sooner have Aothas' words entered your mind than you hear one final dissonant ring of the chime within you, and then silence. The knot that formed when the pallid night first addressed you in the beyond is gone.
You are free now, as free as any of us can be. Many will come to you for help in the years ahead. Animancers, priests, even the gods themselves. I have great hope for you.
But always remember that your future is for you to decide. Use your freedom well.
Aethys squares himself to the machine. As you move to a safe distance, he draws his fists back and resumes his assault. The blows rain down with increased fervor, but the machine perseveres in spite of his efforts. Spreading his arms wide, Aethys draws power from the luminous Audra clustered around the valley. The energy courses through his body, limbs overflowing with intense light and waves of heat.
We go. If you convince Whale to reawaken his body, he pops up just as Aethys is about to destroy the wheel and almost instantly breaks it. However, Aethys falls into the machine and it breaks, just showing that the God Titans are way beyond what even the giant Audra statue was / is. Yeah, that is kind of what I assumed. Also, given the fact that Abaddon was able to race across the entire hemisphere to stop a fucking moon from landing on some of the Ingwithan's old ruins. Like, yeah, the Titan bodies were obviously a step beyond anything else in creation at the time.
He returns to his task, each strike bringing with it the sound of cracking stone and twisting metal, the flickering of luminous Audra across Ukaizo. As the ancient machine finally begins to succumb to his strength, so too does Aethys's body, built to withstand the passage of thousands of years. The great Audra statue has finally been pushed beyond its limits. Cracks appear along the hands, then race up the arms. Aethys does not slow his assault, but continues unabated. Its brass rings twisted, the machine spins erratically but withstands the relentless barrage. Aethys stands astride it and pummels the base of the machine. Soul energy begins to flare out from the machine's heart, warping the air with the intense heat. Aethys drives his right fist into the machine's center, the core of metal and Audra. The god lets out a deafening shout, something between a cry of anguish and a roar of exultation.
So no one can stop Aethys, but a Titan can just lil bro him. The scaling on this setting can get crazy. I mean, they are gods, and they are powerful, Lord Brownbear. Like, the setting has never shied away from that. And you have the option to give Consulhot the body. Yeah, no, that sounds stupid as fuck. That sounds like the dumbest thing you could possibly do.
You see Aethys's arm shatter upward from his hand through his elbow. A flash of light and heat bursts from the core, accompanied by a cacophony of destruction. The moment passes as Aethys's shout echoes throughout the valley. Your eyes begin to recover. The god's work is accomplished. The great machine of Ukaizo has been destroyed. The wheel has been unmade.
Consulhot is happy. Don't you want to make him happy? Terrell, I tried to feed Consulhot into the pet shredder. Sadly, the game would not let me, unfortunately. Oh dear, here we go. Oh god, and it's right as an ad is...
As Aethys's voice fades, the enormity of what you've accomplished sinks in. You have confronted a god. You have rediscovered the ancient city where the wheel was forged, and you have seen the wheel shattered. What comes next is uncertain, but already the legend spreads of the Watcher, who survived Andra's mortar and stood toe-to-toe with Aethys.
Hopefully I can control how far these go, because I want to... This is definitely something I don't want the ad interrupting for anybody who doesn't have a Twitch sub.
Maras Nua's body finally goes still amidst the rubble of the Ingwithan machines, yet it continues to glow. Priests and mystics have strange dreams of an island of eternal dawn at the eye of a storm, a port where the tide never flows out, a roadside tavern whose door leads only inward.
I'm just going to have it run the ad right now. I don't want to wait. I will have it run now, so that way we will continue as soon as it's over. I don't want anybody to miss this since it's the final ending screen. Also, that's the only thing I think was missing with him attacking the machine, there should have been another art piece of like showing the arm cracking and then finally shattering with the final blow and the machine breaking. That would have been a nice touch. Because this is cool too, but it would have actually been really cool if they had shown like artwork of him actually hitting the machine and then the arm breaking off. I hope Console Hop pops up in Avowed because it would be so funny. It would actually be hilarious, even if he just shows up in like a partial Lich form where he's like, I still have not secured a proper body yet. Blah. Oh, all right. But yes, we will let the Twitch ad play and then we will continue. Because it appears that we are just about done. And yeah, Tenwin, it looks like you were right. About 4 hours left of the game. Actually, only about 3 hours, really. Because we wasted well, not wasted. We used the first hour to show off the model. We got only one art piece of Aothas, says Mars Nua's butt cheeks. I don't need more of that, Tenwin. Thank you very much. I'm sure Jody is currently salivating down on the ship, looking up at this thing. Hopefully it is not fully detailed down below the waist. I don't need her losing her mind from seeing that. No, Jody, that is too big. You are not that much of a size queen. No one is. Ugh. All right, come on, Twitch. Finish up. Come on. Come on, finish up. Let's go. It's an ancient statue. You know 100% it's fully equipped downstairs. It wouldn't surprise me knowing the Ingwithans.
As a watcher, you see what these dreamers cannot. The souls of the departed drifting toward the Audra Colossus and the twilight afterlife within. Whether it is a temporary haven or a permanent end will depend on what the Kith of Eora are able to accomplish on their own. The greatest hope seems to lie in the work of the ancient Angwithans and the Huana's efforts to unearth and understand it. And while Maras Nua stands frozen over Ukaizo, the gods look on the labors of Kith, but they do not intervene.
Good.
They watch and argue, wager and conjecture at how or whether mortals will solve the puzzle set before them.
Good. Keep an eye on fucking Wotica. Make sure she doesn't do any crazy bullshit, please.
Reclaiming Ukaizo is both a symbolic and a practical victory for the Huana. The ancient city is a potent reminder of their people's ancient glory, and it promises to be a much more easily defensible capital, especially with the storm controls of Andra's Spire close at hand. The other tribes unite under the Kahanga and dedicate themselves to rebuilding Ukaizo and relearning its secrets.
The thing is, turning off the storm might have helped Rauatai immensely anyway, so hopefully they can parlay that into good influence with
The
them.
Valian Trading Company continues its operations in Deadfire, though it is forced to renegotiate many of its contracts with the newly empowered Huana Crown. Company leadership finds that the new terms are much more favorable to the tribes than to their own interests in the region.
Big shocker there.
Due to these changes, the Valian Trading Company eventually withdraws most of its people from Deadfire.
Can't say I'm surprised, and don't let the door hit you on the way out.
The Royal Deadfire Company is expelled from the archipelago as punishment for their attack at Andra's mortar.
Yeah, that was kind of a stupid move on their part.
The storms across the Rauatayan mainland subside along with those of Andra's mortar. However, Rauatai regards this respite with a wary eye, ever mindful that the machinery at Andra's Spire remains under their foes' control.
Yeah, maybe it should be good that you deal with them as equals rather than looking down on them as some colonial people that you can just conquer, Rauatai. Especially given your historical and cultural links. Maybe if you play your cards right, you two can actually build this into a proper alliance, and then both sides win.
The Huana settlement of Ukaizo reignites Ferrante's dream
What?
of a new Valian empire. Deadfire is claimed and controlled, but the clearing of Andra's mortar offers the possibility of new prospects in yet undiscovered lands. He leads the old Valian loyalists across the sea, searching still for a new Valian homeland.
Well, that's just straight up wrong, but okay. I'm going to just mentally replace him with Two-Eyed Pim and assume that Pim took the remaining Principe and fled. That's my assumption. Made like the other paladin became a Death Guard. Maybe.
The mysterious deaths of Governor Clario and Storm Speaker
What?
Ikawa provoke hostilities between the Valian settlers and the Huawan residents.
Wait, what?
What starts with angry words escalates to retaliatory killings as each side blames the other.
Oh. Shit, you're right. I was about to say, I was wondering what the fuck happened. Well, now I know.
By the time anyone bothers to question the strange coincidences surrounding their deaths, including reports of a cloaked Omawi woman seen in both the port and the village, both sides have gone too far to turn back.
I am now completely justified in blowing the fuck out of the Royal Deadfire Company now.
The conflict eventually draws the attention of Queen Onikaza, who sends a contingent of warriors to drive the remaining Valians from the island. Port Mage becomes a cautionary tale for outsiders who would abuse the hospitality of the Huana tribes. As the balance of power changes in Deadfire, so too does Nekataka transform.
Governor Clary was not... Yeah, no, he was working with the locals. He actually was working with them and wasn't taking too much from them. He actually seemed invested in the idea of turning Port Mage into a major trading center for both sides. As far as Valians go, he was a pretty damn good guy.
Though the Kahanga monarchy moves its new seat of government to Ukaizo, Nekataka continues to be a busy and important city. The Kahanga leadership takes responsibility for the welfare of the Raparu, and the Gullet starts to improve.
Yay!
What was once a den of crime, poverty, and illness slowly becomes a quiet haven for the Raparu.
Maybe you should have dealt with that, Sura. Yeah, maybe. That seemed... Well, I don't know.
Ukaizo reveals more about the ancient art of water shaping than the guild could have hoped to learn in another century of work. With this new knowledge, water shapers across the archipelago wield the currents and bend the waves for the pleasure and benefit of the new Huana nation.
Clario did trade in the Luminous Adra, but he was very careful to actually work out deals with the Huana to maintain the region mostly. The main thing he was interested in was the Luminous Adra, which meant that he left the actual landmass of the island largely to the Huana. By the standards of the Valians, that's pretty good. He was only dealing in the Luminous Adra, and he was only he was only interested in the profit that that brought in. He wasn't bothering the Huana for anything else, which was fine by them. And technically, they don't know that the Luminous Adra still has lots of souls in it. They just know it glows and it has way more effects. Plus, there doesn't seem to be any indication that grinding some of the Luminous Adra down does anything to actually change the nature of the in-between and all that. It does make it a little bit harder for souls to make the transfer, but as long as there's other Adra pillars, that still works.
Your brief encounter with Letharn proves deeply influential for the children of the Dawnstars.
Oh dear.
Plagued with nightmares and haunted by the deaths at Hesango, Letharn begins questioning his faith in Aethys. At first, his fellow Dawnstars chide him. But that changes as word of Aethys' deeds at Ukaizo spreads. After all, what business have they worshipping a god who denied his own legitimacy?
He denies he is the Messiah. He is the Messiah. Sorry. Life of Brian.
The children of the Dawnstars respond to Aethys' sacrifice by taking up the lanterns and sickles of the Harvesters of Gone. They become pilgrims of essence, gathering souls across Aora and ferrying them to the haven within the Adra Colossus. Others will repair or rebuild the wheel one day. In the meantime, the Dawnstars will care for the souls of the dead.
I mean, you say, oh no, Tenwin, but this actually reads pretty positively. They're not actually killing people. They're just attending to the dead and bringing them to the temporary reprieve of the Colossus. They're honestly doing pretty well. I just hope Jody isn't going off the deep end because of all this.
Ruanu, the chieftain of the Huana at Tikawara, dies mysteriously. The tribe finds his body washed up on the same beach where Anaharu challenged him to the trial of waves. Some blame Anaharu's vengeful spirit. Others see it as Ngati's final judgment. And a few speak of a strange man seen lingering in the village.
Rebuild the will? I mean, if we can rebuild the wheel without giving the gods power, that would be my preference.
The leaderless tribe eventually scatters. Some head to Nekataka, while others seek out the Wahaki.
Initial rating for me, showing your model review from 2 artists, 8 out of 10. Oh, thank you, Lord Brown Bear. Thank you very much. Yes, the team at Artemis did a very good job, I think. I personally love it. I would, I think I've already run into the problem that I think a lot of YouTubers run into, which is, oh my god, this model is great. What do I do to make it even more next time? And that's also a matter of I do not have the money for that right now. No siree, Bob. we're not doing that anytime soon. I'm not gonna be like Iron Mouse and have 70 models in the span of about 4 years. Mind you, the name of the chat I showed it in was the Horny Chamber. Oh, of course. Well, I hope there's at least one woman giving me a review. I don't need a bunch of men doing that. No, thank you, Lord Brown Bear. No sense to any of those, but I am straight. Thank you very much.
The dragon, Neraskirlas, no longer passes between Eora and the White Void, and the dead flow slowly breaks apart, exposing the temple long frozen within.
They were both women. You're welcome. Oh, thank you, Lord Brown. Well, now I just feel good. I'm already getting hear me out kind of stuff from that. Thank you very much.
Under Halfjorn's guidance, the Harbingers of Dusk resettle within Remergon's temple, vowing to forever protect it from the defiling touch of outsiders. Over time, the group becomes increasingly reclusive and fanatical, attacking any who dare approach their holy site.
Shit, maybe I should have left what's-his-name back there then.
In besting the Beast of Winter, you earned the Death God's mercy rather than his enmity. The deity remains characteristically unforthcoming about his decision, and you're left to wonder whether in doing battle with him in the White Void, you somehow furthered his apocalyptic ambitions.
I mean, probably. He probably just sees it as a vindication of his beliefs. Pulling a bit of a Conrad Kurz, death is nothing compared to vindication. It's basically a proof of, yes, everything will end, even the gods. That was my whole point. That's the reason of my existence.
Once repaired, the Adra at the primal island of Kazuwari again pulses with the flow of soul essence between the here and the beyond. The feral life on the island flourishes. The jungles and veld growing ever wilder and resistant to settlement and exploration alike. The faces of the hunt continue to rule the Crucible and Galawain's, or rather, Tawamawai's name. The trials summoned by the statue grow deadlier with each season, until only those rare few willing to brave the gravest of dangers seek out the bloody ordeals of Kazuwari.
Well, hopefully that number shrinks ever smaller. Fuck you, Galawain.
Like the other souls following in your wake, Muatu eventually yearns to move on to the beyond and the wheel. Stymied by Aethys' actions, however, he settles on returning to Kazuwari, where he joins the choir of souls that echo throughout the Crucible.
So just doing Maya's quest spoils a bunch of settlements? Yeah. You can sabotage her quest, but it's tricky. Yeah, well, I didn't do that, because at the time I was trying to be friendly with everybody.
Hundreds of Kith, and no small number of Wilder and Primordials, flee from the Black Isle, their minds a confused collection of inconsistent and contradictory memories. Each escapee bears knowledge that was once lost, and agents of the Hand Occult across Eora worked tirelessly in the years that follow to hunt down and end these fugitives. They find far fewer than they hope.
You'll forgive me if I don't shed a tear. Tane, you're a jackass, you're a Nepo baby, but sometimes you do good work. I hope we never run into each other ever again.
Released from their bondage to the Sightless Eye, the Vithrak of the Halls Obscured abandon the Black Isle and resettle in the deepest and darkest recesses of the ruins beneath Neketaka. Sisak and his colony remain secretive and isolated, however, rarely interacting with those Kith crawling about in the sunlight above.
Hey, but it doesn't say that they're being violent about it. So, again, Vithrak continue to be reasonable by all standards. I hope we run into more of them in the Living Lands and that they're equally reasonable.
Encouraged by her arcane successes, Bakarna returns to her observatory to continue her studies of the celestial spheres. In time, her colleagues in the Circle of Archmagi come to accept her among their number.
Ah, good.
She takes on apprentices, and they trumpet her praises as both a brilliant innovator and nurturing pedagogue.
Finally, somebody on the Archmage Council who isn't a giant jackass.
Slain by your hand, the Titan of Wal poses little further threat to Eora. As the corpse decays, it putrefies into a massive nest of hungry fungal monstrosities. Vessels that anchor off the shores of the Black Isles tend to go missing, only to turn up shipwrecked months or even years later against distant shores. With time, the body collapses upon itself, and the Black Isles finally implode.
Isn't the main character in Avowed a fungal godlike? Yes, according to what little information we have, but I think this is just natural, like, decay, and the decay of a god's body, specifically. They now attack on sight because people use them as magic ingredients. Yeah, probably.
Though your adventures alter the destiny of Aora and the balance of power in Deadfire,
oh
they
boy.
also leave a lasting mark on those who travel at your side. Your companions find themselves changed in ways both big and small.
You know, on site, I now use them as magic ingredients.
Adair returns to Hisongo, where he reunites with Byrne, the son of his former lover, Alava.
Yay!
The boy takes heart in Adair's account that Aethys and all the other gods were false, petty, and unworthy of the love of Kith. Realizing how close he came to dying for this cause, Byrne finds renewed purpose in working alongside his uncle to repair the many scars left upon Deadfire by the gods. Under Adair's guidance, Byrne grows into the kind of irreverent, stubborn hothead that would have made his mother proud, and Adair visits her gravesite, often to tell her so.
Good on you, Adair. Good on fucking you. I also like that we've been seeing mainly the sketch portrait of him, which kind of makes his beard look way more scraggly and like not grown in as much. He looks good with all the facial hair. He looks good. Good on you, Adair. It was an honor traveling with you a second time, and I will miss you greatly.
Shodi is not a priestess who understands the meaning of subtlety. As such, she makes her girlish crush on Adair painfully obvious from the moment she first sets eyes on the strapping fighter. Early in your travels, Adair appears discomforted by her persistent flirting. He often grimaces when she sidles up to him, and he takes endless pains to keep their conversations terse and to the point. But after a little smoothing on your part to nudge them in the right direction, Adair makes an effort to view Shodi with an open mind. And Shodi begins teasing the veteran fighter in a more companionable and less amorous manner.
Yay.
After saving each other's hides a couple times and sharing more than a few laughs, the two form an easy, and you suspect, lifelong friendship.
That's good. I'm glad. Jody likes him finally age. I can appreciate it. Yeah, it is actually coming across as it's not romantic in nature, or at least it no longer is. I can understand Jody being infatuated with him at first, as she was with our character as well. I'm also just hoping that the next slide isn't going to be her going off the deep end with what happened to her mentally.
Plagued by constant nightmares and hallucinations, Shodi becomes increasingly disassociated from reality. Meanwhile, her power continues to grow with every soul she harvests. You start to notice sliced up animal corpses everywhere you two travel. But when confronted about it, Shodi stomps her feet and fiercely denies any wrongdoing. Then, one night, Shodi wakes, but never leaves the nightmare. Shivering uncontrollably, she packs up her belongings and slips away into the darkness, murmuring that she must return to the Temple of Gon in order to fulfill her purpose to her god. But she never reaches the temple. None of the Dawn Stars know what's become of her, aside from disturbing rumors of a harvester ravaging the southeastern islands in the Deadfire, leaving a trail of blood in her wake.
We'll have to find her then one day, and give her the only mercy we can.
Aloth renews his commitment to destroying the Leaden Key. With the wheel broken, loosening the god's stranglehold on Kith is more urgent than ever. It is a lofty goal, and one he does not expect to finish in his lifetime. But if there's one thing he's learned from the Watcher, it's that a single person can change the world.
Damn straight.
You let Romaro go, and the former pirate ostensibly set sail for the trade lanes of the Eastern Reach, the Edier Empire, Old Valia, and the Republics. For the remainder of your time together, Seraphon seems, if not exactly happy, at least contented with the outcome of your confrontation with his former mentor at Sayuka.
That's good, at least.
And yet, when the two of you part, Seraphon seems emboldened, invigorated by a new sense of purpose. He buys you a drink, toasts to the Deadfire, says, let's see if we can make something worth a shit out of what's left of these Principe swabs.
Nice.
And sets sail the next morning. In the years to follow, rumors occasionally reach you of the Blue Orlan pirate of the Deadfire, a privateer captain as keen to free slaves or fight for an influence as he is to plunder and pillage.
Godspeed, Seraphon. You live out that fucking dream. Became exactly what you thought the Principe could be if they tried. Exactly. Fucking hell. Why can't I make Seraphon the leader of the Principe? That would have made sense. God, that would have made sense. He would have allied with the Juana. Things would have been fucking great.
After reporting back to her superiors for the Watcher's actions against the Valian Trading Company, Pallegina is rewarded with reassignment home to the Valian Republics. She spends the next several years as the head of the household guard for the Duke of Ancense. In this role, she is often lauded for her courage and loyalty. Even with all of the praise, there are still times when she cannot help but feel she could have had more influence on what transpired in the Deadfire.
At least she got home. I promised that I would help her get home. Thank God she did.
Pallegina renews her relationship with Giacomo.
Yay!
Corresponding with him regularly, and even meeting with the old Animenser once or twice a year. Though she does not understand the intricate details of his research, she reads his letters and responds with great enthusiasm. Her brothers, and even the dukes themselves, note that Pallegina's demeanor is always warmer on the days when she receives a letter. Rumors even spread that some of the brothers have seen her smile.
Character that I know everyone wants to romance, but nobody can. I mean, look at her. She looks great. I expressed as much when we first ran into her in the first game, but I'm just happy she got home. I'm happy we didn't kill her. I'm happy she got home. And while she wasn't able to keep us sided with the Valians, it's obvious that they were willing to reward her service in trying by allowing her to return from exile. And that's good. I hope she has a long and good life.
Time away from the Navy gives Maya Rua some perspective on how Rauatai conducted the Deadfire occupation. No sooner does she return to active duty than she voices her frustrations over some of the more underhanded tactics she witnessed and carried out in the name of the homeland. Her voice carries all the way to the Ranganui, who reminds his admirals that battles are won by superior tactics, but war is a battle of precedent, and winning is not always a victory. The people listen.
That's good. At least some good came of our relationship with her.
Though Maya's covert assignment in the Deadfire is considered a success, few claim knowledge of it or openly congratulate her. She receives no praise beyond knowing glances or the occasional raised tankard from her countrymen. She never responds.
You were able to downplay the snake-like tactics? Well, I mean, I expressed my disapproval of them enough times to her. And quite frankly, the fact that the Rautaians were defeated in the end only makes those tactics look worse to the common people of Rautai. The Rautaians are correct that they do have a cultural claim to Ukaizo just as much as the Huana do. But it's now very obvious that that relationship between the Rautaian Empire and the Huana of Ukaizo is going to have to be one built on mutual trust, not on one of them conquering the other. And I think Maya, as an island Amawa living in Rauatai and serving in its military, her and her brother Kana are in a unique position to actually do something about it.
She looks forward to seeing her brother again. So does Ashiza. Takehu never intended to grasp at the destiny his coming foretold. But he finds himself doing just that. He sails from island to island as an emissary from the gods to the Huana people. The tribes welcome his message and use it to bridge their traditions across the archipelago. Huana unity has never been stronger.
Good job.
With Ngati's covenant firmly in mind, Takehu feels confident enough to reshape the very Deadfire.
She looks very natural. If you look at her artwork, you can see wrinkles, small scars. Yeah, no, Maya does not strike me as a woman who spends a lot of time putting on makeup before going into combat, shall we say. No, she lets it all just be there. The scars, the pain, the happiness, all of it. You see that in all the art shows too. No, yes, I agree. And it plays off in her personality. There's even a few lines from her whenever she's talking with people. She's a very blunt and straightforward. Like, she does not hide behind a mask, even as her own superiors force her to wear one.
Your farewell is short and cordial. Nothing further needs to be said, and you wish each other well. Tekehu does not look back. The sea feels restless in his absence.
It's good to know him. And he was damn effective. He was probably the most effective spellcaster we had on the team in the entirety of the game. Being able to drop all of his water spells on top of us without fear of friendly fire was so useful. That I love the artwork in the game is incredibly detailed, but also clearly made to be realistic. Yes, don't get me wrong. I love the sketches that were in the character, like all the dialogue and stuff. But there's something to be said about what the artists were able to pull off with some of these really close-up detailed looks. Like, they do a really good job. Again, this is the one area where I can understand some people being suspicious about Avowed's art style. The character models need to be able to convey this level of detail, at least for the main characters. Maybe not every single character, but at least the companions and other main story characters. I want to see this level of detail put into those characters.
Your pursuit of Aethys and your journey to Ukaizo signal the end of forces that have shaped the lives of Kith and the course of nations. The cycle of reincarnation has been broken. The storms of Andra's mortar have calmed. Yet each ending promises a new beginning. As the sun rises over Ukaizo, Kith turn their gaze eastward, wondering at what lies beyond, and at the world they will fashion for themselves.
When I got to this final slide, after doing a 200% run, both games 100%, I actually felt a bit of no, I like it. It's doing a good job really telling you, like, you don't know where the future is going to go. You do not know. No one knows. This is uncharted territory now.
As the Watcher of Cadnua and the former Herald of Bareth, you return to your ship and begin the long journey home. You hope for calm weather.
It's usually never my luck. Yep. Ooh, the music is already hitting. I love it. There we go. Pillars of Eternity 2, The Deadfire. Oh, okay. All right, let's put this down. I think we can, let me see here. Let's just put these away for a little bit, please. There we go. Oh, that was... Fuck, that was good. There, Josh Sawyer, Adam Bernack, everybody. This was good. This was very fucking good. The world of Eora is one of the best fantasy settings that I think I've seen in a long time. I am honestly impressed with the world building they've done. And it will be very interesting to see how Avowed's... I really hope... I mean, I can't imagine that Avowed's story isn't going to link into this in some fashion. The wheel has been broken. The Kith of the world must figure out a solution before the world ends. We are on a timer now, people. Like, this needs to get done, one way or the other. So I'm really hoping Avowed really leans into that, like, that the various nations are looking for answers and ways they can do things. In some sneak peeks, I hear gods referred to as the old gods. Well, it doesn't surprise me that with the breaking of the wheel, from the sound of it, the Watcher has let the public know about what happened with the Ingwithans and with the gods. And while there will always be those who still believe that the gods need to be present in order to maintain society and all of that, there is stuff that is going to have to change. You will see peoples who do not worship the gods anymore to a much greater degree. You can now join the rest of the fandom who are suffering because the chance of a PoE 3 is extremely low. on the one, like, here's also the problem though, Tenwin. In some ways, this is a fitting end of the Watcher's story. I don't know what else the Watcher as a player character could do to really influence the world aside from playing a background role. Oh wow, Liam O'Brien was actually like major voice direction, and of course Jaffe and Sam Riegel, of course. Yeah, see, they've even got them listed as the critical role cat. Oh, because you can use the actual names. Oh, really? Aothus was Jaffe. Okay, that actually makes sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that I wouldn't want it to be half-assed, Lord Bramber. I also think, again, this is almost a fitting end to the Watcher's story. You could have even said that the first one was a fitting end if I hadn't known that there was going to be a sequel. It's fairly well wrapped up. The additional world building done in this game explains why we were needed. The Herald of Bareth, the wheel being broken by Aothus, and all of that stuff. I'm just going to keep talking. I don't feel like stop. I mean, it is an ad in progress, but we're just going to keep moving because right now it's just credits being played. Yes, we will have Avowed, Terrell. We will have Avowed. Avowed is a first-person RPG mode, goes deep into the choices in RP game. Yes, which is why I'm really hoping, Tenwin, that the overarching story and the world building that they do in Avowed has to pull its weight. It has to, because if it doesn't, then all the momentum that they have built world building wise, story wise, in these first two games will be wasted. And I'm desperately hoping they don't do that. I am desperately hoping they don't do that. I want Avowed to do well. I want it to do well because this game universe is very interesting and I want to see more of what's going to happen going forward. We've literally only seen, like, we only know of the existence of like half of Eora. We've only got evidence for like one hemisphere. We don't know where Reke's people come from, far and far to the east, the Yakura or whatever the place is called. There's a whole other hemisphere that we haven't even contemplated what could be on it. There's a lot of room here to just keep building on this foundation. Really, the only thing I'm disappointed by is that we didn't have Aothus have the ability to go, no, knock the gods out of this entirely. I don't want them involved at all. That's the only thing I want. But the closest you get to that is the genocide text option. We weren't going to choose that because that would be way too much. That would be way too much. Oh, but no, the world of Eora is incredibly compelling. The game overall has been good for both. The Destroy All ending is so much. Yeah, it's too much. Like, don't get me wrong. By the end of that, if you couldn't tell, my character and the way I was portraying him, he is vehemently against the gods. He sees them all as tyrants, regardless of what they actually profess to believe. They are all, in some fashion, tyrants, attempting to control the vast majority of the world just for the sake of their own egos. They have to go, in my opinion. And for Eora to emerge as a new world, for the Kith to take control of their own destiny, the old gods, this pantheon, the Ingwithan control over history has to be removed. Whatever Avowed is like, it's evident earlier on rather than later on. Yes, I'm really hoping we don't end up with a case where I play it for 40 hours and go, this is okay, and then it just gets worse and worse as time goes on. That's the last thing I need. I watched a VTuber who did a review of Dragon Age Veilguard, and that was pretty much her experience with the game, was like, the first 10 hours, great, this is Dragon Age. The second 10 hours, why does this feel a little off? The next 10 hours, dear God, what am I doing? And then by the end of the game, she was just in like physical pain, just absolutely despising everything. Like that would be the worst. It would be a really solid like first act, and then everything goes downhill. Veilguard seems shit to me from the get-go. As I said, she was a huge Dragon Age fan. Like, she released a video, I'd probably have to find it and link it, where she was just like, she like gushed over how much she liked Dragon Age. And then by the end, she's just in physical pain, like, let me out, I want this to end, please stop, the gameplay isn't even fun anymore. Yeah, the demons look bad, Pride Demon in the prologue. Yeah, it's like, again, I'd have to find it. Her video blew up somewhat when it got posted because she was, even before the game came out, she had been like, oh yeah, this is going to be a big game that I stream and everything. And it was a little heartbreaking, not going to lie. Like, it was a little heartbreaking because, like, I like Dragon Age, but I kind of already fell off the wagon after Inquisition because I never actually finished it. So I can't help but feel like sympathy for somebody who got through Inquisition, loved it, wanted more, and still ended up getting burned by Veilguard. Setting itself an RPG fan because an RPG fan is immediately offensive. I can understand that, Lord Brownbear. I can understand that. And I think she was more of a setting fan, and it's another case where there's good world building in the first 2 Dragon Age games. In fact, I'd argue some of the world building in Dragon Age 2 was really good. It's just a shame it was attached to Dragon Age 2 is the problem, which had its own variety of issues. And I see we've gotten into the DLC credits right now. Oh, of course. Seeker Slayer Survivor comes up and the combat music starts playing. Yeah, being real subtle there, game. Being real subtle there. Oh, but this, I really, really hope Avowed does well. Again, you are right, Tenwin. It's a Skyrim-style game. It's first person. There's not going to be as much of an emphasis on like character companions and all that. But then again, this is Obsidian, and they managed to pull off New Vegas back in the day. I'm really hoping they're still able to do it. Who is the moron? What the character says? Who is this under the voice idiot? Yeah, no. She was complaining about the choice system as well. Again, I'd have to find it and post it at some point, but yeah, Ashley Johnson, Laura Bailey. Oh, Laura Bailey did Jodie. Oh, I completely missed that. Oh, I guess, yeah, in hindsight, that really does sound like him. That really does sound like her. They did such a good job. They all did such a good job. All the voice actors in this did a really good job. Like how Bethesda has a Deathclaw show up in the first mission you do. They have this monster that's meant to be the epitome of the danger the world represents. You just shove it in our face in the first hour. It's good for capturing people. It eliminates the build-up that the RPG is usually about. Yeah, to a certain extent. I mean, we can get into a whole argument about Bethesda giving you power armor in the first hour. And it's a shame, too, because power armor in Fallout 4 is the best it's ever been in the series. It actually feels like power armor. It actually functions like power armor. Choices. Sometimes this game is so incredibly well. Hey, child, do you want a cookie? Stomps on it. Yeah, I remember that. This, like, and even the chaos choices, like the chaotic choices of like, go and secretly blow up the Deadfire Company's stores and then come back and be like, yeah, I did it. Yeah, you told me to do it. And like, just be a total chaotic, like not even chaotic evil, just chaotic neutral, just pure insanity. You don't earn it. They just give it to you. No, Brown Bear, I am in total agreement with you on that point. I'm just pointing out that it's a shame that that's exactly the problem. They give it to you, you just have it from the beginning, and yet it still feels so good. Like, there's a reason that there are entire builds centered around power armor in Fallout 4, because it does feel good to use as a character. It really does. There's nothing quite like literally wading through a storm of machine gun fire while firing a rocket launcher, knowing that not a single bullet is doing anything more than scratching you. Ugh. This has been very good, and I really, really hope the game lives up to it. I do love how rewarding a crafting build is. That make yourself a jetpack was fucking hype. Yeah. Yeah, no, crafting with the power armor is also good because it really does feel like you're putting together stuff. It really does feel like you're coming up with ingenuity and using these kind of ideas. I'm having a hard time putting everything into words. Let's focus again back in on the game. There was people trying to insist the Aura was dark fantasy, something I personally don't agree with. It has elements of dark fantasy. I don't think there's any disagreement there, Tenma, but yes, I would not classify Aora as a whole as a dark fantasy setting. There are certainly aspects of it, especially the way that the gods are revealed all as these tyrannical, ego-driven creatures. I think in some ways does fit the dark fantasy mold. But at the same time, other elements of it don't. The progress of the Vailians, the Rauataians actually trying to be competent, reduce casualties, even if they do end up being militarist assholes by the end. Oh, uses the Espinosa Nova type family based on the 16th century types of Antonio de Espinosa. I have no idea what that means, but that sounds cool as shit. Prefer it as mature rather than dark. I would agree. I would very much agree. I would very much agree that that is a proper way to do it. Also, oh wow, here's all the backers. Yep. Oh wow, this list is going to take a while, I have a feeling. Hot damn, look at all this. I got to give them credit that they were able to pull this off during the height of the Kickstarter gaming funding trend. Should be somewhere in the silver tier. Unfortunately, they didn't put it in alphabetical order in any kind, so I have no idea where you'd be in here. I'm looking, but I don't see it anywhere. Yeah, no, there's too many names. I have no idea. Well, again, Tenwin, thank you for pushing me to do this. And I have to emphasize again for anybody who's just joining us, because I don't know if you've heard this, Tenwin gifted this game with all the DLC to me. I am very happy he did so. I owe him a lot for that. Thank you very much for that again, Tenwin. The amount of faith that you guys have shown in me in this early phase of my streaming career has been, it's meant a lot. It really has. And casual reminder, according to the game, their budget was only 4.4 million. Well, they made that shit work. They took that money and did everything they fucking possibly could with it to make I think at the end we were well over 100 hours, or we were just over 100 hours. I have to imagine. I can check my save file when we get to the end, but I think that they did an amazing job with this game. Again, I have my complaints with the combat system, but overall, when it comes to RPGs, I never hold combat systems that much against them because I'm not here for in-depth, super creative, combat that I have to struggle with or that I have to think every single possible move ahead. I'm here for the story. I'm here for the world building. The combat, as long as it feels cool, and let's be very honest, I've made this abundantly clear, the Cypher class feels fucking amazing, in my opinion. It is the perfect switch hitter style Gish magic and melee build that I love. Yes, disintegrate, hitting the enemy with 2 shots from the rifle, then stabbing them with a sword, and then firing off a disintegration. Druid also feels amazing, as you notice. Yes, although to be fair, again, that is Paravius was great in the first one because he had so many spells that were easy to work around AoE-wise. And then Takehu was the exact opposite. His was easy to work around with, not because they were single target, but because he could just drop his spells without having to worry about anybody being near him. And that was great. Oh, this is lovely. I would clap if the model would let me. Boom. Holy shit, that is it. And we are right past the 4-hour mark. Hot damn. And I don't even know what we're going to start. We have just what, 2 weeks until Avowed comes out? You know what? Hold on. I'm going to give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. Do that. There we go. Let me switch back over. There we go. Fully pulled up. Let's go ahead and close that out. Thank you very much. Oh, there we go. Start a new game. Check what the blessings look like. 2.5 weeks. Yes, it's the Mad Dude. What's up? Hey, Mixa. Good. Rogue Trader replay, though? We don't have enough time to do all of that, Kato. I do eventually want to do a dogmatic, a hardcore dogmatic Rogue Trader playthrough, especially with the DLC, since I have not played that and I have not touched it yet, though I've heard many good things about both its story content and the companion that we get. Apparently, she is broken as fuck, even by the standards of the characters in Rogue Trader. We're probably going to have some smaller games that I can get started on. Oh, and Endless Space. I already promised Tenwin that we will absolutely be finishing our Endless Space campaign before we go much further. So expect that tomorrow. That will also give me a little bit of time to figure out what I'm doing as far as everything else goes. Oh, wow. But yeah, final thoughts? Final thoughts. Let me think here. In terms of overall experience, after everything we've seen, I'm going to go ahead and give Pillars of Eternity 1 a 9 out of 10. Almost perfect as far as an RPG goes. Incredibly well done. Incredible introduction to the setting. Overall, between some of the combat issues I had and between some of the weird story beats revolving around people like Jody, I'm going to give Deadfire an 8.5. It's a little bit lower than the original, but that's partly just because it's following up how strong the original was. That said, there are elements in Deadfire that I absolutely adore. The world map, the exploration, naming individual islands, little details like that were amazing. And I would love something like that. Also, no Durance. That, I will admit, is one of the things that does reduce it. The companions are perfectly solid in Pillars 2. But honestly, none of them, and I mean this very seriously, none of them reach the heights of Durance and the Grieving Mother. both of whom put the issues of the gods at a full frontal for you in the first game. And I do think that the narrative overall dealing with Aothas is hampered by not having a character or an NPC who is that invested in what's going on with that. Durance and Grieving Mother do a great job. And honestly, if we're being very honest, especially with everything we saw in the second game, Grieving Mother is vital for understanding why the gods did what they did, because their rationale is exactly the same as Grieving Mother covering up her problems during when you uncover her story throughout the first game. Pillars 2 contention comes from the faction story, not from one of the companions just being in your face the whole time. Yes. And I'm not saying that, again, the companions, it's not that the companions are good. It's that in relation to the faction story, let's be very honest, it does just kind of end. Once you pick a side, the companions who are vehemently against that side have to leave. And in some ways, that is both fully in character for them, for Pallegina and Maya in our case, and also disappointingly it just happens. Like, Durance's lead up to his final declaration that the gods do not deserve worship, even if their ideas are correct, and the Grieving Mother eventually being brought around to the idea that she did indeed commit a sin, a crime for what she did, and that making up for that is something she's going to have to spend the rest of her life doing, is a very powerful moment in the first game. Like, I don't think you can get around that. I loved all the conversations we had with Durance and with the Grieving Mother. There wasn't quite that level. I feel like Jodie could, if there was one character that could have gotten to that level, it was actually Jodie. And I think they tried. I just don't quite think they hit it. For one thing, her story feels a little hard to parse given everything that's going on with Aothas and Gaun that we actually deal with. And two, I feel almost like having her as a romance option took away from the ability of you as the player character, as the watcher, to really delve into her as a character. I do adore that both games treat their subjects so well. The faction stories, the sides of colonization, the effects of the Hollowborn crisis, how the people react, the issues the gods bring. So much nuance. Yes, no. I agree with you on all of those points, Ten. Durance actually reminds me a little bit of Kreia from SWTOR. Yes. She believes in the idea of growing through trial to the point that she believes that helping someone is just as bad as hindering them. Unlike Durance, she's a manipulator and actively bends the people around you to test you more or get them to support you when they otherwise wouldn't. So Durance is kind of like Kreia minus the subtlety and menace, which makes sense given his attitude and given his, design of everything. Tenwin or Brownbear, sorry. One of these days, I'm going to force one of you to change the color of your names just so I don't always get them mixed up every time. Let me take a drink. But no, overall, as I said, 9 out of 10 for Pillars 1, 8.5 out of 10 for Pillars 2. I had some minor complaints, as I said, and I don't think the companions quite reached the heights that people like Durance and Grieving Mother did. Oh, the naval combat obviously was not my forte and not really something I was interested in, but the boarding actions and all the various ship combat there was interesting and a nice way to do the equivalent of random encounters. The exploration was top-notch. I'm kind of disappointed that there were way fewer and way less overpowered legendary items. Like, don't get me wrong, not every piece of equipment needs to be amazing, but I mean, compare what we were wielding towards the end in 2 with what we had towards the end in 1, and it's kind of noticeable. Like, Abaddon's hammer was something, to be fair, Abaddon's hammer was fucking broken as shit when we got that in the DLC. Holy crap, that thing was absolutely breaking the power scale as far as things were going with its abilities. Another difference is that while Durance is truly on your side, as long as he's sure you're not the source of it, Kreia, big split. Yes. Do be careful with that, Lord Bramber, because some people, I have played KOTOR 2. That might be something we play on stream at some point just to do. Except I probably, oh God, trying to go through all of that would be a bit of a slog. Secret BBEG. Yes. Let's be fair. The Soulbound almost completely invalidated the uniques. Yeah, towards the end. But to be fair, since the Soulbound were only usually weapons and a few pieces of armor, I'm not that against the system. There was still enough uniques for most people to have them, but it felt really good to have a fully kitted out squad at the end of the first game with each person having like a super cool legendary piece of equipment. Like, I don't know, that there's something about that just kind of scratches my D&D party like vibe. Like, a good DM will give the party the tools they need to complete an encounter while also giving that, like, it's one of the main problems that a lot of CRPGs have, which is, ooh, I want to do this cool build with weird weapons, and the weird weapon that I want to use doesn't have a high-end equivalent, so I will be gimping myself for 9/10 of the game. Now, Owlcat has tried to deal with this by making very, very long lists of items for every single possible weapon combination you could think of. Though that does get a little aggravating trying to keep track of all the magical items that they put in the game. But other CRPGs sometimes just don't do that. Or they make a crafting system that is easily abusable, as we saw with things like Skyrim. Or hell, going all the way back to Morrowind. The unique weapons in Deadfire are good, though. Yes, no. They improved the unique system. It just came at the cost of the legendaries or artifact weapons, which it's a trade-off. It's a trade-off. Again, that's something that I wouldn't necessarily say is bad. Objectively, it's not bad, but to me, it took a little bit away from it. So it's a purely subjective shift of the score. And I imagine for people who are super into the combat, it's not even really an issue. There's more than enough uniques of every type to fill all the different niches that they want. That seems to be something that's easily handled by all of them. I have no problem with that. It seems like they were doing perfectly well in that regard. Aside from the people complaining that the game was too easy, to which I don't understand because maybe I'm just bad at the combat, but holy fuck, I can't believe people still say that. It's insane to me. After all the problems I ran into in the first DLC, I don't want to fucking hear that shit as far as, oh, just if you do it on level, it's too easy. God, what game are you playing? Because I'm not playing it. Oh, I don't honestly know what else I want to cover right now. The Oracle's a nightmare at the exact level. God, I don't even want to contemplate that fight. The dragon was bad enough in the first DLC. I don't even want to contemplate a debuff-centered fight in the second. Oh, God, no. Does Pillars have this sort of fresh feeling to it that CRPGs don't always have? The 3 Owlcat games all have a point in them where I could think of a CRPG that it's calling back to. Pillars 1 drew a lot of inspiration, drew companion writing from older CRPGs like Planescape and Icewind Dale. But Pillars 2, I couldn't spot an influence that was obvious, but that certainly wasn't a bad thing. No, I think you're right. I think it's very much a sign that Obsidian is really developing as a independent developer of games. In much the same way that I think Owlcat is starting to with Rogue Trader. Because it's very obvious, because Rogue Trader was the first time Owlcat was able to go like, okay, we're in a set universe, but it's a universe that's so broad and so wide. As long as we abide by the basic rules, Chaos Gods, Xenos, the Imperium, we can kind of tell whatever story we want. And they did, and I think it did really well. I think Pillars 1 was very much Obsidian sticking their toes into that. Like, okay, we're going to have a very... we're going to have a setting that's very unique, that's very ours. But a lot of the mechanics and writing is going to be very old school CRPG and influence. Whereas 2 was them branching out a little bit more. And overall, I think it's worked. Again, I'm hoping that bodes well for Avowed. I really am. And it also, to lead back into Rogue Trader, I hope that Rogue Trader is a sign that Owlcat is also willing to branch out and do more with their own stuff. Because I think they'll do it. Rogue Trader did have a Planescape Torment callback in it that was a little obvious, but it wasn't a blatant reference, just used well as it was in Planescape. I mean, I have not played past, I think, the beginning of Planescape Torment, and it has been years since then, so if it was a callback, I have no fucking clue about that. I have no clue about that at all. Oh, I need to see if my back will crack. Oh, there we go. There we go. Much better, much better. Oh, but overall, that was pretty good. I don't know if you want me to play something right now. I don't want to start anything big, and I'm not sure I want to play Endless Space 2, because then I'm going to have to split. I would want to split that part off from the rest of the VOD, so we might just play something small. Not sure what. Maybe Hollow Cure? Maybe some Vampire Survivor, something? In Kingmaker and Rogue Trader, they use parts of Planescape's ending to inspire their own, or do you want to play Planescape sometime in the future? I've considered it, Lord Brown Bear. I am not sure about it yet, so I'm just going to go ahead and say a tentative no for right now. Just in case. We'll consider it a preemptive just in case. But no, this was very good, and thank you all for being here on my model debut and finishing up Pillars of Eternity 2. Again, I'm not sure if we want to do something else or if we want to end stream a little bit early so that I can go do some other things. I also don't think there's anything else I can show off on the model. There's a few other toggles that I wasn't able to get around to binding. I have determined that my Stream Deck is far too small. I got the Stream Deck Mini as a free deal when I was getting some computer equipment, and it is nowhere near big enough for all of the toggles and whatnot that I have to work with on this model. I did not foresee that would happen. I need to give thanks to my model makers, because holy shit, they went pretty in depth. Even the quest for learning new abilities is better than the abilities themselves. Definitely only good at story if you do play. Just turn it on to easy and enjoy. I have heard that. I have watched Warlockracy is a YouTube channel, a YouTuber who does covers of, he does playthroughs and story analysis of pretty much nothing but CRPGs. He did do a video on Planescape Torment not too long ago. And yeah, his general assumption is you play it for the story, you don't play it for the mechanics. You really don't. And also, from what I saw of his video, there are many ways to take the balance of Planescape Torment and utterly destroy it. Namely by just playing a wizard and just utterly wrecking every combat encounter you can find. It's not a net, but you can tell they were working out how to make a tabletop game a video game. I think that is definitely the case for a lot of stuff. I mean, Owlcat very much showed that in their Pathfinder games. And to a lesser extent, yes, they showed that in Planescape Torment. And also, Planescape Torment has the problem of being the Planescape setting and D&D 2nd Edition, which is that's a combination I would not want on most modern game companies. I don't think they can handle it. 2nd Edition D&D was strange in many cases. Let me take a sip here. First thing they fixed was 2nd Edition rules make you die way too fast. How do we fix this? What if the main character couldn't die? That is true, Lord Bramber. It's a very easy way to finish that. D&D has always been strange. Yes, but Tenwin, let's be very honest. THAC0 is strange in a way that nothing else has been since. Ugh. I remember finding a 2nd Edition D&D book and trying to read that shit, and it didn't make goddamn any sense. Almost had the same amount of trouble when I stumbled upon an original 1st Edition Rogue Trader rule book from Warhammer's early days. Now that thing didn't make any goddamn sense. Aside from the basic story beats that have remained the same. Emperor on the Golden Throne, Imperium is crazy, Eldar are weird, and orcs want to kill everybody. Gone out of my way to learn THAC0 in order to play Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, but I inevitably forget it when I stop after a while. Yeah, it's not a system that's very intuitive. I will admit, part of me was tempted to play through Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 with the enhanced edition that they released a few years back, but quite honestly, the Forgotten Realms is not a setting that I'm really into for story building. I much rather prefer it for its RPG mechanics, which is why I am looking forward to Baldur's Gate 3. And more than likely, that is what we will be playing after Avowed. It will either be Baldur's Gate 3 or it will be Wrath of the Righteous. Thank you for the gifted sub to Mixicado. Thank you very much. Today has been great today for this stuff. Thank you all so much for supporting this. The old artwork of the Emperor on the Golden Throne is wild. Yeah, where it's literally just a decaying husk in a black fucking, like, it's called the Golden Throne, but it don't look golden in that old artwork. Not in the least. Not in the least. Ugh. I also need to commission some background music for when when I'm just chatting. I know a lot of VTubers have that. I need to have something playing in the background for you guys. I can be your muse for Wrath of the Righteous. Both its tabletop setting and the video game are branded permanently into your brain. Don't give me too many info, but yes, I will appreciate the help when we get there. I suppose now would be a good time to ask, since I've got everybody here. I do have 2 major character builds that I'm considering for Wrath of the Righteous, and I want to run them by you real fast to see which one you guys would prefer. The 2 that I'm mainly thinking of, one is we go classic Paladin Angel Mythic Path, and we just burn the heretics in holy fire, redeem who we can, and blow up demons with magic and fire, and just go classic smite everything Paladin route. We can do that. That's one a choice that I've considered. The other, which I've been leaning more towards because I would like to do it, and because it's not as obvious as the Angel, the other is we go Kineticist, Azada into Legend. Because the idea of telling the gods to fuck off in yet another setting tickles my brain after playing Pillars of Eternity. I would love to be able to tell all of the various mythic creatures and beings in Golarion to fuck off by being just a legend who uses the sheer power of mortal form. What race? I was thinking of doing Aasimar for the stats, quite frankly. Aasimar with shining red hair as a fire kineticist, who once they hit Legend, we will be grabbing Mutagen Fighter so that I can get all of the stat bonuses. I have already plotted out this build using one of the DLCs for Wrath of the Righteous lets you start at max level if you choose it. So I was using that just to see what it would look like. And I think I hit 900 HP from the amount of Constitution score I had. And of course, being a kineticist, you lose half of that by using all of your abilities. But still, that's like 450 health on top of a platform that is just designed to set everything on fire. Actually, close to how I did a Legend run. Gnome Alchemist Kineticist for similar build reasons. Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to with Legend Path is usually taking 20 levels of fighter is one of the best ways to do Legend, because otherwise it's just not really, most of the classes, unless you're a spellcasting class and you just want even more spells, doesn't really work. You do a lot of fire, huh? I mean, y'all forget this? I literally showed you this just a few hours ago. I mean, come on. Pyrokineticist here. Quite frankly, that's one of my problems of not wanting to do a Rogue Trader run just yet, because part of me just wants to make my Fire Pyromancer again, because it was so fucking satisfying by the end to set everything on the field on fire. Like, and as a dogmatic character, I'd actually get even more bonuses, which would be fucking hilarious to me. Also, one, Psychers are just cool to play in Rogue Trader. And two, it's always hilarious when you hit the Drukhari in Act 4 and they're like, yes, let's capture this Lord Captain, bring him here. It's like, I am a powerful Psycher. You guys are idiots. I can't wait to flambe you all. If you're dogmatic, would it be funnier, better to use a Flamer? Yes, but we tried doing that at the beginning of the Rogue Trader run, and quite frankly, I'm really sorry, but Flamers suck in that game. They really do. I think there's like one that's okay, but that's because it's a toxin flamer rather than an actual flamethrower. The toxin flamer's good, but one, you don't get that till like 3/4 of the way through the game, and two, it's not actually fire. Plus, what is more hilarious than a dogmatic Psyker? Their area attacks can have that do 1/4 damage. I was 2 rounding demons with it. Yeah, no. I have played most of Kingmaker with a Kineticist, so even without mythic abilities, Kineticist is just pure glass cannon. Making him a legend makes him it makes him a reinforced glass cannon, which I do appreciate. That is the one I'm leaning to, and also because from what I've heard, Azada has a really good story for the beginning of it. It falls off towards the end, so I figure if we do Azada for the beginning of the game, it's going to work out a little bit better, all things considered. And then we transition to Legend for the end game, just for the sheer feel of fuck you gods, we'll do it ourselves. Why not play the roguelike DLC for the rest of the day in Wrath of the Righteous? Because I haven't touched that part of the game at all. And I also have not set up anything. There are a few mods that I want to get for Wrath of the Righteous, mainly some bug fixes and stuff that I need to get online before we do that. Savati, I've been meaning to ask, in Rogue Trader, willpower and resolve are what stats new to this kind of playing? In Rogue Trader, there is actually a willpower stat that is very vital for pretty much all psychic characters. All of your abilities are going to be based off willpower. Willpower is also what you use to roll for saving against other psychic abilities and other people using mind control effects on you. In general, by the end of the Rogue Trader playthrough, I think we had something like 110 or 120 in willpower. Pretty much any Psyker character is going to want it. The only non-Psyker character that really wants a lot of it is probably Argenta, but that's because as a Sister of Battle, she gets a few story abilities that are based off of her willpower. Otherwise, for Rogue Trader, it just depends on what type of psychic ability you're using. Biomancy usually likes Strength because it's meant to be in melee. Telekinesis likes Perception. Or no, not Telekinesis. Telepathy likes Perception because it allows them to pull off shenanigans there. Also, how much momentum you gain per kill in combat. Forget what affects its base, but there's a lot of items and class abilities. Yes. There's a few classes that are meant to generate momentum even faster. The leadership classes, the grand strategist, the tactician, the officer classes, they're all meant to increase your momentum gain, and they increase your resolve as well. If I recall. Again, it's already been a few months since we played Rogue Trader, and I forgot. I'm leaning down, so it's losing tracking. There we go. There we go. Let's try that again. I got to learn to look to my right when I'm doing this because the chat is on the right now. I can't look to the left, so we'll try doing that. But that makes it hard to actually see what you guys are doing. Hold on, if I move you over here. There we go. There we go. Now I can see you guys on the right side. That's a lot easier. Hopefully that doesn't fuck everything up. That would be bad. Do you have any questions about Wrath of Golarion itself? I can tell you that a full Divine Caster of any kind will stack its spell with Angel. Yes, I do remember that. That was the one weakness that I remember reading about Paladin that people were complaining about, is that Paladin is like the most Angel of Angel-styled classes, but it doesn't pair with the Angel's Mythic Spellbook, which is kind of aggravating. Crap time to redo my run. I got some screwed up stats. We've all been there, Kato. We've all been there. It happens. It happens. Trust me. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up real fast. Let me pull up my Steam. Oh dear. Come on. Come on. Come on, computer. What's the okay, hold on. Exit. Wait, what? No. No. Shit. Fuck. Okay, am I still here? Oh dear. What just shut down? Oh dear. Hold on. Oh dear. Hold on. Hold the phone. We have had a problem. We have had a problem. Let me just... There we go. Oh dear. That's why. Let's try that again. Come on. Oy vey. No, we will not be pressing Alt F4. Okay, we should be good now. There we go. Didn't know we were watching Spaceballs the movie. I wish. That would be a fun watch along, but we couldn't do it on Twitch. That's for damn sure. Let me pull it. No. Stop moving the model. Stop moving the model. Yep. You don't need to show me that again. Thank you very much. I'm ruining the immersion. I'm sorry. I'm ruining the immersion. Let me see if I can pull it up here. Where is it? Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Yes, I have 384 hours in Wrath of the Righteous, and I have never made it past Act 3. I have restarted that game so many fucking times. Like, I cannot tell you the number of times that I have run through everything up to Dresden, or whatever the big city that you fight the demons in the first one. I have literally run it probably 24 times at this point. Because every single time I get there and I'm like, but what if I want to try this character? But what if I want to try this character? But what if I want to change this character? But what if I want to do this instead? Yeah, I have literally done it dozens of times. 384 hours, and I have never gotten past about the halfway mark of that game. Insane. Restarted and finished Wrath of the Righteous a bunch of time, all with the same character. I don't know how you do it, Lord Brown Bear, because I was save scumming like crazy every step of the way. Every step of the way. That's part of the reason, again, that I want to do it on stream, to limit my save scumming tendencies. Limiting my save scumming tendencies would be good. Also, I guess if we're here right now, let me go back to just chatting. There we go. Update that. What the hell? Why did it? No. Page it to just chatting, please. And done. Thank you. All right. There we go. Glutton for punishment. Ugh. I mean, it certainly feels that way. If you save scum enough, it starts to actually feel shitty. I'm going to be very honest about that. It really does after a while. It's partially, again, why I enjoy having the Twitch chat here and having all of you guys here to call me out on that and to give me an incentive not to do it. When you play Wrath, I'm going to spend the whole game talking about my Wrath character, how things went at the tabletop, and sending you the art I commissioned for him during the almost 3-year-long campaign. That sounds pretty fucking cool. I love to see that. Plus, it'll keep the chat log full because we are, as much as Tenwin, as I'm assuming Tenwin has loved guiding me through Pillars 1 and 2, we are now done with them. Just can't get through it. I get the feeling of quite fast after the first city. I can see that, Tenwin. He was a gnome. Hopefully not a creepy gnome like Dungeon Soup's gnomes are. But I can get that, Tenwin. If you're not into like Golarion as a setting and whatnot, which to be fair, I appreciate Pathfinder for what it did in the aftermath of D&D switching from 3.5 to 4th edition. But at the same time, it definitely doesn't have the world building that hooks me in the way that Aora has. We still have Endless Space 2, so I have a bit more we would talk about for a while. That is true, Lord Ten. That is true, Tenwin. That is true. I just hope that I am still able to draw your curiosity and your chat, even when we get to games where we will not be needing you to double check things for me. Lord Tenwin. Close enough. As I said, one of these days I'll force one of you to change your colors of your name so I don't allow that to happen. I will play Avowed before you. So, that's the one I've been thinking, because I'm usually against, quite frankly, I am personally against pre-ordering in general, but this is one of those things where it's like, if they are, because I'd have to go actually looking to see if they allow people to stream, if Obsidian is going to allow people to stream Avowed before its general release date. If they don't, then there's no point in me pre-ordering. If they do, then of course I might actually pre-order it just to get access to it 5 days before. The embargo stops on the 13th. Oh, yeah, so I wouldn't be. Yeah. So I might, okay, so I could pre-order it and still get in a couple days early. So it wouldn't be the worst. As long as they allow you to preload it, but I mean, if they're going to let you play it for days before, they'd have to let you do that. That would be stupid otherwise. Still, something for the future to worry about. I'm honestly not sure what else to do right now. It's kind of weird. Again, I'm trying to get in the habit of not jump. Like we did it with Tyranny, where we finished Tyranny, we jumped straight to Pillars, and when we finished Pillars 1, we jumped straight into Tyranny. I don't want to do that in the future just because it fucks with me setting up playlists. Like I'm going to go, once we're done on stream, I'm going to have to go organize the Pillars of Eternity 2 playlist on YouTube so that everything gets put in properly. So that way anybody who wants to watch the full adventure will be able to do so. I feel awkward now. I feel like I'm just rambling. Ask me a question about Galarian if you dare. I mean, I know the gists of the setting, Lord Brownbear. And Owlcat was already starting to do their thing where they did a pretty good job of explaining things in the text bubbles and dialogues and all that for a lot of their world building that really helped out with Rogue Trader. So I think I've got the general gist of it, all things considered. I just feel awkward now. I just kind of feel awkward just standing here and talking with you. Am I even in the right spot? Hold on. I think I'm actually slightly off. Yeah, there we go. Just slightly better to the middle of the screen. Cricket chirps. You're good, man. I mean, I know. I'm just trying to be entertaining. Again, I need some background music in here. Like I need to commission just a little piece that can play in the back because I know a lot of VTubers have that just to help fill the silence a little bit and keep things running. Just need to know how to turn it off when we switch over to other scenes too for just chatting. I do have some other ideas as well, though. If you were to play Wrath of Righteous on tabletop, the design for the model would fit well as a demon spawn tiefling from the World Moon, a fiend humanoid with insectoid features. Yes, there is. What is the insectoid demon lord? He shows up literally in the first 5 minutes of the game, but I can't remember his name now. The Locust Lord or whatever. Easily, it would be Daskari. That's it. I also picked up a few other RPGs while they were on sale a couple months ago that I'll be looking into doing later. The one that pwned the dragon so hard. Yes, Daskari's a bitch-ass motherfucker. I picked up Expeditions Rome, which I'm very much looking forward to trying. It is a CRPG set in the time of the late Roman Republic. I am a massive fan of Roman history, so that would be an interesting game to play on stream. As said, we have Baldur's Gate 3 and Wrath of the Righteous, both of which are there. I also picked up a game on the suggestion from Warlocracy that I saw his video on, though this was a while ago and I do not remember the story at all. It's called Age of Decadence, which is basically a CRPG set in a post-apocalyptic world. Like, society achieved super advanced technology and they got bombed into the literal Iron Age. So that is an interesting setting premise, and I'm kind of interested in trying that one, though I have heard it is brutally difficult, especially in the early game. Especially, I think he even pointed out, it is especially bad if you want to play a charisma build, which is totally viable in the game. It's just that you will be so weak combat-wise in the early portion of the game that it can be a massive detriment. So there's that. It's not exactly Dakario attacks Canabras, it's Quorum Zeta. The same thing happens. Historically, the Baelor and the Dragon were on equal footing, but at the beginning of the adventure, he arrives uncharacteristically strong and kills Tyrendelev. Interesting. We also have Kingdom Come Deliverance, which I've been tempted to play, especially since the second one is going to be coming out. I also picked up Lies of P, the Souls-like game, a couple months ago when it was on sale, and I have not yet had the opportunity to go much beyond the tutorial area there, so that might be one that we also look into playing at some point. I guess since everyone is here, I do want to ask, are you guys comfortable with the way we have it set up now, where I kind of pretty much blitz through one game at a time? Are you guys comfortable with the way that's set up, where we have like 1 or 2 days out of the streaming schedule that are set aside for other games, but everywhere else it's just one game as we plow through it? Because I just want to, see if everyone's okay with that, or if you would like to see more of a diversity, like I play 3 or 4 games at a time. It's fine, but I might be biased because you played 2 games that I love. Fair enough, 10-1, fair enough. What was the name of the future exciting bond into the Iron Age? That was Age of Decadence. The Age of Decadence is what it's called. Very old school RPG. Very, like, its graphics are nothing like it's an isometric RPG, not very advanced on the graphic stuff. It's just an interesting world, and I remember Warlocracy playing it, and I remember watching his video, and he really sang its praises as far as world building and design goes, but also pointed out again that it is a brutally difficult game. This is my preface, except for the one day you swapped Endless Space with Pillars and I missed the first hour. Okay. I mean, that happens sometimes. Doesn't it give you a surge a few days back? Oh, that's true. That is an option. At least for a try. Not sure if you would like it. We could try that at some point. I don't know if I'd play through the whole game, but I'd definitely be willing to try it on stream. That might be something we do after the Endless Space campaign is done. That actually seems like a good idea. Wow, I have Age of Decadence. I mean, it has, I think it's shown up in a few RPG sales. I just didn't pick it up until recently. I think the beginning scared you off with the difficulty. Wouldn't surprise me. Because, again, I did watch Warlocracy's video. He does go over the story, but I don't remember anything aside from super advanced science is thought of as magic in this setting, and that's like the only thing I remember about it. What else? Of course, we have Disco Elysium. That is definitively on the list to eventually do. That is definitively on the list. Again, I've played about 13 hours of it. I got through about maybe the first third to a half of the game. I don't remember much because it was like a year and a half ago, almost 2 years at this point. So I would love to go back into it and play it from the beginning. And again, do not save scum. Trust me. That 13 hours was probably inflated by the fact that I just kept save scumming over and over and over again. I've not heard a lick of Disco Elysium story, just memes for the characters. I was up until when I stopped and then I lost track. This is part of the reason I always try to play games through to completion, because if I stop and lose track of what I'm doing, trying to jump back in is a pain in the ass and I don't remember things properly. That's why I ask, because it really helps me to just plow through a game from start to finish. I personally was really enjoying the story, Lord Brownbear, and I think you will too. It's just you can't think of it as a traditional RPG going into it, because it's really not. There isn't really combat or game mechanics. A lot of it is relying on the stats you have, finding clues. Very cerebral might be the way to put it. It's very cerebral, which is very fitting given the way it is. And personally, I really enjoy their world building is also top notch. Just in terms of the intrigue that is surrounding it, because it is so very much not our world, but there's elements in it that seem so familiar. You have played Disco Elysium, but only for a short while. Oddly enough, I remember what I did pretty well up to that point for like an hour. Ended up returning it. Really? Again, you can't go into it with the perspective of it being a traditional RPG, because it really isn't. But it was so... just everything about it was interesting. I never felt like, here's the thing. I felt confused. I felt in the dark, but I felt so natural to be in the dark and to be confused that I wasn't annoyed by it. It drew me in. Again, if we didn't have Avowed on the horizon, I would probably play Disco Elysium and then jump right into Baldur's Gate 3. But we have Avowed coming so close on our heels. I really don't want to start another RPG and have to shift around everything when we get there. It was conflicted about returning it, but at the time had a desire for violence. That's understandable, Lord Bever. If you ever need to get it again, wait for it to go on sale. It usually does for a pretty steep discount. You can pick it up again. I highly recommend it. I do. I want to see the end of it. I've purposely... I was playing through the game, and then I was watching like 3 YouTubers do different Let's Plays of it, and I would only watch up to where I was. And then I would stop because I was so interested in see other people's takes on it. By the way, do you have a ref sheet for your model? I do. Well, not for the model. I have the original art ref sheet that I got from my original artist that I gave to my model people. That's where the original PNG came from. That's where my Twitter avatar came from and stuff. You have a favorite female character from your recent games? Totally unrelated. I like Cassia. I like Irilette. I love that they were able to do a romance with Irilette that was non-sexual. Like, I even say that as someone who isn't asexual or aromantic in any way, but I really like that they actually sold like this is not a physical relationship, because the Eldar don't think that way. It is a way to really represent a truly alien mind. I love Pallegina. I think Grieving Mother from a story perspective was amazing in Pillars of Eternity 1, and breaking down her delusion's not quite the right word. Breaking down her, not barriers either. What would be a good word for it? Breaking down her insecurities, breaking down the lies she told herself was such a good setup because, again, it's exactly what the Aoran gods do. And having her as like that character that could serve almost as an example of it was so good. It's just that Marzai is willing to commit BCA. Yes, I have seen that meme a few times make its rounds on the Rogue Trader subreddit, Brown Bear. I have seen that meme make its round a few times. And don't get me wrong, I actually think I'm glad that we got most of Marzai's story in our Iconoclast run because let's be very honest, he's gonna die real quick when we play Dogmatic. How dare you imply I use Reddit? I thought of that myself. I mean, I've seen that word for word in a meme on the Reddit, so. No. Shit yourself, Monkai. Yeah, that was a good one too when you showed me that TED one. That was a good one. That was a good video. The voice acting for I do have to give props to the voice actors again for Marzai and Irilette in Rogue Trader. They hit the nail on the head as far as playing an Eldar. I think I'm sure Tenwin probably has it. I would have to scroll way far back in my conversations off stream with Tenwin to find that again. But yeah, so as I said, there's Expeditions Rome, there's Age of Decadence, Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 is the big one, and I'm already kind of waiting because I think Hexblade, the new Warlock subclass that's going to be coming out in the next patch, is the one that I'm going to end up playing with it. Don't have it. It's surprisingly hard to find. I'll have to scroll back up and see if I can find it. If I can find it, Lord Brown Bear, I'll try to send it to you after stream. But we have Baldur's Gate 3. We have all of that. Playing a Drukhari purely to focus my creativity towards the awful threats of torture I wish to level at my opponents. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. And if I remember correctly, the rule book for Rogue Trader, or the old Dark Heresy system, did have rules for playing a Drukhari. What else can we play that I'm thinking of in the future? Kingdom Come Deliverance, I mentioned that. Lies of P. Again, once we're done with the CRPG backlog, I would love to do a full playthrough of the Metro series. Metro 2033, Last Light, and Exodus. All of those are very good games for a first-person shooter, and I love the atmosphere they make for that game. It is absolutely gorgeous. The Surge, we played Tyranny. Oh, Underrail. That's another one I've considered. Now, this one I got the suggestion for. From Seth Zintak, if you've ever seen his work on his various game reviews. And thankfully, he does not go into detail about the story at all. He focuses entirely on the mechanics because, as he says, he doesn't want to spoil people on those stories unless it's absolutely necessary. Underrail is very interesting because it's another one that is very much built on the world building. I've made some progress in Underrail even before Seth reviewed it. I actually owned it before then, but I found the game, again, that first couple of hours in Underrail is about as unforgiving as you can fucking imagine. And I will probably, when we end up doing it, not if, when we end up doing it, I will be looking up a full character guide for how I should build my character, because quite frankly, I'm gonna need it. This game, I remember its character creator, and it is brutal in how many options you have to the point of being very, very hard. He insists that you'll want a pre-made build on the forums that suits your taste instead of trying to figure out yourself. Yes, that is the conclusion that I came to as well, and what Seth implied in his video. In fact, I think he pretty much said it. Oh, I need another drink. There we go. But yes, definitely something that we need to focus on. Building characters is one of the favorite things to do in an RPG, so I'm not crazy happy about that. Yeah, but at the same time, it does have like psychic abilities, so I'm already leaning towards a playthrough with that. And so as long as it fulfills that desire, I'm good. Have you ever tried CDDA? I have no idea what CDDA is. Is that a YouTube channel or is that a game? I am not sure to which you are referring, Lord Brown Bear. I don't know if there's anything else. I don't think there's anything else that I don't have installed that I would be interested in playing either. Let me pull that list up and see if there's anything I can find. Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead is a hardcore roguelike RPG. Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. Isn't that one of the ones that's built off of the same engine as Dwarf Fortress? Was that one of the ones that Seth did a review on? Because I do not remember fully. I do have Arcanum, I do have Arcanum, which might be an interesting one to play through. Hello, Mixa. Good to see you. Oh, you did send a message earlier. Are you going to play? You didn't. Oh, am I going to play a game? You mean? I am not sure. We've only got about. I only really have enough time for about an hour. So if we do play anything, it's going to be small and not story related. So maybe something like Vampire Survivors or something like that. He did review it. That's where I discovered it. I don't know. I don't do well with ASCII style games. Like I tried to play Dwarf Fortress back in the day and I hated every moment of it. I'd much rather read stories about that than do anything else. You know what? Maybe. You know what? I've got the perfect. Maybe I should play. Not sure if it's your kind of game. Lamplight City. It's a point-and-click game, but it's a detective game focusing around a steampunk-adjacent AU world where you follow a haunted detective. That name sounds familiar. I think I raided into someone playing that a while back. Can't get into Dwarf Fortress myself because it's a city builder, but CDDA is more centered around playing one character. Yeah, it's more like Dwarf Fortress's adventure mode. I was talking more its presentation. Not its gameplay arc. I was talking more about its presentation. The whole ASCII style graphics and all that is that's a UI that I have not fully mastered by any extent. I mean, I have a lot of older games that I could load up. I haven't beaten the BattleTech RPG, the one that they released a few years ago. That's something we could do. Lamplight City is fun. I'll have to look into that. Darkest Dungeon, that's one that I want to play at some point so that I can eventually get into Darkest Dungeon 2. And also the voice of the narrator died recently, which was a big blow. It's unfortunate to hear that. The ASCII 2 presentation is a boon because it's simulating enough for me to enjoy, but simple enough that I can multitask, which alleviates my ADHD. Yeah, no, you didn't hear? The narrator from Darkest Dungeon recently passed away, unfortunately. They made a big announcement of it on the Darkest Dungeon. I want to say it was their Twitter page that made the announcement. At least I'm pretty sure it was the announcer. I might be misremembering, but I'm pretty damn sure it was him. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, I know. That was a big loss. It's a shame. And if they ever do another game, I don't know who they're going to get to replace him because that was a fucking iconic voice. You have your roar written down somewhere? I mean, I have like notes literally written in a notebook, not like typed up anywhere. I could try to post some stuff at some point, but I don't know. I mean, it's mainly just stuff in my head to justify me being here and being a VTuber and whatnot, you know, the same way that a lot of streamers have. But I like the lore. I like world building. I like writing that kind of stuff. Wayne June was so good. Yep, you're getting fan fiction written about you. Oh, dear God. Oh, no. I mean, eventually, possibly. Maybe if I get big enough, I can get one of those fancy lore animations that a lot of VTubers do, where they go to, usually it's Merryweather Studios or one of those other guys, and they're able to get that. No, by me, this is the threat. Oh, no. You don't get to pull this, Lord Brown Bear. You're actively disincentivizing me from telling you more about my lore. This is the writer's equivalent of what that artist meme I saw, which is be careful what you say to artists. They can draw you pregnant. It's like, oh dear. I don't need that. I do not need that. I do want to play Frostpunk at some point as well. Frostpunk. I wonder if Elden Ring will... Well, Night Rain. I'm definitely thinking Night Rain will probably not be a game that I stream, unlike the other DLC. Did I say threat? I mean, what's the opposite of a threat? A promise? I don't know. Something to that extent. Kingdom Come. Yeah, I already mentioned that. I have Mass Effect, but I'm not really interested in playing Mass Effect on stream. BioWare would have to make whatever the next game in the series for Mass Effect would have to be pretty spectacular to make me want to replay the trilogy and lead into it. I actually can't write Arrow as of now. Yeah, no, please don't. I'm not saying please don't in any kind of disparaging way. I'm just kind of horrified that I'm just kind of intimidated by the fact that anybody would do that already. And to convince people after Veil. Yeah. Like, it's going to take some serious work for BioWare to rebuild their reputation. I don't even know if it's possible. I kind of hope it is. I don't want us to lose these assets, especially to EA, because you know EA they'll just do to BioWare what they did to poor Volition and Guerrilla Games and just fucking destroy them for the sake of their own egos. I really hope that doesn't happen. I don't want it to happen. We might not have control over it. It might just happen. Prey was a good game. I could play that on stream at some point. Prey was a decent game. Not exactly my cup of tea all over, but it had some good world building, a really good art style. The Art Deco in space was really well done. Really well done. Shadowrun. There's an idea. We could do a Shadowrun Hong Kong run at some point. I love flinging fireballs in Shadowrun. Prey Makes the Remake was not that great. Too repetitive. I can see that. Again, I still treated it more like an RPG just because of the way it was. So I was fine with the scavenging for stuff, finding story elements and world building stuff. It was interesting. It was interesting. Like, not amazing. I'm not saying it was an amazing game, but it was good. I got my money's worth out of it. I think I bought it on sale for like half off. Not sure, but I think EA understands that not interfering, allowing devs to make their own games is just better for earning money. BioWare's demise was of its own making, and EA may have facilitated that, but they didn't cause it directly. In this particular case, I agree. I was more just lamenting the fact that if BioWare does go completely belly up, it means EA controls these assets completely as far as Dragon Age and Mass Effect goes, and oh, that just sounds horrible. Not fully. EA did push the original live service version of the game. Yeah, that's true. They were making suggestions that would have been horrible in a completely different direction. Oh, God. Horrible writing to the left of us, live service insanity to the right of us, trying to walk that narrow path. Fucking hell. It's kind of like the same thing. It's like, even if EA doesn't push these things in all of their aspects, when EA gets control of an IP 100%, they inevitably fuck it up. Like, look what they did to Command & Conquer after what happened with after the game that shall not be named. There was no Command & Conquer 4. I don't know what you're talking about. But after the game that didn't happen, EA took full control of the Command & Conquer franchise. And what have they done with it since? 2 live service mobile games that suck ass. Still trying to understand the logic behind Veilguard's writing. Like, are they genuinely worried people won't like friction? That seems to be the case. Like, from what I've seen of it, perhaps the greatest sin is simply it's just not Dragon Age. It doesn't read like Dragon Age. It doesn't feel like Dragon Age. I don't know. Like, I'm honestly kind of glad that Inquisition killed my desire for another Dragon Age game because I was not affected by the vast disappointment that Veilguard seems to be. Veilguard characters are ugly. That too. I've seen that complaint levied a lot against them too. Very ugly. I don't know if I'd go that far, but I haven't actually played the game. I know there's a lot of complaints about the redo of the way they've done the Qunari. And I kind of agree. Like, the whole point of the Qunari is that they're supposed to be intimidating. They're supposed to look alien almost to the rest of the species on Thedos. But they just keep making them more and more human looking as the games went on. And it's like, Sten was supposed to be the strange exception. Like, he was sent over because he happened to look very human-like. Whereas the other Qunari don't. But now they've just kept making them more and more human. And it's just, ugh. They got Qunari 100% right in DA2, and they refuse to do it again. Yeah, it makes no sense. The people who write Veilguard are cut from the same cloth. The people who write High Guardian Space, they do not like outside of their comfort zone, even for a second. They think fiction should reflect that. This works in stark contrast to the earlier games where the setting was grimdark and meant to unsettle you and give you the agency to act on that discomfort. Yes, yes. The entirety of the beginning of Origin, the City Elf Origin alone would drive these people mad, I think. The City Elf Origin alone is like, you are literally living in a slum. You are a second-class citizen in this city. You are being abused by the people above you, and there is very little you can do to change it aside from lashing out at the system and then immediately getting arrested for your efforts. To which you are only saved because Duncan happens to be there in the origin story. Because if you're not, and you do go there as any of the other origin stories, you eventually find the elf character's origins and dead, starved to death in a prison cell. Like, they don't pull any punches. Every new writer in an RPG should be forced to play through PoE 1 just to interact with Durance nonstop, and they aren't allowed to write for your game until they understand Durance is a great character. That, or they need to play through Dragon Age Origins and have to deal with everything there. One or the other. Seen people complain about the City Elf Origin, calling it misguided. I want to say that it's very intentional and it's very well done, but it was an artist server. I'm sure they would have been, it would have been mobbed. Maybe, I don't even know how you can call it misguided. Like, you could say I could see people saying that they don't like it, but I don't see how you'd call it misguided. The lore openly states that in most countries on Thedas, elves are not treated very well. Openly and clearly. Here you are playing Assassin's Creed Greece and just clearing the map. I mean, yeah. I understand the people who play Assassin's Creed for the completionist side because Ubisoft loves doing that in their games, especially for the last decade or so. I don't know. I finished Ezio's story, and I just kind of had no desire to play another Assassin's Creed game after that. Nah, fuck Ubisoft's challenges. I mean, there's still a reason they put them in there. There's some people who just love collecting all the things that Ubisoft puts in their games. I believe that this person's personal line of comfort would have been reading about what happened to the city elves, but they were too soft to endure it happening to themselves. Yeah. Considering the details of Veilguard, the treatment of the elves almost seems valid. Yeah, that's the interesting thing from what I've read. It's like, oh no, the elves truly are a problem. College student, no doubt, using rhetoric to justify their emotions. I see it way too often. Well, yeah, they're taking an activist personality and applying it to their writing, and it just doesn't work very well in a setting where there's actual nuance and grimdark elements. Like, it just doesn't. Now, don't get me wrong. You can get the opposite where people just say, oh, I like this character, ergo they're always right. You can certainly get moral grandstanding from the other side, but I've noticed that that hasn't been an issue nearly as much in the last few years. It's mainly been writers who seem uncomfortable with doing anything controversial in any way in their writings. Again, Tenwin brings up a good point. Force them to interact with Durance. Act 3, I think, took place during the American Revolution, was pretty good. I did hear good things about that one. Yes, Kataka, I did. But again, like after Ezio's story, I don't know. I just felt no desire to play another one. The same thing I did after playing a good chunk of Inquisition. It's like there was no yearning to keep pushing forward for me. Like, it's the exact opposite of how I felt after finishing Pillars 1. Like, Pillars 1, after finishing it, I was fighting myself on like, do I really want to play Tyranny right now? Or do I just want to jump straight into the second one? And I settled with Tyranny just to give myself a breather and formulate my thoughts on it. And I'm glad I did, because Tyranny's still a good game. But it's nowhere near the level of like, I want to see what's coming next the way I was with Pillars 1 and 2. Durance inspired me to write a similar character, but how could the same role be done without just duplicating Durance? I can see how that'd be hard. He's a well-written character, and he fills that archetype of the doubting priest in a way that's really well done. Because it's a very interesting idea for a fantasy setting where the gods exist, is that Durance does not doubt the gods' existence. He doesn't doubt their power, and he certainly doesn't doubt their ideology. He just doesn't see any reason that the gods are even necessary. Like, trials are going to happen. Those trials have to be overcome. That is Magrin's teachings. But do you need Magrin to actually be there? And the answer Durance comes to is, fuck no. Funnily enough, that actually kind of reads very similar to the old Mandalorian lore. If you go far enough back in the Mandalorian lore from the Legends continuity of Star Wars, the Mandalorians had a religious schism where they basically came to the conclusion of, we worship conflict, but does conflict have to be embodied in a god, or is that just an unnecessary middleman? And they eventually came to the conclusion of, yeah, there's no reason to actually have a god of conflict. We just believe that conflict is the ultimate resolution that is necessary for society. And the Mandalorians largely they didn't lose their spirituality, but they definitely became atheists. And it's weird because the Mandalorians, in a sense, are spiritual atheists, which is really weird. Revelations were a really nice way to finish Ezio and Altair's story. Yes, it was. Especially towards the end when Ezio is just like, I've done everything I could possibly do. And he just kind of lets himself die. It's not like giving up in the same way that you would think like suicide or anything. It's more like he knows that there's nothing else the world can really throw at him or that he can do. Yeah. Nah, he said it. Yeah, no, I understand that. It's just the sentiment and the overall, I've seen enough for one life. Yeah, no. And he has. Like, Ezio's story is actually really good when you follow the whole thing. The ups and downs, the tribulations that he faces, the constant pushing upon him that molds him from an irreverent youth in the streets of oh god, which city was he from? Firenze. Molding him from that into the master assassin and the rebuilder of the Assassin's Order. It's a really good character arc. Everything from Assassin's Creed 2 through Brotherhood through Revelation. And it's also really sad because you do get those moments where he he wants to know more, especially in the aftermath of the second game and going into the beginning of Brotherhood. He doesn't understand what's going on with Minerva and the references to all these ancient civilizations and things that he can't possibly know because these are all messages meant for, what's his name in the modern day, who I can't even remember. Desmond. Those are all messages meant for Desmond and for the future ones. Yeah, Juno, not Minerva. Sorry, Juno. And he's desperate for understanding. He wants to know, but he never will. And it's really bittersweet. And I think that's part of the reason why I just wasn't invested in anything that came after. I just wasn't. It's a shame. Like, because I think the idea of the secret war between the Templars and the Assassins is kind of interesting, but Ezio sold it, and nothing since then has hooked me the way his story did, which in my mind is a shame. It's a shame. Though, to be fair, with how the Assassin's Creed series has gone and everything that's surrounding the current iteration, I'm kind of glad I don't even have a dog in that race. Glad I'm not having to deal with that. No, sorry, Bob. I don't need that drama. I don't need that drama. Jesus Christ, no. But yeah. Oh, talking this long. I'm thirsty. Skip most of the dialogue. It's boring. I've not heard many good things about some of the latter Assassin's Creed entries as far as their writing goes. Still don't get why they keep the real aspect. Oh, yeah, the whole being attached to the modern person who's having to relive the memories. Yeah, I don't get it either. Shadows is going to be what ends Ubisoft, most likely. Flying spear assassinations are awesome and stealthy, but fast as fuck. Yeah, no, I can see why people still play it for just the spectacle. I can absolutely still see that. I mean, even going all the way back to like Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood, there was nothing cooler than just being able to sneak up on somebody, assassinate one guard, move to the next, counter one blow, take out another guy. When the combat's flowing properly, it's great. The animations and everything, they did such a good job. You also have derpy moments. I still remember I years ago when I played the original Assassin's Creed, I distinctly remember getting into a fight where the enemy just kept coming. Like I would kill 5 of them and then 5 more would show up and then 5 more would show up. By the end of it, there was literally a mountain of bodies filling an entire street, and I had not taken any damage because all it was just wait for them to attack, counterattack, 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 wait for them to attack, counterattack. And by the end of it, the street was just lined with Templar bodies, just up and down the street. And at that point, I was just like, this combat system is cool and all, but this is a little stupid. This is a little fucking stupid. Awesome, yes, but also really funnily stupid. Especially for the first game. Ezio in Revelations is brutal. Yeah, I've seen the combat animations. I played a little bit of it. It's like he doesn't give a fuck at that point. He does not give a fuck at that point. Throwing any weapon, slicing people. There's maybe things Pathfinder's Oracle class when he says worship what she worships. Divine caster is blessed with magic from the gods who care more about spreading their portfolio more than they care about having another worshiper. Yeah. I mean, that's how Durance sees it. I don't think that's how Magrin fully sees it in Pillars, but that's certainly how Durance, I think, sees it by the end. Durance just cares about spreading trials and testing people. He doesn't give a shit about what Magrin wants out of the situation by the end. But yeah. Oh, this is good. I'm glad I had this discussion with everybody. I'm glad we were able to talk about all this, but I'm also glad that you're willing to stick by and keep talking despite the gameplay being done. Nolan North did state that he was told Desmond would have gotten the assassin abilities of his ancestors through the games and then would end the Templars in his timeline. Ubisoft's politics ensured that didn't happen. Yeah, because they just wanted to keep the franchise going. And then they got a movie which didn't do very well, and yeah. And then they started doing live service things and various tie-ins, and I don't know. I agree with what Kataka said. Shadows is probably going to be the end of them. Yeah, they did have. Yeah, you forgot about that, didn't you, Tenwin? You forgot that was a thing. I almost forgot that was a thing. She was blessed by Discaria, had the wasting curse. It manifests as having her limbs made out of chitin, kind of like your model. Oh, yeah, but for a normal human, that doesn't work as well as when it's natural. And with Oracle curses, they're explicitly shown to not be natural. They are magical in origin, and they force themselves upon you. Just hope they can make the Rayman game. For the Christ's sake, give me Rayman. See, I am not a platformer person, so I was never really big into that, but I do know that that Rayman is one of Ubisoft's real big names, and I hope that they're able to get back to it at some point. Or that if Shadows really is the end of Ubisoft, that it ends up in the hands of people who care about it. That's all we can really hope for in the end, is that when some of these big companies implode, that the IPs land somewhere preferable. Even then, that's not a guarantee. We all thought Homeworld was landing in a good spot, and then they made Homeworld 3, and oh god, I don't even want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. Orko is a cool class story-wise. I bet people who say it's problematic because the curses resemble disabilities and feels like punching down. Fuck you, Matt Mercer. You did. Yeah, Matt Mercer makes content. Not just Matt Mercer. You have other people like Extra Credits. They make this comment a lot. It's also really stupid because, again, this is... it's not punching down. If you want to play an Oracle and point out that the gods are assholes for doing this, you're entirely right to do so. This is Galarian. Getting pissed at the gods is like a pastime for half the countries in that world. And the other half are too fanatically loyal to do anything about it. Strategy games just don't get the respect. Oh, don't get me started on that. Don't get me started on that, Tenwin. I will never forgive the MOBA genre for doing what it did to strategy game developers. Because it has utterly ruined them. It did it to Blizzard. It did it to Westwood. It's done it to just about every other company, where the advent of competitive esports and MOBAs has destroyed the landscape of strategy games by and large. I don't even want to talk about that. Like, there's a little bit of a renaissance going on now between Command & Conquer Remastered. What was that game? I even have it on my Steam list. Hold on. Where is it? Iron Harvest. Iron Harvest did a good job as a strategy game. That's something I should play on stream at some point. That's a nice little alternate universe history thing that I find quite cool. Steampunk Polish mechs fighting against Russian and German mechs. How can you not love that? Had players disengage from a circus freak show because they found it offensive. This is after I had them in my head as my woke friends and asked their personal boundaries before game. Also, this is also something I get. You're playing an RPG. If you really have a problem with it, guess what? This is an RPG. You have the power to do something about it. You're the player characters. Come up with a rationale. Start a revolution. Do something. You have the initiative. Now, now, to be fair, the DM has the initiative to come up with what the response to that is. And you might not like it. Yes, you start a revolution against how these people are treated, and it might lead to the guards who get a cut of the profits from the circus cracking down on you. You're going to have to deal with that. Do something about it, though. That's what makes campaigns interesting. 4X has been growing in presence. Well, that's largely thanks to Paradox. But yes, although they set the standard for both the good and the bad in that genre. Grand Strategy and 4X. Well, them and Civilization, obviously, but I've already made my thoughts on Civilization, where I don't engage with it very much at all, and I don't like their gameplay for the most part. Didn't write the freak show, but I implemented believing that there was nothing wrong with it. Yeah, no, exactly. If you and you went out of your way to talk to them about it beforehand. Endless has been growing well, but more in the shadow. That's, I mean, technically, Tenwin, all 4X games are in the shadow of Civilization to one extent or another. What about the Total War series? I have considered doing some playing of Total War Warhammer 3. I do like the fantasy Warhammer setting a lot. We would definitely be playing the Tomb Kings, the one and only, the greatest, Settra the Imperishable, long may he reign, King of Nehekara and God Emperor of the Dunes. I do not know his full titles. Yes, Settra shall smite me for not knowing his full titles. Lead to the Freaks themselves ejecting. It's not the most dignified profession, but in their village where they came from, they would have less opportunity. Yeah, can't beat the Ogre Kingdoms. That's where you're wrong, Tenwin. I can beat the Ogre Kingdoms. They can try to come into the desert and they will find nothing to eat. Full titles takes 2 hours to complete. In lore, yes, though there is an abbreviated version. Maybe I should do that on stream when we play the game. I'll just start the campaign and read off the entire list before we start doing anything. If we do that as well, there is specifically a mod for the Tomb Kings called Tomb Kings Expanded that I will be playing with because, God, it's a good fucking mod. It fleshes out their unit roster and actually lets you come up with some really thematic armies. A Settra stream, I'm all for it. I mean, if we did that, it would be more than just one stream. The ogres would become British and start eating the mummies. I mean, except they're Tomb Kings. They're going to keep coming back. Eating them doesn't stop them. It just slows them down. As I said, this is why I was asking about, do you guys want to see more diverse playthroughs or do you want to see me just plow through? I want to keep one day as an alternate the way we've been doing it. So we're going to be playing through Endless Space 2. Once that's done, I'll choose something else small, and then we'll always have something else going on one of the days. Same thing when we do Avowed. Avowed will take over the main spot, and we'll move something into the Tuesday spot so that we keep playing it. I do want to keep doing that, just to shake things up. Plus, I don't think I could take playing the exact same game 5 days in a frickin' row. I think even I would start to get tired of it after that point. Did I miss anything you guys typed? Nope. Okay, I'm up to date. But yeah, Amplitude's doing great work. I do agree with you on that, Tenwin. I cannot wait to see what they do with Endless Legends. As I said, my main problem with Endless Space has only just been that sometimes their UI is not very clear. If they can get better at doing that, they are golden in my eyes, all things considered. Everything else has been good. And the fact, I don't think I've stressed this enough, the fact that Amplitude is actually telling a story in their 4X game is so refreshing. Like, don't get me wrong. Having the total freedom of Civ or Stellaris or anything like that, it's nice. Don't get me wrong. Absolutely nice. But it is so nice to have a 4X game that has a world building and story behind it. Maybe you can organize your game days by how much attentiveness the game requires. That's how I decide when and what to play. Maybe, but I mean, I try to at least, I don't know. Like, I know strategy games require, I already know real-time strategy is going to be a pain in the ass to try and stream and like do commentary and play at the same time. I did do that one stream of Homeworld Deserts of Karak, and I know my performance there was not very good. I was having a hard time keeping track of stream and chat and the gameplay. Then again, I have ADHD. Yeah. But yeah, I have a lot of game ideas I'd love to do. I'd have a lot of game. We've got a long way to go. I still have a backlog, as I said, of CRPGs that I really want to do on stream because I do like having, again, world building, story. These are the things I play these games for. These are the things I enjoy, the speculation, all of that stuff. Smaller stuff, I don't have a problem with. Again, we might try The Surge. We might try Lies of P at some point in the future. Though I have heard that the story in Lies of P is actually quite good once you start delving into it fully. So I am looking forward to trying that at some point. I think that'll be very interesting. You know, I just had a thought. I wonder. Hold on, let me see here. Let me pull up. I pull you up and see real fast. Okay, good. One other. It looks like one other emote just got approved. So the other two are still in the process of being done. And I can't see it just yet. It's not letting me pull it up, unfortunately. Shame. Okay. I was hoping that the rest of them had finally gotten in and we'd be able to pull it up, but apparently not. Oh well. But yeah. I'm not sure what else to say. I will gigantify it immediately. I mean, if you can see it, it's the other explosion. There were two versions of the explosion. I guess my artist decided to do both of them as separate things, which I am very appreciative of. Curse you, Twitch. Yeah. No, Kataka, honestly, that was my fault because I was like, oh, as soon as I get them, I'm going to upload them. And then my brain was like, oh, wait, but I have a stream on Friday, so I shouldn't upload them yet because I want to reveal them all on Sunday. But then I forgot that Twitch has to manually review all emote submissions, and that can take between 24 and 48 hours. So I uploaded them last night, and I was like, oh, fuck. Yep, there we go. We've got the smaller explosion. There we go. Kaboom. Yeah, 10 there's two explosions. I think they're meant to be used in tandem because it's supposed to be the small one growing into the big one, but either way, it still works. But yes, it is meant to be... it's basically meant to be when I do the, where is it? When I do this. It's very much meant to be the end result of this when I use it. Kaboom. Set everything on fire. Yes. And then we have, of course, my rage emotes. Yes. My rage and my stunned / trauma emote, which I think came out great. I gave the artist the meme image, the 1,000-yard stare, you know, the Vietnam War image with the guy just staring at the camera. That was what I used as reference for that. And I think it works perfectly, especially with the flames in the background, just like, I think it peaked. Fucking perfect. I cannot wait to get more of those. Think you'd have a stream where you talk about your lore? Yeah, we might do that. We might do that in the lead up to Avowed. That would actually be good. I would have to start getting everything organized on that end too. So maybe not this week, but possibly next week. That would actually be a good idea. Unfortunately, like what I'd love to do if this channel gets big enough, if we get enough people, I would love to commission someone like Merryweather Comics. Because they do animated intros for a lot of the big name indie VTubers. I know they've done some for VShojo. They do some for all that. You said you lost your arm to a Vespara soldier, right? Yes, that is the idea behind this. This arm is not real anymore. It is artificial now. It is covered up partially by the glove, but those metal bits you see are not armor. They're the actual hand. It had to be an augmetic after it got torn off. But yes, not a pleasant experience as one can imagine. Not a pleasant experience at all. Do you need your hand to utilize your pyrokinesis? It is just part of my body, so it doesn't really matter either way. Character's just a craver. Except without the constant murderous need to devour people, you know, unless you're really small and adorable, in which case, well, I'm not gonna lie, it kind of looks a little tasty, not gonna lie. Just a craver and less hands. I mean, technically I have 4. Don't the craver have 4 or do they have 6? I thought they only had 4, but I might be misremembering. Also, the craver have all those tubes and shit sticking out of them. That's a little much. I do not ascribe to the Mechanicus. I am not craving the certainty of steel being implanted in my body. They have 4, but all of them are useful. I mean, mine are useful. I mean, I have 2 for grasping tools and doing everything, and then I have 2 more for if I need to grab something and tear it apart. Canonically, how tall are you? I am 5'6". Thank you very much. Do you have fingers on all? No, I have fingers on 2 of them because I said 2 of them are for actual hands and the others are not. Yes, short. Yes, yes. Get it all out of your system. Get it all out of your system. Make the jokes. Make the jokes. Not everybody can be 6 foot fucking tall. Said I wouldn't make fun, but the others might. Yeah, I know, Lord Brever. So Swede 6 feet is average here. Yes, I know, Tenwin. Yes, I know. I have seen the statistics for Sweden and for the Netherlands, which I think is the tallest on average out of the entire world. But hey, look at it this way. I'm still taller than most female VTubers. So hey, it still works. Fuck me, I'm actually 5'6". Yeah. See, Lord Brownbear, see, you have done nothing but harm yourself in asking me this because now they're going to go after you too. Thank you all for being here, though. Thank you all for being here. Didn't know you're a female VTuber. I'm not. I'm just saying that I'm taller than the female VTubers. Not that it matters. Most of them would just scream male on stream and ban me the second I showed up, and I understand why. Fucking people be crazy out here. Though I am, again, like, I like VTubers. I watch a lot of them. If I could get a collab with people, I'd fucking take it in a heartbeat. Are you kidding me? I'd love to. There's some VTubers out there who I'd love to do collabs with, who I'd love to have even the chance. The one Shondo bit maybe left. You're going to have to narrow that down. Shondo does a lot of bits. She is very funny. Sure, you like watching them. I'm being legitimate here, Tenwin. Yes, a lot of them have very attractive models, and some of them have proven that they are equally attractive in real life, but they're also good people. Like, there's a lot of them that are really good entertainers. I would sell my fucking nut. I would sell my left fucking nut if I get the chance to have like a collab with Ironmousers and Trey. Are you kidding me? That'd be amazing. He's hearing male on stream. So he's have a fake breakdown. Lucy Pyre does the exact same thing. Good entertainers bounce. Tenwin, okay. Yes, funny joke. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Womp, womp. If you know what VTuber I'm talking about, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But they're also really good. I'm being dead serious. You've got people like Shy Lily who could just make funny, like literally her improv on just like making noises and stuff while she's playing games is great. Zentreya doesn't even use her natural voice and still manages to come up with hilarious shit. If you had a collab with Ironmouse, you could potentially be set for life. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and try to be like, oh, I don't do this for the money. I mean, I'm not doing it for the money now. If I made enough money to make this my living, I'd do it in a heartbeat. And I say that as somebody who actually enjoys what they're doing now outside of this. I used to work in retail. Are you kidding me? God, retail was a pain in the ass. Being a, shall we say, ship captain, I am more than happy with what I'm doing now. But if I could do entertainment for the rest of it, that just makes things easier. It'd be so nice. It would also make managing my time a hell of a lot easier without having to constantly run my actual job. Oh. Ironmouse, Zentreya, Cinder, Numi, Bao, they're all fun to watch. Filion, God. And Filion might actually... Honestly, if there's anyone I could get a collab with, it would be Filion, because she does do collabs with smaller VTubers a lot of the time. She's done her game shows. She's done her various contestant things and stuff like that. She'll bring in people with smaller stuff. I would love to do something like that. My only concern there is, one, I would fanboy the fuck out. And second, I would probably be unentertaining as fuck. And that's what I'm worried about. Would be against streaming myself if fuck I do not have the voice for it. No, I sound like, I think you could still pull it off. You just need something, either you just need to embrace being on camera, or you need to get a VTuber/PNG that you can sit behind. One way or the other. Wonder where that would go. Also watch your streams because your games, you go over a niche and streaming. You can analyze these games with real knowledge. And coming to understand is rare in the creation sphere, especially in live content. I mean, to be fair, that's also just because, let's be very honest, there's a lot of games that people play that don't require that. Like, Helldivers is fun and all, and it does have a story. It does have some background to that, some analysis, but overall, it's land on planet, shoot bugs and bots, and have a great time. My main problem with that is I know I couldn't do that on my own. If I had a group to play it with, I'd love to do something like that, but I know I can't do that on my own and get content. That's partly why I've been playing CRPGs so much, Lord Brown Bear. They help me fill the void of where I think I haven't really fully grown as a content creator / commentator. Since CRPGs have so much dialogue, it helps fill the empty air. Usually big creators eat small ones. I mean, that's true too. But I mean, again, I like VTubers. Most of the people I watch now are VTubers, so I wouldn't have a problem doing some content with them if anyone was willing. That's why it's frustrating. So many games nowadays go for the bare bone flashiness over depth and analysis. To be fair, Tenwin, not every game needs to be as deep as Pillars of Eternity to be enjoyable. Trying to learn that I love games that are complex and demanding, but the most popular games are convenient games like Skyrim make for crummy RPGs, but people call it Bethesda's masterpiece because more people can enjoy it. No, I can understand that. And as somebody who's read Elder Scrolls lore from the beginning, it's a lot of disappointment when you finally get to Skyrim. And I mean, to be fair, I still consider Skyrim a step up from Obsidian, or from Oblivion, I should say. Sorry, not Obsidian, from Oblivion in many ways. But at the same time, yes, it's hard to ignore that it has become more of a bare bones RPG and more of just an action game. Like, I've played the shit out of Skyrim, and I played the shit out of Oblivion before that, and I'd love to do a full playthrough of Morrowind because I've never actually finished that one. Can't say that a convenient game is worse than a complex one because even in making games widely accessible, there's a method to it that can be done well or done poorly. No, that's true. That's true. Many first-person shooters can still fill that niche. For example, we can go back to Helldivers. Is the game startlingly complex? No, but it is a solid third-person shooter with a lot of different gun choices, different equipment loadouts, different ways you want to do it, a solid customization mechanic, and a lot of very repeatable combat that is very enjoyable. I think we've all seen those compilations that they put on YouTube where it's like least cinematic Helldiver moment, and it's like something that you would imagine in a fucking big budget film that's just like amazing to watch. So I think that they can do it. I think that lacking complexity is not necessarily a killing blow to a game or even the ability to reduce its enjoyment. Doesn't need to be, but it's more than due to them not being as deep, being more popular. Less of the deep world building games are made because they take extra work, so a lot of the big corpus focus on simple and flashy. Yes. Why the strategy game genre became less popular. Yes. And combined with many of the mechanics behind strategy games getting co-opted into MOBAs, and then MOBAs cross-pollinating back into strategy games, thanks to things like Dota and LoL, that, in my opinion, were great for the MOBA genre. If you love MOBAs, by all means, play the MOBAs. You can enjoy those. But the problem that I have is that MOBAs cross-pollinated back into strategy games and utterly destroyed the strategy genre. By the way, have you ever considered using Rogue Trader's co-op mode? I'd probably have to find someone that I'd be willing to sit down and play it long-term with in order to do that. Honestly, I don't even remember Rogue Trader having a co-op mode, but then again, I didn't exactly look, so that's my bad. Dawn of War 3. I don't know what you're talking about, Tenwin. There was no Dawn of War 3, just like there wasn't a Command & Conquer 4. Those games don't exist. Those games do not exist in this reality, and if I hear you talking about them, I'm going to start thinking that maybe you've gone a little bit crazy and you're going to need to be timed out for a little bit. Okay? There is no CNC4. There is no Dawn of War 3. I don't know what you're talking about. Gabriel Angelo sure as shit did not start flipping in Terminator armor, and I don't want to hear jack shit about it. LOL is shit. I agree, Mixa, but it's still a popular game, and I get why. Rogue Trader's co-op mode just lends your existing party members to someone who joins in an online lobby. Oh, okay. They don't exist, which means they can't hurt you. Exactly, Kataka. See, you get it. They don't exist, they can't hurt us, and they don't exist. Most importantly, they don't fucking exist. Okay. Just like the British. No. The British do exist. I just prefer to ignore their existence. Dealing with your world has been an eye-opener in regards to humanity, and it explains why you guys are so divided in my timeline. But now, no, we will not be glassing the British Isles, Tenwin. Don't even think about that. Although we could play Hearts of Iron and do some crazy shit. Kaiser Redux would be a funny mod. Though I'd mainly probably just be playing the American Civil War over and over again because that's usually the most interesting part of the Kaiser Redux mod. In my opinion. But I'm a bit biased there, I think you can imagine. Ugh. Thank you all for being here as well and helping me come up with play Red Alert 3 as the Soviets. Red Alert 3 is not a bad idea, though I'd also want to play Red Alert 2 because in my opinion, in my personal opinion, Red Alert 3 is good, Red Alert 2 is still the high bar for the Red Alert universe. The perfect combination of seriousness and camp. Although I will still give 3 credit for having the best moment in the entirety of the franchise live action scenes, which is having Tim Curry say space in what you could tell he wasn't taking it seriously. That man knew what he was saying was insane, but he did it anyways. And we love him for it because that's one of the best scenes of all time. Being sore is a pain, but so worth it. Tim Curry was about to laugh when he said that. Oh, he was like, don't even give me that was about to. That was the face of a man who broke out in fucking fits of laughter the second the camera turned off when he was doing that take. He took it as seriously as he should have. That is correct. That is absolutely correct, Tenwin. Ugh, that is definitely something in the future. Maybe we should play Command & Conquer Red Alert 3 at some point just to revel in the peak of live action cutscenes that Westwood did. So good. And not just him. Don't forget, George Takei is in that game as well. He does an amazing job, as is, oh God, I'm blanking on his real name. He plays Omni-Man in Invincible and Incredible, and he plays James Jonah Jameson in the Spider-Man movies. J.J. Simmons. Thank you, Tenwin. J.J. Simmons. Yes, he does an amazing job. Forget if I asked this before, but you think streaming a tabletop RPG on Twitch would be doable? I mean, I know there's ways to do it. There's several content creators I've seen that do it. Juniper, Ego Cider, Juniper Actius, the Moth Girl. I know she has done 2 campaigns on other people's channels where she plays characters. And I know other people have done it. I know VShojo was trying to do a D&D game. I know HoloLive did a couple of tabletop games as well. Why the fuck did Patrick Stewart do that? I don't know. Maybe because we were talking about Oblivion and he features prominently in the first 15 minutes of that. Such a waste of a celebrity voice actor. He should have been. Patrick Stewart doing a horrible French or British accent in Red Alert 3 would be hilarious, not gonna lie. Bald, that's why. I mean, seriously, Patrick Stewart was so underutilized in Oblivion, and I remember that because that was the first time I'd ever seen a famous actor being used as a voice role in a video game, and not understanding why you would only have him for the first 10 minutes of the game. At least we got Sean Bean as one of the other main characters for a while, so that was good. He still dies though, because of course. They gave him several pages of backstory for it too. Yeah, I know. Like he doesn't do a bad performance. He obviously knows the character he's playing and portrays him in a regal and knowing manner. It's just you get all of 10 minutes of him and then he's gone forever. Like if there was ever a time where they should have had him show up as a ghost or a spirit throughout the game, it would have been him. Charles Martinet is in Skyrim, the VA from Mario. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, this is just I'm only bringing up Patrick Stewart because that was like the first time they really did it. Every game since then has done the exact same fucking thing where they will have some big name voice actor who does almost nothing. The philosophy is exactly the issue with Bethesda's writing. It does lend into it, yes. It does lend into it, yes. They've had those issues for you. The point is they've had those issues for a lot longer than people think they have because some people only got on the Bethesda bandwagon after Skyrim, and some people forget they had games from before that. Ugh. I'm so glad to have you guys here and being able to bounce all of this off of you while we're talking, because I was really afraid that we would get to the actual talking part after the gameplay and I'd just be dead. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for talking about all of this with me. And it's nice. I don't get to talk about this stuff very much, so it's really nice to share this. And we've even managed to clear up a lot of time. I do also see why, if we're going to be doing talking segments in the future, I'm going to need more water. Holy crap. I do not have enough. Blah. Luckily, playing CRPGs prepares me to talk a lot. I just have to be able to come up with stuff on my own rather than reading off of a script, essentially. You will learn the power of the yap if you were to be a VTuber. That is the plan. Again, that's why I'm playing CRPGs right now, to help ease me into it and keep me talking during the entire time so I'm not leaving awkward silences. You should have seen me, again, if you want, go back and watch some of the Elden Ring plays that I had before I even had the PNG. Although, if you can stomach the horrible audio quality, I salute you, because, God, even I can't go back and listen to it. God, it sounds bad. God, it sounds bad. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing when that was going on. I didn't even know OBS had audio filters and shit that you could use that were built in. That stuff was a lifesaver. I literally looked up a video where it's just like, what is a good default setting for OBS's audio filters? And I've been using that ever since, and it still sounds better. Elden Ring, the game that scared every game developer for 2 whole years, it's still scaring them. Like, I don't even necessarily agree that it should have been up for nomination for best game of the year for a DLC. I actually agree with people who say, like, hey, it's an expansion, it's DLC, it shouldn't be up for game of the year. I agree with them in principle. But hearing game devs shriek and moan at the idea that Elden Ring was going to win for a second year in a row, that was almost worth it. That was almost fucking worth it. They were shrieking again after it had won the first time. They were losing their minds a second time. It was beautiful. And that's why I want to try streaming. I yap like a politician, but it's usually about RPGs. As I said, if you want to start with CRPGs, it's a good place to start because it does give you something to help fill the silence. Even with Final Fantasy 14 move because of the Elden Ring DLC. Yeah, game devs need to fucking learn. They do. And hopefully Sony will not fuck things up now that they've acquired FromSoft's parent company, but we'll see. They've already issued takedown notices to the Bloodborne 60 FPS mod. And there's a lot of speculation that they're going to go after the PC port fan-made PC port that was made for Bloodborne as well pretty soon. In which case, Sony continues to just shoot themselves in the foot over and over and over again. I don't know how they're doing it. I don't know why, but they keep doing it. You'd think at the very least, if they're going to do that, they would actually make a PC port of their own, but such a funny video of announcement from Yoshi for Final Fantasy 14, standing on stage, announcing the week-long delay, just saying Elden Ring DLC in slightly broken English, him holding up a finger and saying, I'll give you all 1 week. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know the full story behind 14 and Yoshi P because I was never big into the game itself, although I do watch Lucy Pyre, and she for a while was very big into it. She's not as complimentary. Oh, pardon me. She's not as complimentary to the game now because she's not a fan of where it's going, but I did get a lot of my memes and information on it from her early videos. And Yoshi P, even if I can understand why some people don't like where he's taking the game, you can't deny the man still has passion for what he's doing and for video games in general. And I will give him that because that is sometimes even if you don't agree with somebody's game making philosophy, it shows that they're willing to do something about it and that they want to. Yeah, he saved the game. Like, there's still no denying that. He absolutely did. I was into when I played. It was the only game I paid to change my name to make it lore friendly. Yeah, no. Like there's a reason that the devs and the community for Final Fantasy 14 are so passionate, and it's because they've put a lot of their heart and soul into it. And even if it's not my kind of game, I can appreciate that. I really can, and I hope and wish them the best. It's different from something like Sony's corporate efforts or Microsoft and their live service shit. It's like, I don't care if you succeed or not. But people who actually put their passion and their heart and soul into this, I want to see them succeed. I hope they do, even if I'm not the one directly supporting it, because it's just not my kind of game. What I've seen of the 14 Legacy, the story was still good. It was just the gameplay that floundered. The gameplay was so fucking bad from what I heard. It was absolutely horrible. Like, legitimately poorly designed. Yeah. Having certifications or roller big company does not make them as good as the passionate hobbyist toiling away at a basement to make something they love. Yeah, no, a total agreement, Lord Bramber. So bad they destroyed the world, pretty much, or at least reset it, basically. And I do think the passion is a thing there, because I think the best example I've heard is that the video game industry right now is suffering from success because now they have a whole bunch of people in their ranks who hate that they're not in Hollywood. They hate that they're not working on what they see as the more important entertainment industry. And because of that, they take it out on the games. Even if it's not intentional, it's hard to deny that something is happening. And it's just, I think games like, that's why gaming outshining Hollywood by like 10 to 1. In terms of overall profit the last few years, yeah, they still are. Even with all the massive flops of things like Concord and other things. They wanted Donald Duck to cast that spell, but all they had was Bahamut. Oh God, could you imagine if out of nowhere Yoshi P announces that they're bringing the Kingdom Hearts characters in for a collab in Final Fantasy 14? I think the community would collectively lose their minds, both from the good and the bad. Kingdom Hearts, I lost all interest in Kingdom Hearts after Kingdom Hearts 2. Like, I played the shit out of it when I was younger, but I had no interest in it past that. That doesn't even sound out of character. I mean, they did a Nier Automata crossover. Of course it's not out of character. If Yoshi P sees a game that he likes, he's probably going to try and get a collab with them as long as Square Enix can get the rights for it. Hell, with the way he described it going on with the Elden Ring DLC, we should be lucky that we didn't suddenly have the fucking Finger Maiden show up in Final Fantasy XIV for a collab event. Imagine fighting Radahn as a raid boss in Final Fantasy XIV. That wouldn't even be out of that could still be considered canon by Elden Ring standards. If I owned a PS2 when I was a kid, Kingdom Hearts might have been a lifelong extension. I enjoyed Kingdom Hearts. I really did. I just, after the second one and the literal like decade and a half of nothing but spin-off games on mobile systems, I just couldn't give a shit. The funniest thing about Kingdom Hearts 3 was watching Team 4-Star do their lore video on it, because half their team had played Kingdom Hearts and the other half hadn't. So they're like, let's do a lore breakdown for the people who don't know what the game is like. And watching the half of their staff who didn't play Kingdom Hearts and didn't understand the story and like had no knowledge of it, watching them lose their minds over like an hour and a half story explanation was hilarious as hell. Oh, they were just, I think like the ending they came to is just like, when in doubt, assume Xehanort or something similar to him is fucking up everything. I have a cousin who's I'm assuming is that ADHD or is that something ASD? Like I am after a decade of not seeing him from when we were 7. He's still into it, like looking into an AU of what hobbies I would have been to. Oh, okay. Jello Apocalypse's video on Kingdom Heart is funny, especially as you could just replace the word darkness in Kingdom Hearts with the word bees, and it makes just as much sense. Autism spectrum. Okay. I was not aware of the full acronym. My apologies. No, I mean, I had a friend in high school who was obsessed with it, so I'm not surprised. Yes, even in our timeline, such things as your ancient culture continue to affect everything around us. You humans are horrible like that. Have a neurodivergent superpower. I mean, by the standards of how game devs sometimes treat that shit, I mean, I think we all remember, what was it? Mass Effect 2. Mass Effect 2 Overlord DLC. The autism superpower with the guy who got plugged into the machine. I remember watching Wooly Versus playthrough of that, and he lost his shit at that, where it's just like, it's autism superpower. These fucking writers. It's like, they suck at this shit. It's like, to be fair, it's like, Overlord itself is a good DLC, but yeah, it's basically just a guy with high functioning autism, and that's his ability. And it's like, that's gonna read as stupid as shit. And it did. It absolutely did. The only payoff in that DLC is the fact that you get one of the rare times where the Paragon is just as angry as the Renegade option. Because of Kirsha, I think of any detective vision as autism vision in a game. Not wrong. It's either autism vision or OCD vision, where it's like you get obsessed with details and just zoom in and just narrow in on things to an insane degree. But honestly, we are actually pretty close to the 6-hour mark. I think I'll let you guys go before another ad plays. It's been amazing to have you all here and be here for the model reveal. Is that what you call just one more turn? I mean, I think just one more turn is what happens when normal people get a taste for what autism can be like, or what OCD can be like. Should we make a raid message? I mean, you can. You can with the emotes if you want to do the. I mean, the mad emote is. I mean, I have a happy emote, but it hasn't loaded, unfortunately, which is a shame. If you want to make a raid message, I don't mind a VTuber debut raid or something like that. I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind that at all. Just I mean, you should know this from other streamers. Just, don't bring up anything crazy. We're raiding into somebody, and I need to actually decide who we're gonna raid into if we're gonna do that. So let me pull up. Go. Where's my stream manager? There we go. Raid channel. Who's on right now? Got some VTubers playing. Oh, is that? Hold on. Who else is on? Oh, wow. So now that I'm in the just chatting category, it's suggesting like 1,000 different fucking people of various sizes for me to raid into. So now it wants to give me options rather than limiting me to like the same 5 people that I've seen every time I try to raid with this. Bug debut raid. That works. Yeah, no, that looks great, Lord Brownberg. Go right ahead. Oh my God. So now it's going to show me a whole bunch of people. Of course, because I'm in the just chatting category. So now it's actually showing me all these people. So that I can actually... God, now I don't know who to raid. It's actually giving me so many options. Fuck. I'm just scrolling and it's just giving me more and more and more. Usually it stops by now. Holy crap. I think we're good. You know what? I saw her earlier. There we go. Pull this up. Yeah, fuck it. Why not? Y'all, if y'all were wanting some entertainment, as Lord Brownbear I think put it earlier, some bouncing entertainment, we're going to raid into Radioactive. She is the Scorpion Girl, the radioactive Scorpion Girl VTuber. She's currently doing a collab with Alicia X Life and Adora. I've seen both of them in clips, and they're both pretty cool. I watch a lot of Alicia's content, actually. She is a really good reactor because she actually does react to things. She does do analysis and stuff. You like arachnids? I like most insect girls. I mean, trust me, if Juniper was on, I'd probably be raiding into her because my dream as a VTuber would be to get a model that's rigged and art by her because fuck does she do insect creature-like characters amazing. She, like, and plus she could get the body horror angle down properly. Like, there's no one else I think who can match her as far as body horror, except for maybe Lania Lazar. She does like organic body horror really well. If you've seen some of her models, she literally has one that's got like her whole rib cage open and shit. Like, she does good shit. So yes, if you want to copy Lord Brownbear's little debut message, I would not mind at all. This is a debut stream after all, and we may as well start doing that now that I've got emotes. Hopefully by tomorrow, I will have the rest of the emotes in the system, so we will have something other than just me being angry or traumatized. Thank you all for being here. It means so goddamn much that you all have been here for me and still being here for me throughout everything. I look forward to playing more games with you, and I look forward to having more time with you guys. I will see you all tomorrow. We will be continuing. Let me go ahead and start that while it's in the rundown. We've got Endless Space 2 to look forward to. We've got a whole bunch of CRPGs to look forward to. I'll try to keep working on my Stream Deck setup so that all the toggles work properly. There's still some I haven't shown you, including some for the background that I just could not figure out how to run while also having the model loaded. So I'd love to get those running. Thank you all for being here. From the bottom of my heart, it means a lot that you are all here. Thank you so much. I will see you all tomorrow for more. Bye.